Crashing out. Please no. Please no. Please no. I think it's fixed. Did I fix it? Is it fixed? There we go. Let me reload. Oh fudge, I guess we didn't knock on wood. Oh, that's true. It's fixed. It's fixed. Please. Please, Galactic Honey, let it actually be fixed. I think we can still blame Chatty Matty for fun. Just for fun. Fixed? It's fixed? Oh my god. That's good. To be fair, I'm not saying it's Chatty Matty's fault. I'm just saying we can blame them. I did that a lot with Roots when they were younger. Something would happen that was obviously not their fault. It was just something outside. Like thunder would happen outside or something. I'd be like, I blame Roots. And Roots would be like, I didn't do it. And I'm like, I didn't say you did it. I just said I'm gonna blame you. You had to reload. You finally have OBS? Starts blaming Chatty, silly. You had to relaunch for the ad and stick an ad. Oh no, I'm so sorry guys, we're stuck in ads. Okay, I'm knocking on wood too. Thank you, Galactic Honey. I'm knocking on wood. You guys will probably hear the little tappy taps. But anyway, we're back. We're back. So I'm not even gonna hesitate anymore. I was gonna tell you guys about the little text-to-speech model. But we're just gonna focus on getting this done. We're gonna focus on reading. You're learning? What are you learning, Galactic Honey? You just learning how much of a fail streamer I am. Oh my god. Oh shit. Chatty Matty just blessed Aaron. That's rude. That's like a war crime. What I'm reading is just off screen. Wait, what? What? Oh, thank you, Penny. About 5 days to make sure I don't mess up OBS. Whenever you figure that out, let me know what I'm doing. So what is cut off? What's happening? Should it be like this? There we go. Is that better? Are you guys related? Hide and Heart, is that better? Okay, yes. Okay, I don't know what's happening. You figured out overlays. That's pretty fancy. That's pretty fancy. If you want to see a person who actually knows how to implement all the cool VTuber stuff, go check out Penny VT. Hey, look, they're in chat right now. Go check out Penny. They actually implement a lot of cool stuff on their stream. They know cool tech stuff. I'm too silly for all that. I was just so proud I made my chat look fancy. Well, let me only display one tab. Yeah, okay. So let's see here. So she can't get out. It's Gabe's orders. His nose scrunched and he cocked his head. He went to follow the others but stopped. Ain't you the new marked? I'm on the service. You can DM me if you need help. That's right. Penny's always dead. If you guys ever want to know how I was able to do collabs with Penny, it's because for a multiple significant amount of time beforehand, Penny was helping, like, walk me through stuff. Penny's very nice and patient. For old religion items that might have been cursed, but not for me. Hey, if it curses somebody else, that's fine. That's fine. His nose scrunched. Ain't you the new marked? Sam didn't understand. What? She kept her hand firmly against the wagon bed. The brand tingled as Gabe entered the corner of her eyes. Pete, get on, he said gruffly, then eyed her. You're gonna stay with Elias tonight. She shook her head, wanting to ask about what marked meant. Be useful, Sam, she reminded herself, then nodded. Gabe grunted, his expression matching the raiders. Which is it? He asked. I'll help Elias, she clenched her teeth. At least push back a little. Wait. She just nodded, so why is he asking which is it? Did I miss something? You're gonna stay with Elias tonight. She nods. And then he asked, which is it? I feel like there's almost like a missing line of dialogue here. Oh, she shook her head, Then she nodded. Okay. Got it. That was just me being a silly cryptid. He raised his eyebrows. I can't make ya, but Marked gets more freedom than a prisoner. Shit. Sam felt her heartbeat quicken. Either he could read her mind, or he knew that being caged was torture to rovers. She climbed down from the wagon and waited for Gabe to haul Elias over his shoulder. Elias grunted when Gabe jumped down. Yeah, I know that feeling. She followed him to a tent near a large fire. She saw Bo and Jesse helping a large man over a cook pot. Inside, Gabe laid Elias on a cot and told Sam to sit by the door. Why can't I read today? Jesus. What's wrong with him? Sam asked him. Guessing she's asking Gabe. Okay. He's coming down off a high. Gabe spat on the ground. He's got an opium problem. At Sam's blank expression, he added, dream smoke? Sam knew it was highly addictive and very expensive. There was money to be made in destroying a person. She just nodded and sat down. Just don't touch him, Gabe said and walked away. Do I get my horse back? Sam called after him. Gabe only laughed. Son of a bitch. You ain't wrong. He waved his hand and then disappeared around the corner. Sam did a lot of nothing for Elias for most of the evening, so she stood outside his small tent watching the party. Jesse and Bo now moved through the Seraphim, pouring beer or moonshine from large jugs. Yells for more carried past the fire, but none of the Seraphim raised a hand to them. They laughed and sang, and a few even danced. Yells for more carried past the fire, but none of the Seraphim raised a hand to them. Okay, so it's not just the Seraphim getting the drinks then. Then it's other people who... Oh, wait, my model's not moving. It's other people besides the Seraphim also getting the drinks. And they're asking for more. They laughed and sang, and a few even danced. For this one, since I think we're almost talking about two different groups here. There's the two servants. There's the Seraphim getting the drinks. And yells for more carried past the fire, but the Seraphim didn't raise a hand to them. So there's this other group. The other group, the Seraphim, Jesse and Bo. That's like three groups. Then it says they laughed and sang, and a few even danced. I'm not sure if that's about the Seraphim or about this other group also getting it. Okay, it's just the Seraphim. Okay. Got it. Yeah, then just reword that just for clarity. So then the Seraphim are singing and laughing and dancing. Women weren't uncommon in raider bands, but Sam had learned to pity them. Here, though, they laughed and shoved the man back when they got too rowdy. No one flinched when a Seraphim woman sat down beside them uninvited. Sam watched and waited for it to turn ugly. It didn't. Guards patrolled the ridge along the gully. Sam counted 4. She tried to memorize their movements, but they were irregular. One would run off suddenly, and a snarl or cry could faintly be heard over the music. Sam's palms began to sweat. They were going to bring every demon for miles. What was the point of hiding? She could hear the telltale clacking of imps in the air. Small, snake-like demons with leathery wings and scales that fluttered in the wind. Ooh, so we're getting a view now of what some of these demons are. We know this is a post-apocalyptic setting with demons. Now we're getting some more of what these demons are. There's the imps. I'm looking back at something real quick. So there is music. It's not just the singing, there's music. I'm wondering if there could be a little bit more description. It might have been mentioned earlier, and it's just been so long in between readings that I forgot. Do all of the Seraphim look noticeably different than the other people? Because if so, I'm almost having a trouble of how does she know which one are the Seraphim, unless it's just the ones being served. Like, it's just the people hanging out and relaxing and doing the patrol, compared to, like, the servants that they've captured, like, Jezzy and Bo. Is there a noticeable difference? Thank you, Charlie, and thank you for the lurk. All the raiders are called Seraphim. Do the raiders have, like, a particular uniform? Like, a particular thing? Do they noticeably look different? Because some of them were in the previous town, and they were like, oh yeah, that's this dude's buddies, we're gonna hang on, they just asked to watch, and then there was the jailbreak. So I don't think they noticeably look unhuman. Do the raiders just have, like, do they just look more roughed up and scuffed up clothes, and that's how they're the raiders? That's just one of the things I was asking. And it's fine if they all do look the same, it's just the clothes, and she's just referring to the raiders as the Seraphim. They wear black, but the only ones in this group that aren't Seraphim are the servants and Sam. Okay. So yeah, I was wondering, like, I wonder if there's just anything. Okay. So she hears the imps' wings and scales that fluttered in the wind. A groan sounded behind her. Sam looked and saw Elias's hand waving around. She walked over to him, keeping away from the exposed fingers of his shooting glove. Wasser? But then also says Wasser, he rasped. Sam cocked her head to the side. What was he asking for? His breath was ragged, and his lips were cracked. Wasser? It dawned on her. Water. I said water. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, are they dressed differently? Are they looking differently for her to be able to specifically look at them and tell who's the Seraphim, who are the Raiders, and who's not, other than just what they are doing? That some of them are relaxing and hanging out and having a little hoot and holler, just playing around, eating food, and then, like, Jess and Bo are just, like, serving them, and those are the servants. Hi, Echoes, it's good to see you. Ja? Yeah, water. With my shitty little accent, that would be so funny. So I wonder, was it just a little typo here that it's Wasser and Wasser typed next to each other? So then she thinks Wasser. It dawned on her water. He was asking for water. He had a strange way of saying it. She nodded to herself and headed into the camp to look for some. Jezzy helped her fetch a skin from the cook. He threw her a few heels of bread as well. When she came back, he snatched the water skin from her hand and drank deeply. Danke, he said between breaths. Danke. Danke. No, it's danke. Danke. Oh, it's for me. It's for me. Okay. It's spelled what, but pronounced Wasser. I was like, almost. Okay. Got it. So that's the pronunciation. Normally, if it's just for me, that's fine, and now I get it. If it's making its way into the official thing, okay, you specifically. Got it. It's gonna be like, for the official thing, this is almost a little more confusing. But for me, specifically, that's fine. Danke, he said between breaths. Sam frowned at him. Can you talk? She asked, and put the bread next to him. No offense, but I can't understand you. Good. Okay, it won't be in the final draft. Good. I was going to mention, like, maybe there's a better way we could do this, but okay, got it. He peered up at her, his amber eyes catching the faint glow of the fire outside. I said thanks. Sam arched an eyebrow. Why are you here? Elias asked. Zev told me I'd die if you did, Sam said. Elias smiled, then a cough whisked it away. Sam looked away, at the yellowed grass under her feet. When he finished, they sat in silence for a moment. Away and away are repeated too close together here. That's a small little one. They sat in silence for a moment. She broke it to ask him. What's it marked? Elias groaned, then stretched out again. It is someone that has the potential to be a revenant. His voice had a strange tone she couldn't place. Each of his words sounded deliberate, the letters landing strangely. I don't have Mark. The light came easily. It burned more around Gabe, Zeph, and him. It might be tied to them. She couldn't let it get in the way of escaping. Should it be I don't have mark or I don't have a mark? Yeah, okay, got the typo C. It always happens when then you show it to other people. It's almost like they spawn overnight, like when you're not looking. A mark, you're so sorry. Don't be sorry. This is just helping us fix it. That's all. Hi Shay, it's good to see you. We're all here just to help make it a little bit better with any fixes I can grab. If I'm helping you notice stuff, that means I'm maybe like actually being a little bit helpful. That ain't bad. I don't have a mark. The lie came easily. You two know each other? That's cute. Huh. If you're missing words, you're golden, right? It's not a bad critique if all we could point out is some minor things. Let's see. It does say it here. I'm wondering if this is... And I know, like, we've been keeping up with it. We know we're talking about that mark on her chest, right? That's that strange symbol. I'm wondering now if it would be good to tie in, though, just for like smooth. I don't know how to put it better other than like smooth. It's like the word flow, the sentence flow, rather than saying it burned more around Gabe, Zeph, and him. Maybe specifically mentioning like the scarring on her chest, the scar burn, another way to describe this mark that she does have, right? The brand. There we go. I was forgetting the word for the branding. I was afraid of it being too redundant. I don't think, because you haven't used the word recently. And I think for a flow, for like sentence level flow, I actually like the idea of using brand or one other word other than it. So I actually feel like, no, this would be a good use to use it. Blah, 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 blah. I met Maddie, and then he brought me here at the end. I definitely feel like Chatty Maddie's been really nice and bringing more and more people over here. But yeah, for what you're saying, Heather, I think this would be a good place to specify. It's the brand burned more around Gabe, Zeph, and him. It might be tied to them. She couldn't let it get in the way of escaping. Maybe instead of couldn't, maybe she wasn't about to let it get in the way of escaping. If she could not let it get in the way of escaping. I don't know, that's a minor little thing. Maybe that's just how I would write it. Maybe I'll let in my own personal way of writing stuff get in the way here. But yeah, some of like little words here I would specify the brand instead of it. And Gabe, Zeph, and him. Wonder, instead of Gabe, Zeph, and him, and then the semicolon, and then continuing, but it might be tied to them. Volker brought you to Castle. I brought you to Cryptid. Look at how the reading and writing category is. There's a small little place here on Twitch. Everyone ends up everywhere at some point. Cryptid brought me to IDK. I always show, if you guys are more into gaming and stuff, there's Penny VT. When they were still active, I really liked showing people to Frozen Scarecrow. Frozen Scarecrow was a great streamer here that I really liked. Especially when I was first starting during November. She brought you to the swamps of Florida. You ain't wrong, you ain't wrong. I'm a Central Florida cryptid. My silly raccoons. And the reading writing stuff, then yeah, you'd like Black Dragon Tavern, you'd like Chatty Maddie, you'd like some of the other ones. Trashopia. That's right, it's not Florida anymore, it's Trashopia. Oh god. So let's see. I don't see, maybe the mark burned more around certain seraphim. She'd noticed it around Gabe, Zeph, and now Elias. Like something like that. I think just for like sentence level flow. And then maybe make that one a period. And then reference like something with her mark could be tied to them, but she wouldn't let it get in the way of escaping. Something like this. Just this minor little tweaking with the sentence, because these ones are the first one that I'm like, they're a little bit off. 9. It is not a physical mark, it's a feeling. What do you see when you look at me? He met her eyes and spread his arms out. A mess? He laughed. Good now. You are observant. I heard you call out Gabe. No, what do you feel? Only Cryptid can make me miss Florida. I think you are slightly clinically insane. Why would anyone miss Florida? Unless, again, I always say like the landscape, like the actual physical Florida being the Everglades, the beaches, some of the some of the landscapes we have here, the panthers, we have amazing animals and wildlife and natural beauty here. But like, oof. Actually being around here in Florida? Fucking crazy. Sam didn't know what to say and gripped her pants to stop her from rubbing her brand. It was an old habit. She wanted to go to the Vanguard for answers about it. Did the Seraphim have them? This might get in the way. She licked her lips. I thought I knew you. I was wrong. That might get in the way. And Geth and Zeph? Deja vu with one of us is understandable, yeah? But feel it with all three of us, do you not? We feel it looking at you, and all marked. Elias cleared his throat and drank more water. And when we get back, you'll feel it more. That is how you are marked. And you could be a revenant one day. It meant to say Gabe! I thought he was just saying Gabe weird. The Miami nightlife? You miss Miami? You miss Miami? That's the good positive thing you're gonna say about Florida? Oh my goodness, that's fucking funny. Echoes, what are you doing? Why would I want to? Sam asked. Elias shrugged and shook his head. He stared at the tent wall for a moment before answering. You cannot die, he grimaced. But at what cost? I'm wondering here, is this me being too nitpicky? Should it be... He stared at the tent wall for a moment before grimacing. You cannot die, he answered. Something like, should these two be switched? Or am I being too nitpicky with that? But at what cost? Elias yawned, and when Sam didn't answer, he shifted his gaze past her toward the fire. They watched the raiders move around. Then let's go back into Cuba anymore. Closest thing we have. I guess I'm just not a party nightlife kind of cryptid. We do have Disney World, which I will ride and die saying is so... Like, who would actually even want to go to Disneyland? Who would spend time at Disneyland when there's Disney World? Disneyland's so fucking tiny and useless. Disney World is like... For the money, 100% better. Not even 100%, 1,000% better. It's fucking crazy. Why would you guys ever go? For those who don't know, Disneyland is the itty bitty tiny little Disney they have in California. Little fucking little guy. Little fucking little dot on the map. We definitely had this conversation earlier. Yeah, Penny knows, because I always said if they came to visit, I would be like, yeah, like we'll hang out in Disney World together. So that's Disneyland, and you can even tell the difference, because one's just a little land. It's a little land. A little itty bit of land. That's the California one. And then if you go to Florida, it's Disney World. Disney World. It's big, it's chunky, it's got everything. I presume Elias has a German accent? Yeah, but I can't. I can't do the fucking accent. If I do, I'm just gonna fucking butcher it. It's my bad. Let's see. I'm too tired to keep speaking, he said. Maybe before we return home, I will ask you to dance. Elias pulled a small vial from his belt, downing it in a single gulp, then rolled over. Sam watched him until he started to snore, then thought about the dance. Yes, but I don't want to spell it phonetically, and Sam doesn't know what German even is. Hi, Maine. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I'm wondering. So then she's thinking about the dance that Elias just asked her. Being like, oh yeah, maybe we'll dance. As a native NorCal Californian, I have no horse in that race. Good, you'd have a losing horse. I don't know what to tell you. If you were rooting for the California Disney, you'd have a losing horse. You'd have a horse that like tripped right at the very start. Meep, right? So I'm wondering when she was still in the town before it got raided by all these by the Seraphim, right? Before that happened, the little shy nerdy guy there, like how I can brag I'm Southern in the Canadian sense, right? But the other dude had asked her, right? The dance that Elias asked her to. Elias's dance, that dance. NorCal and SoCal are like two separate states. Basically, it's California's a fucking huge state. It needs to be chopped up a little bit. Chop chop. What was I saying? But yeah, the other person, didn't he ask her to dance? If I had access to more of the stuff, I would scroll up and double check. Yes, Kronk, that dance. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Okay, not being distracted now. But if I'm not completely making up horseshit, Hayden, I feel like that other character was like asking her out on a date, right? He has to watch a hanging with, then grab a few drinks. What could be a really, really cool moment if you're willing to go back and edit it? You might not. This is just spaghetti on the wall. What could be really cool is them having a reference. Maybe even him saying like, oh, I would ask you to dance, but there's not really any dancing places here. We can go see the hanging, get some drinks and stuff afterwards. Like making a reference he would ask her to dance if they had it. Right, and then he fucking dies, right? He's dead. And then here we'd have in the next chapter, Elias saying, oh, I would ask you to dance, da 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 da, and then he goes honkshu. And then she's not just thinking about the dances and with Elias, she's also thinking about the dance that this just recently dead guy had been asking her for. She would have two different guys that had just asked her to dance. And the recent trauma that kind of brings up, that's why she's kind of thinking about dancing, because those two deaths. You can do a callback? Yeah. That might be fun. That was just my little spaghetti on the wall, just a little idea. Because I was like, oh yeah, she has had like a really recent thing of like some dude was like trying to be cutesy and ask her out and ask her to this little date thing. And then he got fucking, right? He's I doubt he's even resting 6 feet under. I don't think they probably buried him. He's decomposing. He's decomposing with the flowers now. And then this other, zoinked out of his mind dude who's just like waking up. Speaking in a weird way she doesn't understand. It's just like, oh yeah, like I would ask you to do this cute little date thing too, and then she's just sitting there kind of like, uh-huh. This isn't dramatic at all. If you aren't the cryptid creature, you are... What cryptid would you be if you aren't me cryptid? If I was a different type of cryptid? There's a lot of really good ones. I guess it also depends on what you would define as a cryptid, really. If I could be... I think I'd almost want to say a jackalope. I think a jackalope would be really, really cool. I think maybe that one. But geez, maybe I also had to think about it a bit. Like being a lady moth, being a moth lady instead of moth man. That could be really fun. I'd also maybe all the hair though would bother me. Maybe all the bright lights would bother me. I don't know. What kind of life would I want to lead as a cryptid? I definitely think I'd want to be a cryptid that has like all four appendages. Like I wouldn't want to be Fresno Nightcrawler, even though Fresno Nightcrawler is like one of my favorites, and I think he's really unproblematic, and I really support Fresno Nightcrawler. But he doesn't have hands. What if I want to like pick something up? What if I want to type on a computer? What if I want to pick up a book? How am I supposed to do that if I was a Fresno Nightcrawler? Let's see. Oh, wait, am I behind on chat? Wanted to be German, but I do get nervous of making him a caricature. So making the accent stand out will be something I'd need to work on. These places to go and places to avoid in California. Creature whose existence is claimed but unproven by scientific consensus. They are defined by a lack of definitive physical evidence, relying instead on folklore, anecdotal eyewitness accounts, and blurry photos. They are the focus of cryptozoology. Yeah, that's right. There's a whole field of study. Not necessarily a legitimate form of study, but there's a whole field of study. That's one of the things too. One of the things when you get really, really into cryptid lore and cryptid culture and stuff, right, is being respectful of what you classify it. One of the old rules of thumb for defining a cryptid versus a creature of mythology, right? Because people will be like, oh, well, is a unicorn a cryptid? And at some points it was considered, because it was like, yeah, it's like a little make-believe animal that we don't have proof of yet. More recently, we don't classify it as a cryptid anymore, because we have this like slight distinction that's been going around of if a culture that isn't of a culture or group of people isn't actively believing, like physically, like not physically, legitimately believing that this creature as part of their culture exists, if that group of people isn't currently around anymore, then that creature is now part of mythology. It's a creature of myth. Because the group of people who believed in that are no longer here. So therefore it's gone to myths and legends. That would be like dragons and unicorns. The Europeans who genuinely believe, like, oh yeah, on the other side of that mountain, we can't go over there because there's a sleeping dragon. Right? That group of people doesn't necessarily around anymore. That kind of stuff, right? So we say that's myths and legends. Unicorns, dragons, that stuff. A lot of folklore, which you'll see this especially in a lot of places, like would you classify a kitsune now as a cryptid, with the understanding that there are still some Asian cultures where their grandparents, where their people are like, no, kitsunes are part of our religious part. They have a spiritual part with our religion. So we don't necessarily have that with a folklore thing. It's folklore and it's part of our religion. There's still people actively believing in it to some extent, right? Even if it's a religious bias. So we don't necessarily always classify them as cryptids. Wendigo is one of the ones currently going underneath that debate. A Wendigo was, for many, many, many years, classified underneath the thing of cryptids, because cryptids are things where we currently have real life, everyday people believing they saw something. And believing they have evidence, or if they didn't have evidence, like, no, dude, I totally saw it. I totally saw this weird, like, walking white pants thing going around. It's the Fresno Nightcrawler. I totally saw Jackalope. I totally saw Nessie. So it's a modern day group of people that actively believe they saw it. And since Native American tribes are still present day, we started putting a lot of Native American creatures into cryptid lore. Right? We started saying things like the Wendigo is a cryptid. But now there are some tribes stepping forward and being like, hey, it's starting to feel a little bit commercialized. It's starting to feel a little bit like made up and stuff. And some of our tribes still actively believe in things like the Wendigo. That's part of our mythology. That's part of our spiritual practices. That's part of our belief systems. We don't want it associated with cryptid lore anymore, because cryptid lores can kind of be like a little bit more made up compared to our religious basis over here, right? And so we're like, okay. So you'll see some newer books don't include Wendigos anymore. So there's like a, I don't know, there's been some changes in how you define cryptids now. It's a bit. Your computer froze. Welcome back. It was okay, I was just ranting about stuff. We've always had a unicorn. It's called a rhino. Most people are ready for that talk. They're just trying to beauty shame poor rhinos, and rhinos over there like, no, I'm beautiful. I'm over here. You guys just can't accept my standard of beauty. I love rhinos. We did Lion Country Safari before, and that's when like the animals can like walk around your car as you like slowly drive through the thing. And we got stopped by the rhinos, and the rhinos just kind of looking at our car being like, hey. There's all these warning signs before you go into that area where it's like, rhinos have the right of way. If you're trying to go to a place and a rhino's trying to go to that place, the rhino will win. Oh my god. Let's see. Well, he's 138 and he spent 117 of those years in America. He slips in German when he's tired, angry, or in pain. He also makes it a point to try and remember the language because, in his words, he might be the only one left that speaks it. Aww. When I was young, I wanted to be a cryptozoologist when I was young, but stuff happens and now I'm in business. Hey, you can always run a business based around cryptids. Look at us now. Look at Cryptid Roots now. I saw the greatest cryptid of all, aliens. So the Wendigos got kicked out. It just depends. Is it sad, or is it more like respecting some Native American traditions? You know what I mean? Is it being respectful to them? I don't think it's sad. And even then, like, some tribes are totally fine with it. It's not like it's a big hive mind, right? It's just some tribes are like about it. Some tribes are very against it. Some tribes are okay with it, and they like the attention and how parts of their culture are being resurfaced and made more modern for a wider audience. It just depends. So that's why, like, it's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's something that as cryptid lovers, as a group, as a community, we're always adapting, we're always adjusting those things. Who would win, 100-man or a rhino? For what I want, I'd want the rhino to win. I don't know if they would or not, but I'm just saying I'd want the rhino to win. I'd easily sacrifice 100 men, any random 100 men, for any rhino. 100%. I'd go in there and help kill the men for the rhino. Oh no. Your Chips Ahoy, making I want to eat it, but then I hope he's sad it's gone. Oh no. But yeah, that is the end of that. That was my couple little helpful hints and suggestions. It was mostly just a lot of like spelling, like little typos when you transferred it over. And then some minor like sentence level structure stuff. Like, oh, I've like rephrased this one sentence to make it stand out. And then the only bigger suggestion I had was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was a parallel from chapter 1 to this chapter of something with the dance, something with the little date night between these two different guys. But unless there's anything else you specifically want to ask about Hide and Heart, because I know you were asking things like, oh yeah, how did these characters come across? That Elias will actually be the love interest, rather than, I think, Gabe. Yeah, I think Gabe's the other one. Gabe's the red herring. You don't think rhinos are aggressive enough to defend themselves? Wendigos aren't so sad to go from the cryptid list, but at least it was fun to have them. It was. The original, way back in early concept stuff for the cryptid model was more heavily based on the Wendigo, but then there was a lot more talk about that, a lot of discussions when I was looking it up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I actually don't want to like step on any toes or claim like too many Native American stuff for this fun little bit of being a silly blooba on screen, right? So that was the pivot, and just being more general deer themed with the not deer, because the not deer is also one of my favorite cryptids, right? I love jackalopes, I love Fresno Nightcrawler, I love the not deer. Oh my god, I consume any media I can with the not deer. Wait, what? I came from Mayans. So the whole marked convo was originally with Gabe, but I changed it to Elias, so Elias and her got more talk time earlier. Good. What if deer had fingers? Like on the end, or like they had separate limbs that had fingers? Like they have all four, like 1, 2, 3, 4 deer legs, and then they have separate limbs that have fingers? Or are you asking if all the deer limbs, the 1, 2, 3, 4, end in fingers? Had. Hooves that come off and fingers underneath? Creep. Isn't there like a little cartoon gif of that? But also creepy. Yeah, like the freak deer from Adventure Time. Yeah, creepy. I was gonna say, like, there's a little image of that. Spooky, don't like it. Not the good kind of spooky. Oh my god. So let's see. I definitely think, yeah, having this little earlier bit with Elias, especially if this wasn't originally supposed to be Elias, if this had been Gabe's, I could definitely be like, oh no, I definitely think the readers will assume Gabe's gonna be the love interest, right? That it wouldn't be so much as a red herring, so much as like a rug pull moment if Gabe ended up not being it. Now, this is only chapter 2, and normally, like, we kind of fall in love with the love interest character over time. It's not a bad thing that we don't immediately like him. But from a little gut check point of view, by chapter 2, I'm kind of like not really sure if, like, Eliza, he's out on opium, he's waking up, he's cranky, he's just answering stuff because he's like, yeah, whatever. He's saying things offhandedly, and then he's honk shoeing back out, right? He's not, like, super lovable yet. I'm not, like, salivating over Elias yet. Between Gabe, who kind of has the enemies to lovers type vibe, and Elias, who's just kind of honk shoeing from the drugs. I, as a reader, am currently liking Gabe more, Now, is that bad? No, because you're saying you were going for a red herring. You were going for a red herring. But just to give you that feedback from a reader at this point in time with chapter 2. That is the current feedback. It's totally possible to, as the chapters keep unfolding, we're like, oh yeah, actually Elias is the greatest thing ever. We all love Elias. These wait, what's happening? What's happening? I'm chatting? Help me, bot. Damn it, I'm good failure. Oh, wait, okay. Delete. Yeah? Okay, wait. Sorry, I was checking stuff in the Discord real quick. All over. Okay, I'm just checking anything else. Okay, but I see it here too. Limit access. Stop direct content, limit what they view, block. No, wait, that's not right. Wait a second, I think I need roots. Wait. You can ban them and remove all messages they sent in the last 24 hours. Yeah. Hold on. Oh wait, someone's coming out real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna mute real quick. Wait, what's that? Okay, come back. Sorry, somebody was coming out. They were asking to talk to me real quick. It was mom and papa picked up. Let's see. He changed the display name? Wait, what? Let's see. But anyway, yeah, it's being dealt with. We all got it. Thank you guys for letting me know. Normally, again, I don't check the Discord too much while I'm streaming, other than to pull up the next story, so I wouldn't have realized until after the stream was over. So thank you guys. But yeah, Roots is on the job. Bot vanquished. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. One of a very helpful raccoon had already been like giving us ideas and giving us like the step-by-steps for how to like keep this stuff from happening. But I was like, okay, like we're still growing. I still have time to implement those measures, right? I still have time to do all that stuff. And like, holy crap, around the 240-ish mark. That's when more and more of these bad actors and spammers start calling out. Ah. Roots backwards is store, meaning we should all go to the store and steal their stuff? Well, you said it. I guess the facts are the facts. You know what I mean? If that's the truth, oh, okay, I'm sorry, Roots, you're gonna have to take all your stuff. It's a really good thing that they're probably not in the stream right now. Otherwise, they'd be like, what? That's so funny. Facts don't care about the laws. Yeah, well, we're raccoons. Raccoons don't care about laws. There's no laws for raccoons. Especially the liquor store. There was already one of us in there. Oh no, my poor raccoon. You guys need to learn like self-control when it comes to alcohol as little raccoons. That's what you guys need to learn. Oh, so let's see. Zoe wrote something. Let's see. Oh, Hyan said something that you're hoping to work on in the next 2 chapters. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, like, I was letting you know that like, the update here, it's not a bad thing, but I was just making you self-aware. But yeah, if that changes in the next few chapters, then all the better. Sounds Gouda. The guy says, D&D campaign idea. You are a cryptid collector or hunter trying to find cryptids to collect for your organization, which helps create a dome habitat for cryptids, so no normal people would see or be victims of said cryptids. Well, what if they don't have victims? Like Fresno Nightcrawler's unproblematic. He's a great icon. So Pokemon. Cryptidmon. Gotta catch 'em all. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't like it. I would actually like low-key be super cool with a cryptid version of Pokemon. That'd be great. The liquor store? I licked it so the booze is mine. Oh. I like it. I like it. My raccoons have such good ideas. I wish that only worked at stores. Like, hey, yeah, if I go into a store, if I lick it, it's mine now, right? I don't have to pay for it. It's just mine. Gotta prove them all. Oh my god. You don't use cryptid against cryptids? Oh, you're just out there. Listen, if you can't manually wrestle with Mothman, then you don't deserve to capture him. Just you hands and baby guns. I think if you gave somebody a gun, but then also gave them the option to, like, manually wrestle with Mothman, I mean, come on. Who's gonna choose the gun? That'd be so funny. In the meantime, everyone say goodbye to the green screen. This is so fun. Goodbye to the green. This is great. I really like the green, though. I'll have to keep this in mind for the future. How do we feel compared to the green? The black and gray weave screen. If the model would focus. Model. What aren't you doing? What are you doing? All hail. Goodbye, green. Hell, darkness. Well, one, my model. Why are you acting up real quick? Why are you acting up? Model? There we go. Are you working now? Why were you acting up earlier? VTube Studio, why were you giving me grief? Can you guys believe VTube Studio is giving me sass? I gotta fix all my tabs. You glad that the link worked? You write an ellipsis and I've been transferring to Google Docs. But since it works, it will be my go-to. Nice, nice. Hello, Zathara, it's good to see you. You may go make yours green now? It was really pretty looking, that's all I'm saying. Sorry for the darkness. Merp. So is Merp a different vibe compared to Meep? What's the vibe difference between Merp versus Meep? How we all feel in chat? When are you guys gonna use a Meep versus a Merp? What situations? You guys gotta help me out here. I'm behind on my Meep language skills. And for religious people who don't spend much money. What do you call a movie about a guy who makes a band from religious people who don't spend much money? I don't know. What do you call it? Let me go into the Discord vote. Now that we're back over here, now that everything's all tidied up. That was Heidenheart. I can get you out of the queue. Delete message. Alvin and the Cheap Monks? No, you fiend. Oh no, get out of here, boo them, boo. Meep. Okay, Meep is the Roadrunner. Okay. Meep's the Roadrunner. Meep, Lagast, how dare you miss Meep? Meepage class? Oh no. Oh no. Is this what we need to do? Do we need to put like the little subtext underneath each Meep? Merp is the cross between Meep and Derp? Okay, wait, I do know Derp. I know Derp. I'm fluent in the Derp. Okay, I know Derp. So Merp is between Meep and Derp. Okay. You think you set it up right? So let's see. Who are we doing? Who are we doing next? I got distracted again. Who are we doing next? I think I need a better roll call system. I thought... Yes, we do. You know someone whose initials are derp? Oh, that's so sad. Let's see. I think... Oh my god, who had the Pokemon story that we didn't finish the other day? The Pokemon fanfic. That's Lambda? Am I right? Am I remembering all my raccoons right? That's Lambda. Let's see if Lambda's still here. If Lambda's still here, we can finish theirs, because we only did part 1 of theirs. And I want to at least do, like, part 2. It depends on how much. Your initials are Cell. I'm Salt in French. That means you're salty. My ex's initials were roleplay, so was my dad's ex-wife. Oh, that's a funny little trend. That's a funny little weird thing. Let's see. I'm seeing Lambda. Alright, who else is here? Galactic Honey. We just saw you. The guy whose initials were fat, and yes, you. That's so. Oh no. I would never like my initials to be like an insult or something. That would be so mean. I definitely think parents have to like double check not just the names they're choosing, but like the initials. Because, like, yeah, you could accidentally be mean like that. My ex were a Rebecca. They even had the same first name? Oh my god, that's crazy. Let's see. Galactic Honey. How dare the spammer touch the desk without an appointment? We will put them in the news now. Yeah, make them like a gross slug or something. Gross slug trying to start shit in the raccoon newsroom. We can't let them be something cool like a possum or something, right? We don't want to give them a cool one, but is a slug too cool for them too? I don't know. I don't know. We had to make something that's not cool. It had to be something not cool. Orthodox taking a break. Let's see. Bobakiss was, but I think Bobakiss is gone now. Mission Impossible. Slugs are cool. Little sluggy dudes. Okay, see, I was about to say, like, as soon as I said, I'm like, there's gonna be someone who's a fan of slugs. Who's like gonna be like, no, don't do it. Make them a mosquito. No, Bobakiss is here. Okay, hi, Bobakiss. Do you want yours next? We could do Bobakiss next. So let's see. Story submissions. I can start loading up Bobakiss. So I didn't hear from Lambda for a little bit there. Do that. Minimize this. Yish. The trash cleaners? It should be a trash cleaner? Oh my goodness. You guys are having some good ideas. I gotta rework the screen. Hold on. And then I gotta fix whose story it's by. It's by Bobakiss. Bobakiss. There's a Bobakiss with an underscore. Yes. Can't forget the underscore. There we go. Somehow feel great after that read, and also more nervous. I don't ever want you guys to feel nervous. I know it is nerve-wracking doing a critique. I would feel the same way, you know, like, it happens. It was nerve-wracking doing my rough drafts live on stream and just coming up with stuff. And then people, like, asking me questions or pointing out plot holes and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know yet, it's just a rough draft. But it was definitely, like, the more you do it, the better you get at it. It definitely was, it definitely helped after I did it for 30 days. Oh my god. Red Race is currently undergoing a major rework, so I wonder if afterwards we should continue from where we left off, or if we should start over. The story itself is not changing, only the phrasing. We could if you want. It's whatever works. Again, it's just an online, like, writing critique group, right? And people do that all the time, where, like, they get feedback from a little chunk of it, and then they reworked it, right? They did another point of view, they did a voice change, the dialogue is different, something different, and then they resubmit that piece to get feedback on the new version. What if you don't like my Elias? Well, then one, it's an important thing, right? As a writer, right? Writer to writer here. One, it will then be an important thing to realize, like, is Cryptid, is me, is the little booba here, is Cryptid your target audience? I might not be, right? I'm sometimes very picky. I like a particular love interest. The people you're writing for, the audience you're writing for, might like a different love interest. They might like a character like Elias, and that's just different points of view, different demographics, and you can't please every single demographic under the sun, right? It just might be a fact that you have to realize, like, oh wait, the advice Cryptid is giving me doesn't apply. She's not in the target demographic. It can't work here. I can't just make everything right for Cryptid and expect it to be good. Cryptid might have the wrong opinions about this. The other thing is, right, let's say I am the target demographic and I do have some issues about it. Let's say you're like, no, Cryptid is the right target audience. She's giving me good feedback. I realize what she's saying. These are some errors I have to work on. Well, then, phew, now you know what those errors are. Now you can fix it. It's really, as much as I hate to say it, because trust me, as a writer, I hate to do it too. The only thing separating you from doing this fix it is more work. And you've already done the work to make the first story and to do all these edits and drafts. So then just to go back and realize something's off, something is off with a character, something's off in a plot hole, whatever it is, it's just more work. You can always fix it, it's just more work. And hey, you've already done so much work. I think you're capable of it. So those are the two different paths you have to be. Like, is Cryptid's critique valid? Then I just had to work to fix it. If it's not valid, then like, oh, okay, I'll just ignore what she said because she's not the target audience. Those are the two different little things to keep in mind. You blur your draft on stream? You're a coward? Then what are you streaming on yours? So you're not showing the draft. Are you just like hanging out for the vibes and you're just talking with your chat? Whenever I hear Cryptid say Bobicus's name, I always hear Bippity Bobicus do. Cinderella's fairy godmother. Bippity Bobicus boo. That almost sounds like a cute little pet name. Oh my god. I'll step off my box now and let Bobicus have the stage. Yeah, poor Bobicus is like, excuse me, I thought we were starting my thing now. Cryptid, focus. We were like all the way on early 40s, right? Early 40s. Let's see. That's right. So some people were attacking them. Let's see. Wallakaboola, mantrikaboola, bippity boppity boo. I'm glad you actually remember the words. I was just like a little kid. I was like, bippity boppity boo. I think as a kid, I actually liked the mice song where they were singing about Cinderella. That was like one of my favorite songs as a kid from that movie. I really like the Cinderella song. Yes, you do sprints and chat, and I am showing my word count, but you're too scared to be perceived as I type. And that was the big thing with the, to use an example of the we screen here, I was like, no, that the big thing I want to do with it was like, listen, it can be the worst trash ever. I was making a shitty rough draft. I was very self-clear about that every single stream and every time there was a new person in. I was like, this is a shitty draft. It's meant to, you can do that. You don't need to make a perfect draft. All the perfect stuff comes later, comes after the revisions and the redrafting and the fixing stuff. That all happens later. You never have to write like it's the masterpiece right off the bat. You never had to write like this as a first draft where it's like all pretty and all the pretty words. You could just write shit. You can just write shit like, I don't know what the intro is, so we're gonna skip it. I'm gonna start over here in chapter 2. This main character, bitch, has no name yet. She's gonna be over here. She's already killed her dad. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe chapter 2 opens with her killing her dad. Her dad is a stupid hoe with no name. No name is the family name. And you can just like stream of consciousness write this shitty rough draft, right? And I was like showing that. I'm like, yeah, whatever gets the idea out. I can choose the pretty words later. I can fix this later. That's always within my power. But you can't fix something unless you get that first shitty version done. You need that rough outline first. Never actually seen the movie, you just know the song? That's so weird. Your writing goals are just 500 words? Yep. See, nice. And you do it like every week, right? One of the characters in Red Waves actually did murder their dad. That's actually not revealed until the second book. Everyone, listen, if you have dad issues, it's just because you haven't murdered them yet. That's all. Listen. Murder is a solution. It might not be the solution you want. It might not even be a legal solution. I'm just saying it technically is a solution. It might even be a bad solution. Why do I just see a clip come up right after I was talking about that? Oh no. Alcohol is also a solution, yep. See, it's a bad solution. It's a solution you shouldn't choose, but man, it's a solution. Unless you're talking about, like, for theater, for airing out some of those costumes between shows, and you need to be a little bit less stinky between shows, alcohol's then I think they use vodka a lot. That's a great solution. I mean, scientifically. Oh! Yeah, I meant that too! Yep, we're all in agreement. Don't you guys worry. This is why all my raccoons go to the alcohol store. The clip archive is slowly growing. So two people had attacked their group. They had fended them off. Let's see. And now they're going to go to Hanatel. See if we can't get them put in solitary. Two of our attackers carry the unconscious man, and the fourth drips blood as he walks. They don't tell us Cray sent them, but they don't deny it either. That's right. So now we're getting the sense of, like, yeah, Cray is actively escalating. He's escalating. He's going further and further and further, trying to quote-unquote put these people in their place, as Cray's intending to do. Murder is never the answer, no, but it is a question, and the answer is yes. I sit with Hanatel now, enjoying the first cup of wine I've had in 2 months. I know, objectively, this is a low-quality wine. Too sour, too dry. But it tastes like heaven, smooth and delicate on my tongue. He's emptied half his wineskin for me, and I do not want to seem ungrateful, or make him suspicious that I was unwilling to have my tongue loosened. I just want to make sure no one's going to get hurt. Especially not me. We've been there for each other, haven't we, Anon? You want your Uzu now? Oh. I actually did stock up on booze today. I played Dark Souls as a drinking game. Oh no. Taking a break for the moment, but in a while, probably next month, you're starting the New Game Plus. It took me so long as like a nerd, like a lame little blue person who's not used to online stuff too much. I was like, I've seen like NG Plus before with some other games, and I was always like, what? Like little grandma glasses. Someone mentally put little grandma glasses on my model right now and be like, huh? What? What are the young kids? What's this NG Plus? What's this new game everyone's playing called NG Plus? What is that? Roots. What's NG Plus? Why doesn't it have a normal name? What's NG Plus mean? And they were saying like, oh yeah, it's like a new Game Plus thing. And I was like, is that a new game station? Is that like the PlayStation or the Wii? Which is all the whippersnappers are up to these days? Oh, it took me a long time to figure out, one, that it was New Game Plus, and then two, what New Game Plus was. Oh, glasses. Oh no. Oh dear. You hate the taste of alcohol, but you are partial to the effects. No one's going to die. I did not need to tell him that. That admitted so much more than I meant it to. I'm glad, Anon. And you don't need to tell me exactly what's going to happen. But I would appreciate it if I knew some steps to protect myself. No, I don't know, Anon. Don't trust Hanatel. Don't do it. Welcome back, Grandma Cryptid. God damn it. It's Grandma Cryptid. Oh. No clue why Echo doesn't trigger me. Wow. But yeah, I managed to finish your first playthrough this month. All bosses too. I will not be playing the DLC again. Do I tell him not to eat the stew? No, that gives the whole game away. I take a drink. I just worry about what Cray will do after the whole plan fails. We know you're planning on poisoning the guards. I cough, almost choking on the wine. Damn his eyes, he waited until I was taking a drink. How much do you know exactly? Look, Anon, we're on the same side, but neither of us can control what the other guards tell Cray. I promise I won't leak a single thing that you say here, but I need to know. I wipe my mouth and sigh. I can't even look Hanatel in the eyes right now. I need to know, because I need to know I can trust you. If I can't trust you, I have to put my faith in Cray, and that means telling him about what Philip of Naran gave you. His name is Stu. He's the supervisor. Wait, someone else. That's add that to the roster of raccoons. Someone had that. There's gonna officially be a Stu, a raccoon named Stu, and he's gonna be the supervisor. Please, someone add that. Hi, Casper. It's good to see you. I think that'll be a great raccoon. A little raccoon named Stu. I meet Hanatel's eyes. His face is a mask of concern. But who knows what cruelty lies beneath? You can trust me, Hanatel. Then tell me how to be safe. I don't want to get poisoned. I try to fall back on what I've already revealed. Like I said, no one has to die. That's not good enough, Anon. I'm the one who delivered Philip of Naran to you. I want Cray gone as much as you do. We can work together. All you have to do is trust me the way I trust you. I know you'll do the right thing. He puts his hand on my shoulder gently, then withdraws it as though afraid of hurting me. I'm not sure who I'm betraying more. My allies in the prison or Hanatel. Can't take it. Yeah, see, this is always the tough place Anon is placed between. He has two different people multiple times that he's placed between two different sides. And then he's always kind of put into the, like, which one's the right one? Choose now. Which one's the right one? And we now know historically he's sometimes chosen, even when he has chosen the quote-unquote right side, it's always come too late. So it's just like, oh, it's this cool repeating theme here. He always has to keep choosing sides, and sometimes he chooses the wrong side, and even when he chooses the right side, it doesn't work out. So it's very interesting so far. He's in this position again between Hanatel, but Hanatel could betray him to the other guards, or betraying Hanatel and not giving him stuff. Like, oh, it's hard because even I don't even necessarily know the right choice yet. I can't take it. We are planning on poisoning the stew. It won't hurt anybody. Just knock them out. The way Yo was a few days ago. Yeah, I figured that. I need to know who and when. Gweth. On his cook day. Hanatel sits back and thinks for a moment. Rumor has it that Sir Salamar's coming with a new batch of bark in 5 days. Here's what's going to happen. You are not going to go forward with your scheme. You're going to go into hiding for 5 days, so that Cray cannot kill you. I've prepared a place for you in the warden's cell. What? Oh, thank you for the hydrated hydrate. What's up? Look at I has my Kitsune character and then going, and that would upstage Barry. Here's your sippy. I was focused. I just took a sippy. I have prepared a place for you in the warden's cell. Gweth, Yo, and Talus will be put into solitary on suspicion of hiding you or allowing you to escape, so they cannot commit the scheme in your absence. I sit back in shock. I can't do anything about this. He knows too much. He has all the power here, and I'm caught in his web. You will go to Sir Salamar. Get back in his good graces. and save us all from Cray. Is that understood? It's called a tease. It was all from Cray. Is that understood? My mouth is still gaping, but I manage a nod. Never trust a guard. And what a change for Anon here. Our main character's name is Anon. A-N-A-N. From the beginning, when he is transporting the prisoners, and he thinks so lowly of the prisoners, and he gets so upset, and he views them so lowly, so beneath him for ignoring orders, for trying to escape, for not knowing their place. And now here he is. He's put in this position multiple times, and now he's seeing corrupt guards mistreating him, guards endangering them, guards being cruel. And now he has this new change of like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have ever trusted a guard. What an interesting character arc for Anon to go through this experience. In the early hours of the next morning, Hanatao leads me into the inner fort on the back of a mule, disguising me as sacks of food. I will be shoved into the warden's relatively spacious cell under a collection of loose rags for the next 4 days, only emerging at night to use the latrine and eat small meals. The warden and I do not speak. It would be fatal for both of us if I were to be discovered. He seems well, and somehow his nose is still red with drink. If he has access to his alcohol supplies in his captivity, I do not see it, nor does he offer me any. Yeah. You know how to bless and you're not afraid to. Oh, please, no blessing. No blessing from Chatty Matty. That's dangerous. I like this detail with the warden. In the early morning of the 5th day, I grow anxious with the sound of bull roars, drums, death whistles, chants. The orcs are come again, and Hanatao has not fetched me. I dare not stir from my rags, but I whisper to Warden Pollock. If Sir Salamar has come, I should not be here. You're not gonna go forward your scheme. And then we need to have him meet Sir Salamar. Hi, King Cal. No blessing from Maddie. But she has been granted its love along with his mercy. Warden Pollock shushes me and says, if Sir Salamar has come, we will have another chat. You will have your time with him. Now quiet. I've grown tired of your incessant chatter over these last 5 days. His smile flashes white even in the early morning darkness, and I stifle a laugh. You are the barrier and cursor, and Sir Chatty Matty is the blesser. Such interesting roles on my raccoon set. But, I mean, yes, that is correct. You caught yourself there. Oh no. Sir Salamar is not long in arriving. He and the warden make idle conversation over a bottle of Gallo for a little while. I don't know if I said that right. Their legs cramped beneath a small desk. Curtains hang in the room, though none block the guard's potential view of his cell. The warden says, I regret to inform you of a bit of indiscipline in your camp concerning Anon. Yes, Cray was telling me that I should have my orcs pay close attention to the river. Cray believes he has escaped? Sir Salamar leans forward. No such worries there, old friend. He's still in the camp, hiding from Cray. There are those among the guards who believe that Cray still intends to murder Anon after that botched execution. You're just the peanut gallery commenting but offering nothing of insight. Blah, blah, blah. Me and Maddie are the yin and yang, and Cryptid is it's the ref. Or it's just the yo. Yin Yang Yo is a show. Oh, okay. I don't know what show that is. Is it a good show? I need more human shows to watch and catch up with my references. Botched execution. Oh, did Cray not tell you? Anon was ordered to grind gohi after the death of Pado by the bark. He survived by means of a special ingredient. Quite clever, really. Go on. Sir Salamar's lips are thin, his expression grim. I suppose, then, that Cray did not tell you there was one in the camp that knew how to grind bark. I don't mean to put too fine a point on this, but does that not seem disloyal? The whole of your plan hinges on the brewing of the poison, does it not? Warden Pollock dangles his arm loosely and swirls his cup. I will decide for myself what my men's loyalties are. You pretend at knowledge you do not possess. I just want to know Anon will be safe, protected from Cray. That was his price, you see. It's a great show, and there's no human in the show. Oh. His price? For me to tell you the ingredient. You have my word. You've broken your word before. You've broken oaths. Sir Salamar puts his palms up as though proclaiming innocence. Only to the false gods of Gar. Then what do you value? Now that we can finally be open and honest with one another. The God Shadow is a sacred place. Then swear an oath on it. So yeah, this one again, I'm like forcing myself to really pay attention for this back and forth. To keep track of who's saying who. So this is another section I would break up and have some more of those descriptions here. Just to help break it up a little bit. I think you can go back and forth for like 2-3 lines, but then break it up a smidge. Just so we can clarify who's talking and we don't get too lost. Sir Salamar thinks for a moment, then places his right hand on the table. I swear by the forgotten gods, the dead god, and the God Shadow, that I will not let Anon come to harm, so long as it is in my power. I mislike the caveat. You are too suspicious. I consider Cray to be in my power at the moment. Warden Pollock drums his fingers on the table and calls to me. Anon, anything you want to add? I freeze for a moment, but the warden beckons to me. I emerge from my rags. I approach and fall to my knees in front of Sir Salamar. I am warning, so this is just a pile of rags. It has to be a pretty big pile of rags to be hiding Anon. Anon's not like a... He's like a powerful person who's like riding around the back of guns. I don't think Anon's been like a skinny itty bitty little twink this whole time. I don't think he's like a 3-foot tall little twink or something. If that has happened and I missed that, I'm so sorry. But I think like Anon's like a grown man. He's like a grown man. At least even if he's a younger grown man, he's still a grown man. So this is a pretty big pile of rags. I'm wondering if he is being fully covered. How is he seeing some of these details? He's peeking through the rags, but then I'd almost be worried like, oh god, somebody's seeing that. Somebody's seeing that eyeball. You're a 5'4" skinny twink, rude. Oh my god. It's a great show, and there's no human show. Queen Elizabeth is a cryptid? Hashtags. Maybe that could be the new articles series in the News Raccoon. Raccoon Channel 6 News is different raccoons theorizing over who's a cryptid. Who's a human, who's a cryptid, and who's a raccoon. Oh my god. That could be funny. So let's see here. But yeah, I think maybe clarifying how is he hiding in these rags and peeking his eyeball out. If he is being fully covered, and he's not sticking his little Anon eyeballs out watching all this stuff, then maybe he wouldn't notice the beckoning, and and instead the warden would have to go like, oh hey, Anon, seriously, get out here. You'd have to say something, you have to be like, yes, I'm serious, get out here. I think he can still keep the rags, but he might... What would it be? I don't know. I approach and fall to my knees in front of Sir Salamar. Sir Salamar reaches out to touch my shoulder. Hold, Anon. If you wish to apologize for your errors, it must be done publicly. No need for wasted words now. Then allow me to simply breathe a sigh of relief to see your fair and just visage again, Sir Salamar. He smiles, indulging me, and says, this flattery is unnecessary. I understand you've been having trouble with Cray. Come forth, make your apologies before the rabble, and I'll make it known that you are loved and under my protection. Gladly, though I wonder, should I call you Rakti now? Being carried by a 16-year-old. Oh no. Some 16-year-olds are swole. I knew several people in high school who were in the wrestling club. Like I don't think it was called a club, but like the wrestling team. There's something in your eyes. Why must it be like this? Oh no. Sir Salamar laughs. You are asking a deeper question than you think. Rakti was my name once, and it shall be again someday. But today is not that day. I have not earned my place in Montretor yet. Who decides when you are Rakti again? Why, the forgotten gods, of course. You may be mad, I suppose, but I am glad to be by his side again. The story of Anon the disappeared, Anon the escaped, has spread through the prison. When they see the orcs part way for Sir Salamar and me, a clamor rushes through the crowd. Cray turns to another guard, hissing his rage into his confidant's ear with a snarling face. In middle school, this kid was built like a brick shit house, just pure muscle, but short and stocky. Wonder what happened to him. He's eating bricks. He's tearing down those brick houses one by one, eating the bricks to grow stronger. That's what they're doing. Cheese or bees? Chabees. Yes, of course, chabees. Is this the thing when you like do the bees question mark? And then the raiders like, you got it, you ordered the bees. And then you're like, wait, no. And like the ominous buzzing underneath like a platter. Sir Salamar leads me to a small hill with short-cut grass. 3 carts of gohi bark planks reveal themselves in the distance. The orcs cheer to see us and sing a song of victory. I'm going to promise my fealty to Sir Salamar shortly, and to his orcs as well. I will not sneer in hatred and disgust for these orcs, these mockeries of men. Those cheese-born bees at you. Oh my god. Cheese-born bees. Bees born from cheese? I didn't know that was an option. Is that an option? Bees are all over the place, so fucking maybe. Bees are everywhere. Shouldn't think that way. But does Sir Salamar's compact make it any less true? This one's a... These mockeries of men. Shouldn't think that way. I know this is a partial sentence. I'm not a huge fan of the partial sentence here. I almost wish it would be. I shouldn't think that way. I don't know. I would reword this one slightly. But does Sir Salamar's compact make it any less true? Whatever my thoughts, I can at least show respect. Be disciplined. That is Penty. I follow where Sir Salamar directs and go down on my knees. I place my hands on my forehead in the wildman's show of surrender. A gesture that will be understood by orc and man. This is going to be Mr. and Miss B one day soon. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's cute. Maybe you can get honey-tasted Coke if you just use Coke for their thing. I know I heard it's a thing. Oh. So for remembering what cupola is? Sir Salamar lowers my hands to my chest and presses them flat. Speak. There is no tradition of the squire's apology to his knight. I do not have the rhetoric of practiced ceremony to guide me. My words must come from the heart, as inadequate an organ as that is in me. It is not my first encounter with an animate, where my father taught me the words to speak that would bolster my courage and still my fears. It is not my first connection to such a beast, where even my thoughts were put in order before the moment of truth. I have not trained for this, and I am scared and I am small, and that will make it all the more true. Order before the moment of truth. This paragraph here, this little mini one, almost like it made me pause for a second here. This one, I guess you're doing the little flashback to earlier moments when he was scared and small and had to like kind of go from the gut to kind of say things even when he was still scared. Maybe reword it a little bit, because saying like, okay, like we're in this scene with Sir Salamar, we're about to do this apology, he's dreading this apology, he doesn't know what to say, and then we go back to, it is not my first encounter with an animate, and I'm like, wait, what happened here? So I think it just saying that it is not is what's throwing it off. It's like a negative. Rabbit and the word came to me out of nowhere. Dome-like structure on the roof of a building. Oh. So maybe even rewording it to just being like, in my first encounter with an animate, my father taught me the words to speak that would bolster my courage and still my fears. Like, I don't know, there's something about this one paragraph, it's just throwing me off a smidge. I have not trained for this, and I am scared and I am small, and that will make it all the more true. I kneel before you and before this crowd today to offer my sincerest apology. I was a squire to Sir Salamar, and a betrayer of him. I put my duty to guard before my duty to my lord. I wrapped him in chains and forsaked his trust. Justice and dignity prevailed upon us, however, and he escaped and I was bound. Heed my words, O followers of Sir Salamar, that you will give him his due. You will give of yourselves as you are capable. In word and in deed, you shall show your fealty. Merciful and magnanimous is he to have forgiven my transgressions thus. He will raise up the deserving and bring low the villainous. So heed that ye might know your master. Sir Salamar raises me to my feet, and I shout. Sir Salamar, our leader. Sir Salamar, uniter of man and orc. Sir Salamar of Montretor, first of the God Shadow. He grips me by the shoulder and shakes me manfully. A smattering of guards give half-mumbled shouts of "Hear, hear," and I almost, when Sir Salamar raises me to my feet and I shout, I almost want to know what Sir Salamar's face is like. Is he keeping it really carefully controlled and not revealing anything? Is he looking like he believes Anon? Is he looking almost a little like distrustful still, and Anon's like, oh shit, like I had to keep going, like I haven't won him over yet. I want as I read, I want a little sneak peek here. What is Sir Salamar looking like? What's the vibe? Sir Salamar, but also the fact that only a smattering of guards give these mumbled shouts, right? It doesn't seem like they're Anon's claiming fealty. It seems like the other guards might not be #1 fans of Sir Salamar. I'm just saying, like, ooh, that's interesting. They're not as brainwashed as we thought to be following Sir Salamar. That's interesting. Sir Salamar steps forward and says, "This is Anon Lesty, and he is dear to me. Let all know that if any harm comes to him, my wrath will be swift and furious. For his service, for his contrition, and for his fealty, I am assigning him the position of brewmaster." Brewmaster. For the next few weeks, the camp will be brewing the gohi bark. I understand there has already been a death associated with the process. It will be Anon's responsibility to see that the loss of life is minimized. Look to him for your safety when you are assigned to brew the humor of gohi. You all are dear to me as well, and I would not ask this of you if it were not necessary. This is strange news to me. It will keep me safe from Cray, I am sure, but I did not ask to be made responsible for so many lives. The weight is already heavy on my shoulders. He pauses. I understand that the last 2 months have been difficult. We are building something grand here in the God Shadow, and you will be the agents of your own liberation soon enough. After the brew is made, I promise a return to full rations. I promise the liberations of those who can return to Gar, and the end of Camp Wash as a work camp and prison. The crowd erupts into cacophony. Philip of Naran steps forward, drawing the attention of the guards at the front of the crowd. Liberation? You speak of liberation? Cray moves to intercept Philip, but Sir Salamar raises a hand and beckons to his interlocutor. I don't know if I said that right, my bad. The guards part, then the orcs, and Philip walks the hill. Sir Salamar gives a slight bow. The boogeyman of Gar, who promised salvation but led so many to disaster. Welcome, Philip of Naran. It is a pleasure, Sir Salamar. Regardless of whether you are my captor or my liberator, if you mean half of what you say, I must have a word with you. Sir Salamar smiles. Then walk with me to the inner fort. Then walk with me in the inner fort. Cray, will you join us as well? I go to Hanatel as the crowd disperses, taking the long way around to avoid the orcs. I don't mean any disrespect to them. I simply worry about what might happen if I were to look at one of them wrong, or bump into them accidentally. I think he's still a little bit... He's still a little disrespectful of the orcs. He's still a little... He looks down on... He just a few paragraphs ago, still called them mockeries of men, right? He's still a little... He hasn't learned too much about being nice, genuinely nice to the orcs. If there's a soda in it, what would it be called? I don't know about that. I don't want to do too many like coon references, you know what I mean? Instead of like full raccoon. Because it is like an older slur. So I'm like, is that like too close? Is that too close? I don't know. That one might be towing the line a little bit. Coca-Cola? Maybe that's a better phrasing of it. What's some other sodas we like? There's coffee. There's other sodas we like, and I said coffee. I meant other drinks we like. There's coffee. There's milk. There's what's something that? Oh my god, Red Bull. Something giving like a raccoon Red Bull. That would be insane. I just want to know what the raccoon would do. Trash cola. That's true. Dr. Racooper? Dr. Pepper Racooper? Red Raccoon! Red Raccoon! I love the idea of a Red Raccoon. Like, yeah, it's literally, they're all the same brands, like in the stores in the post-apocalypse. They just have these little, like, stickers and post-it notes and Sharpie markers on them. Just being relabeled. Raccoon Dew. Root Spear! Oh wait, Roots would actually really fucking like that one. Cryptid Energy. These are all good names. Raccoon Dew sounds so bad. To be fair, Mountain Dew is so bad. I say this as a Red Mountain Dew drinker. Instead of Pepsi, it's Crispy. Crispy. Cripsy. I can't even say it. Oh, instead of Pepsi, it's Crispy. Cripsy. Oh no. Root Spear, that's gonna be great. But yeah, so I don't know if I don't mean any disrespect to them. I think it's still a little disrespectful. Anon, we love you, baby boy. But Anon, I think you're still being a little disrespectful. You're just pretending otherwise. Let's see. But yeah. But maybe being worried what would happen if you were to look at them wrong or bump into them accidentally. That's valid. That's valid. What? Come on, he's still being a little disrespectful. That's what makes him a full character, though, right? Like, he still has these biases. He still has these positives and negatives about him. That's what makes him a fully fleshed out character. But part of it is also, right, he's just pretending to be more tolerant and swearing fealty to the orcs, right? So I think he's still a little disrespectful. I would get rid of that part, unless there's a character arc that I missed. Enjoy the crisp, refreshing taste of an ice-cold Cripsy on a summer's day. Do y'all have panda pops over there? What's a panda pop? That sounds so cute. It's like a little ice cream pop, but it's like in the shape of a panda. Fruit Summer? What's that based off of? Hanatel regards me with a smirk, his arms crossed. Welcome to your new life, Anon. You're one of us now. What of you? You're in charge of keeping the prisoners alive until the great day of liberation. I'd say that makes you a guard like us. Like me. Have you had Cryptid donuts? Instead of Dunkin' Donuts, it's Cryptid donuts? Oh wait, isn't my bad? I love Dunkin' Donuts. Dude, it's such a nice treat. I still love Dunkin' Donuts so much. I love it. It's so bad. I know everyone's gonna be like, Krispy Kreme, and I'm like, yeah, Krispy Kreme's good too. I like donuts, so of course I like both. But like Dunkin' Donuts, you know? Oh my god. I feel so bad. You miss Dunkin', yeah. I feel so bad. So many of the Dunkin' Donuts stores around us are like way, way, way bad, understaffed. Like an entire store for like the whole entire shift being manned by one singular person. They're so understaffed, right? Because, you know, like things happen. They fired all the workers and they're coming all back. They're not hiring enough. It's like a bad thing, right? So many of them, like, you go up to them and you're like, hey, do you have this donut? And they're like, no. Do you have this donut? No. Do you have any of these types of donuts? No. What do you have in stock? We have like 2 types of donuts in stock. There's like a handful of each made. I can maybe make you a coffee. It won't be good because I wasn't trained on how to make you the coffee. And then we have the stuff in the fridge. What do you want? And you're like, oh, like they, and it's multiple of them. Multiple of these stores are like so understaffed, and you can't blame them because you're like, yeah, if I was just one person who was like coming in early to cook all this stuff, to make it all, to bake it all, and I was doing the orders over the intercom, and I was serving the front of the desk, and I was doing all the different stuff. It's too much for one person, and sometimes they're only one. So there's this further away Dunkin's that has at least like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 people on staff, but that means they actually have donuts there. So we go the further distance just to go to the Dunkin' that has the donuts. It's like a little treat sometimes. It's nice. Roots beer, raccoon dew, Fansome? Wait, what? Dunkin' here, right here. Is in Blaine-Wash, and I had to cross the border to get a donut. Donuts with an attitude. Maybe that's why I like them. There's a little bit of a Massachusetts, the northern asshole coming out. You want roots beer? Fill me up for all as long as they all have caffeine. Fanta? So, instead of Fanta, it's like fan possum, so it's Fansome. Instead of possum. I don't know if that one's as strong. Let's see. I feel like there were a few others too. But yeah, do we still want Red Raccoon for Red Bull? It's Red Raccoon. Add that one to the list. That one has the most caffeine. Road says an hour drive, not counting the border guards getting really confused. You're obsessed with Dunkin'? Yeah. To be fair, just getting an hour to the border, that's not bad. We had to drive longer than that just to get to the border of Florida. Florida's a big state. It's a long drive. So yeah, just an hour and you can like be across the border out of Canada in like a US state. That's crazy. I'm like, man, I would look outside the window. I'd still be in Florida. I wouldn't have even made it to Georgia yet. Oh no. A guard? Does that mean I get guard clothes? To enter the inner fort? Eat full rations and drink wine with the guards? I'll get you a hat signifying your station. As for the rest, no. Sir Salamar didn't provide for that. And Cray will certainly deny you that. Deny you it. To make the drive with my ex while she was on her cycle, that drive was a nightmare! Oh no. Well, I'll be demanding a very fancy hat then. I crack a smile. Hanatel grins wide and hugs me to his side. Let's get you to the inner fort. I understand Philip of Naran got you your essentials from Josh's former quarters. We need as many usable pig bladders and acacia sap as we can scrounge up. I have a worry, though. They were painting supplies. He won't have enough to satisfy the operation that Sir Salamar is asking of us. So this is interesting. So Hanatel made it seem earlier like he knew the thing Philip of Naran handed him. But then here, he's just saying, you understand, you got your essentials from Josh's former quarters. He doesn't know what the exact thing is. He just know it came from this guy's room, from his quarters. But I did it a dozen donuts before we reached Jacksonville. We got them in Orlando. Crispy root spear, raccoon dew, popsum. Popsum? Okay, maybe. And then red raccoon, yeah. Hanatel lied. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. I'm wondering if Anon's gonna pick up on it. So me as a reader, I'm like, wait a second. Hanatel, this is different. Hey, distract information from Anon. That's what I'm worried. I'm worried as to read, like, oh wait, I picked up on this. One, I wonder if Anon's gonna pick up on it. And then two, has Hanatel completely deceived us, and now we're gonna see like Hanatel isn't really an ally. We're gonna be betrayed again. Like Anon has kind of been betrayed a few times before. Like, oh, that anxiety in my heart. I'm like, Anon, please. I don't think you can trust any of these fuckers. Oh no. Let's see. You'll have to make what is there work. Sir Salamar is counting on you. And I don't think you can afford to disappoint him again. Oh no. Right, like, oh no, my readers are having a reaction to what I wrote and being engaged. Oh no. Still need to work even after the apocalypse happened. Oh wait, what's happening? Humans still have to work even after the apocalypse happens? I think humans will just do work. Fuck all. Are you talking about the soda though? That they still have to keep making the soda? Well, I should have covered myself before. Let's see. I paused for a moment. My relationship with Hanatel isn't as rosy as things feel at the moment. He saved my life, but killed my rebellion. Sir Salamar's promise of full rations and freedom to the prisoners has put a knife to the hope in the minds of many, I imagine. Put a knife to that hope in the minds of many, I imagine. And as far as Hanatel is concerned, I haven't fulfilled my end of the bargain. I'm sorry I wasn't able to supplant Cray. I know that's why you helped me. Oh, there is still time yet left in this game. Cray will overstep his authority again soon enough, and you'll succeed in your endeavors, because I put my faith in the right man. Is that not so? There are 6 functional pig bladders filled with paint in Josh's supply. So this is a little skip right here. I think having an extra line here, I know it's ending on the dialogue here, but I think maybe having an extra line, like maybe even Bobik is saying like Bobik is saying Anon saying like, I don't know how to respond to that, I don't know how to answer him, something like that. Like something a little Steedham, like just a short little line here referencing how Anon's feeling about that ending sentiment, right? Because one, Anon doesn't even know who necessarily he's loyal to. He's trying his best still here. He's always trading alliances. Barbie. My grandma is concerned that I always drink cold water. I always drink cold things even when I was young, so I wonder why I don't want to drink some ordinary water. I think room temperature water is gross. I know there are so many cultures and so many people that can drink warm water, so not even room temperature, but warm water. But I don't like it. So I'm with you. I like cold water. I need really, really cold water in order for me to drink it. I don't like it when it's just like blah. And unless it's like flavor, like I'll still drink like hot cocoa made from water. Like if it's hot water and then the cocoa packets, I'll still drink that. Room temp, you can taste the water. Gross. If the water has been sitting in the car for hours, is it room temperature? In Florida, it's just poisoned with all the plastic. If you have like a plastic bottle, because it's heated up so much. Florida's hot. Florida's scary hot, especially in cars. Like sometimes you'll actually pick up like water bottles or plastic stuff, and it's like actually like hot, like to the touch. Like it might almost like burn you, but you'll be like, ow. I get sick once. I was smothered in Vicks Vapor Rub for days. So there are 6 functional pig bladders filled with paint in Josh's supply. The rest too dry. They will crumble during grinding. The acacia sap situation is dire. There is enough to grind maybe a plank of bark. Maybe 2 planks if diluted. I ask Canatel if there is a possibility of importing more, but he simply laughs. As far as we are aware, Gar doesn't even know that anything strange is going on up here. We cannot simply send a men down to ask for acacia sap. Besides, Sir Salamar needs this done quickly. Is there not another tree sap that could be used? There is little that grows in the forest but the pines. Their sap makes rosin, which does not mix with water. The rest of the trees that grow there are only in the god shadow. I do not know what their saps do. You did, pal, yeah. Totally don't have a soft spot for Asian. Oh my, don't say it like that. I just kind of tell if there's a, oh wait, I missed it. And then you'll have to do some testing, says Hanatel. True, though. I sigh. It presents some difficulties. Asks Hanatel. We cannot know if a sap truly protects from the go heat without putting men at risk. Then a girl who's half of it and said he thinks he ruined it by calling her jalapeno. Jalapeno pepper. They got married. You have a never-ending runny nose? What thing are you allergic to that you keep eating? That's what happened with me. I kept like having this stuff where I was like, oh, like I get a runny nose, I keep coughing, I keep like having like a burning sensation every time I eat this. Okay, I guess that's just what happens. It's like, no, you're allergic. And I'm like, oh. Oh. Hanatel thinks, choosing his words. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. We can force the troublemakers to do the testing. Southern so but with me way more than anyone else. My grandma blames the cold water I always drink. Yeah. Classic grandmas blaming everything that happens to us on something that we did. It's like, no, this is harmless, please. Okay. How quickly I have moved up in the world, from surviving my execution to ordering others to endure it. I'd rather it were an issue. Hanatel digs his foot into the dirt and looks down before meeting my eyes. Sir Salamar needs this done. He needs it done quickly. Your fealty to him that you just swore demands you take action to get it done. If that means you need to take certain risks with the prisoners, then that is what you will do. Okay, I think we can stop making like all these weird dating stereotypes with different cultures. Okay, I think we're done. Okay. Let's see. Take action to get it done. If that means you take, then that is what you will do. Hanatel, make no mistake. I do not intend to violate Sir Salamar's trust a second time. I will do what is necessary. I just wish the world were otherwise. What a useless thing to say. He's not wrong. Your brain every time Sir Salamar shows up? Salamander! Oh no. He doesn't need to repent. It's just like, oh, okay, let's pivot a bit. Let's pivot. I walk to the carts just as Sir Salamar is packing up to leave, speaking rapidly with the orcs in staccato wild speak. Yawn, I should say. Perhaps I should learn it. There must be someone in the work camp who knows. Or perhaps I should be planning my rebellion against my captivity. I hope Gweth and the others are okay. I'm not even sure if they've been released from solitary yet. I feel bad now that I'm so skeptical of Hanatel. I'm like, I don't think these other guys made it. I don't think they're in solitary. I think they're dead. Same. Amphibians. Oh, God, 10 stream streak. Oh my God, thank you so much for hanging out with us for that long. Lizard, 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 lizard. Oh. Let's see. But yeah, definitely, I think the first few times when I was reading this, right, I think I was sometimes being like, oh yeah, it's like Salamander, or I was like messing it up sometimes, and then I got used to it. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's Salamar. Oh. Have I met... what? I don't think so. I don't at least recognize that name. Maybe it has someone that I've met, like, during a raid or someone on stream or something, but I just forgot. Sir Salamar might secretly be a salamander in disguise? Plot twist. Oh wait, it's my evil twin? It's just Cryptid backwards? Well, oh man, I thought I'd have a cooler looking name if it was backwards. It's not. It looks like it looks kind of like a stupid name backwards. Honestly, if I met them, I would also be like, I'm so sorry that's your name. I'm so sorry you're stuck with the backwards name. Do you want to change it? We can change it. You'll know if he eats a fly. First thing, if I met my evil twin, I'd be like, no, honestly, I get why you're evil. I'd be evil too. If I had that name, let's, it's okay. You can change your name whenever. You can be whatever name you want to be. It's all good. We'll change your name first, and if you still want to be evil afterwards, that's fine. That's your identity, but let's get you a different name first. They're orange? Oh wait, no. They can be... what if they're purple? I think they can be purple. Let's make them purple. Because if we're blue and orange, I already know that there's going to be too many references from Floridians about, like, UF, because that's UF's colors. It's gator colors. Because orange is opposite of blue. But I know blue and... I just keep thinking gators. It's the University of Florida's colors. Is your username backwards? I think it became an eldritch entity. Nabestia. No, it has an S at the end. Nabestias. There we go. Because orange is opposite blue. Switch certain letters around and it'll get a little saucy. Wait, what? Oh no. But yeah, I think they should be allowed to change their name. It's fine. It comes out the skin of an... wait, what? They went to Gator Silly? Oh no, my evil twin. I just went to a little community college next door. And they actually went to, like, the official university that I didn't. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Chris needs a few. I walk to the carts just as Sir Salamar is packing up to leave, speaking rapidly. Blah. So I'm not even sure if they've been released from solitary yet. Yeah, I think as a reader, I'm like giving the side eye. I'm like, I don't think they're alive, Anon. I don't think they're alive. Please. I think they're dead, Anon. I'll be amazed if they're actually alive. No matter. I flag down Sir Salamar and explain the situation with the acacia gum, the need for other saps. He indicates one of his orc companions and says, I can have my orc tech deliver a sampling of different tree saps in 2 days' time. Oh, anxiety hits you hard? I'm sorry, Chatty Matty. Yeah, I don't ever want to be anxious. I know dealing with anxiety is always really, really rough, right? It's always a pain in the ass. It's always like, sometimes I even have anxiety and I don't even know what I'm anxious about. Other times I'm like, no, I'm anxious because, like, there's an event coming up. I'm anxious because I had to do this job by a deadline. I'm anxious because of money stuff. I'm anxious because of this. Like, sometimes when I know what I'm anxious about, it's at least better. Because then once that thing's done, I can be like, phew. Sometimes I just have general anxiety. I'm just there, like, vibrating with stress. Like, what am I stressed about? Man, it's horrible. Because I didn't intend to come up and stereotype us out. That's fine. Like I said, this isn't like a bad place, so I'm gonna be like, psh, like mean and bullying anyone for stuff. Like, hey, that was a little, few little raccoon toes out, and then like we corrected, and now we're pivoting, and it's gone, and now we've changed it, and it's all good. We don't need to focus on it anymore. It's all good. Sometimes my body is like, ah. I'm sitting there like, what do? How do I fix this? What do you want? And the body's just there screaming still like, ah. Your anxiety ended yesterday. What, did you have a prescription for anxiety? Your prescription expired yesterday. Now you're no anxiety. You're anxiety proof. You need to drink some anxiety. Oh no. You got hit by a motorcycle? I didn't, wait. I've been in several car crashes, but never as a pedestrian, I think. I'm actually really scared of being underwater, being submerged by water. I don't like water being splashed in my face when I'm unaware, cause yeah, I almost drowned as a baby. My mom, the Cryptid, said ever since then I was always scared of water in my face, so that's something. But I haven't been scared of being hit by a motorcycle. Maybe I can add that to my collection. I have a lot of random fears. So you can make major mistakes. Uncomfortable scene right now. Satra. Oh no, Satra, what are you doing? Let's see. So we're gonna get delivered in 2 days. But yeah, if anyone else is wondering, like, yeah, like, listen, like, when it, same thing that happened yesterday, right? Like, I'll casually correct, like, hey, because that's what happens, right? I've been corrected by my friends and people I know in real life. That's, like, you don't know anything that is making you most uncomfortable unless someone is saying it. So you get, like, a little soft correction. And then as long as you course correct, then, like, everything's good. And then you can keep hanging out. Because, like, yeah, you just got those little toes over the other line, then you put those toes back, and everything's good now. If I ever, like, course correct anyone else here, like, it's not a bad thing. It's not, I'm not a teacher. You guys aren't... You guys aren't suspended. You guys aren't stuck in detention. I'm not your parents. You guys aren't grounded. We're just hanging out. We're all vibing in a little digital world together. And it's like, hey. And then everything goes back to normal. That's all fine. I would be so anxious all the time, too, if I thought, like, oh my god. If I say anything wrong while I'm casually having fun in this chat room, I'm gonna be insta-banned and everyone will hate me. That's too stressful. That's too stressful. My anxiety's still here. It's more like you got relaxed way big. Oh, that sounds so nice. I'm suffocated because something went wrong in the womb and I had no oxygen. Oh no, you might have brain damage. I went under sedation. The last thing I said to my mom before I went under was What's fucking If you hadn't woken up, those would have been your final words. Those would have been your last words to your mother. Was fucking Newt. That's so stupid. That's fucking hilarious. Those were your last words. I'm imagining it. It's hilarious. Been alone when I went under. I want my last words to be something ridiculous. Well, hey, now you know. You can say fucking Newt. That's insane. Oh no. Hello, and welcome on in, Raiders. Oh, in case they're stuck in apps, let's type a little Little welcome message in chat. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Poor Raiders only coming in here when I'm saying like little silly side story stuff. Hi, Cryptid Hunt. No, so it's fine. Archie, our cows. It's fine. It's okay. Put the news camera down. I think they're friendly. I don't think they're Cryptid Hunters. I think they're friendly. Hello and welcome, Raiders. Right now we're actually reading an excerpt from Bobicus, who's here in chat with us. This is part of their short story. And we're doing little critiques and feedback thing as long as we're all being nice. So if you want to hang out and join us, please feel free. Whole critiques and side stories are all going well. They're doing fantastic. We love reading different people's here. This is our, if I'm not miscounting, this is our second submission of the night. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're okay, Zoe. It's okay, Archie. We're all good. Oh, hi. Yeah. Come chat to me. They're nice and lovely selves. Wonderful. Then we're happy to have them. Welcome on in. Let's see. There was an American president who was sick. And they finally got to thin soup. The nourishment is palatable and died. Oh my god. That's a funny little story. Sorry, I just like mumbled my way through it real quick. I was just speed reading it because it was a longer thing. But yeah, so welcome on in. We're going to keep reading from Bobicus. And like I said, you guys in chat are also welcome to give feedback and critique or ask questions. Again, you just gotta be nice about it. We don't want any mean raccoons giving critique. Okay. At least you're all good, Chatty Mag. There's no reason to say sorry. Like, listen, a little toast got out of line. We just course corrected, and now everything can continue. We don't need to keep worrying about it anymore. It's all good. Just a lot going on. Hey, I feel you. A lot of stuff's going on too in Cryptid Land. Oh my god. a lot of things. But it will be a busy month, and then there's a big event happening next month. We're going to a World Oddities Expo event out of state that I'm excited to do. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see here. So for anyone, all the new raiders to join in, this character's been tasked with leading a force to grind up this gohi bark, but the gohi bark is extremely dangerous. Anyone who's inhaling it or getting near it is like instantly die in a horrific and gruesome way. It's really, really bad stuff. They found a way to work with it, and they need some paint and they need some particular type of sap. They don't have a lot of it, and they need to grind up a lot of this gohi bark because they're prisoners. They need to keep making more of it. So he's asking somebody like, hey, is there any other type of sap we can use? They're going to be looking for samples. They're going to be testing it out. But the problem with testing is, again, if it goes wrong, whoever is testing it will horrifically die. Yeah, right? It's crazy stuff. So that's what we're currently at. I can have my orc tech deliver a sampling of different tree saps in 2 days' time. The testing will be treacherous. It might be better if the orcs were to. Anon, if you are to suggest I treat my finest soldiers as disposable, you have sorely misunderstood my mission in the God Shadow. Someone is about to be treated as disposable in the testing, sir. I don't understand why it has to be men. I have lost enough orcs to the collection of gohi bark. I will deliver you your saps. You will protect what life you can. Is that understood? I look at the scars on his cheeks and notice there are faint lines of text on Tech's cheeks as well. Much harder to see against his green skin. I understand. I doff my cap and head to the barracks, searching for my compatriots. Gweth, Talus, and Yo may be my only friends in this camp right now. Hanatel has been a useful ally, but I feel no bond with him. 5 days of solitary has not made you three any prettier, I joke, but their faces are dour. They do not seem to jokingly. Oh my god, his friends are alive! His friends are alive. I was totally calling it they were dead. He was like, yeah, we're gonna put your friends in solitary. Away from your line of sight. Don't worry about it, Anon. And I'm over here and I'm like, oh, those friends are dead. Those friends got executed. No, they're alive. They're alive. It was ill-timed, your departure. My bed is emptied of its seath grass, and my time to serve the guards is up, says Gweth. I scratched the back of my neck with an embarrassed grin. I'm sorry about that, truly. Hanatel was convinced Cray was about to kill me. It may have saved my life. What's the underappreciated word? Yeah. Babakis is a great writer. Yes, well, our time in solitary gave us all time to think. We all came to the same conclusion, says Talus. His tone is low, accusatory. You sold us out. Under no circumstances. Do you think we're stupid? Even Yo couldn't help but notice that we all are thrown into solitary a day after Hanatel comes around asking about the riot. That he saved half his wine for you, and you alone. That you were last to speak to him. Parts of my story have a very particular term for. Okay. I don't quite. What? And now you rise in the ranks, personally protected by Sir Salamar. You are our brewmaster. We learned today that you were not thrown into solitary. Tell us, what are we supposed to think? Asked Talus. I paused in shock. Has 5 days of confinement really made you all so paranoid? Even you, Yo. Yo shrugs his shoulders and looks away. They're exactly right, of course. But I can't admit to it. They have no proof. Am in any danger from you 3. Is that one a spelling error? Am I in any danger from you 3? I think there should be an I there. We wouldn't dream of touching the brewmaster, beloved of Sir Salamar. Why? No, beloved of Sir Salamar. I always want to say beloved, but it's not. It's beloved, right? It's said with 2 syllables, not 3. Why, we'd suffer worse than Pato did. Should only be asking if we're in danger from you? Asked Gweth. Okay. I'll tell you the time. So are we in danger from you? Asked Gweth. They are. People are going to die in testing. Just try to keep your head down for a little bit. The guards need to work out some of the kinks in brewing the bark. There's not enough of the acacia sap that saved me to go around. They'll be looking for prisoners to help them test some alternative grinding methods. Troublemakers. I said the guards were working out the kinks, but this is my endeavor. It is a small lie, but it is another betrayal of their trust. It eats at me, this. I wonder if should it be it is a small lie, comma, and it is another betrayal of their trust. Period. And then it eats at me. I think just it eats at me, period. I think get rid of the this. I think it eats at me is like a little shorter and it's like a little bit more impactful. Beloved is the verb. Beloved is for the noun. Really? Oh, written by lip. Thank you. I didn't know idea. When I was younger, I always said beloved when I was like reading stuff, and then people were like, "Oh, it's actually beloved," and I've always just corrected myself since then because I'm like, "Oh, it's beloved instead of beloved." I didn't know they were both valid just for different things. Oh, that's so interesting. I learned something new today. You're heading to sleep. My legs are killing me. You walked 20,000 steps today for nothing? Oh no. Was it something for work? Anyway, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I think you still have a story submission in the queue too, right? We'll be working on the queue for the next few days, right? We're getting through stuff. That's the goal. Oh wait. What? I just clicked. There we go. I don't know why I did that. I just clicked. Let's see here. What page are we on? Oh, we've actually made great progress. I think we were earlier 40s. We're at 47. Heading to... No, we're still 47. We're solid 47. Should we... Okay, it's about to be a scene change. Should we pause here? Woohoo! Yeah, right? That's a lot of pages, especially Bob because his pages are very chunky compared to some other submissions. So I'm like, ooh, that was actually like a pretty decent chunk of reading. I actually got some of that done. Yeah. That's great. So let's see. I can do this a comment. Pause here is good. Okay. So I'll add a comment. Let's see. Last read here. Comment. There we go. Pull the submission out of the queue, and no, it wasn't for work. I went, oh, okay, I'm so sorry you had to pull it from queue. I went to the pharmacy, but the pharmacy was on strike, so I went to the next pharmacy, rinse and repeat. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that sounds like terrible. I'm so sorry about that. I haven't heard. Pharmacies are on strike now? Where is this? Is this here? Where is that? I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. Oof, yeah, I'm so sorry. That sounds like a horrible day. So that was the God Shadow. Let me go ahead and remove Bobicus's. Latch said they got rid of theirs. There's some people who I don't see in queue often, so I'll have to reach out and message them personally to see, like, hey, when are we finishing stuff? Germany. Just the one day. The one day they were on strike is the one day you went around to all the different pharmacies. Oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry. That's horrible timing. Oh no. I mean, no matter what day they went on strike, it was gonna happen to someone. I'm so sorry it happened to you, though. Okay. Who is up next? Who is here? Who is currently in chat? Who still has stuff in submission? Who will be reading next? I can go a smidge longer. Let's see if Roots is up. Oh. Roots isn't in my chat because they were in Porcelain Maid's chat? That's crazy. I can't blame them though. That sounds like a great chat to be in. I love watching some of the clips from Porcelain Maid. You can never submit my stuff. It's so bad compared to this. You die of embarrassment. Well, first of all, before you start feeling bad about yourself, it's at every level in this thing. People have submitted rough drafts. People have submitted just the first 2 paragraphs to see what that. People sent outlines. So again, it's not any of the fancy words. It's just literally like the outline. Like, I think this is my premise. My character does this, then they do this, then this action happens, then this. What do you think? Are there any plot holes yet? It's anything from rough drafts, the first 2 paragraphs, drafts 3, drafts 4, drafts 562. Bobicus is a fantastic writer, and I Bobicus, do not correct me if I'm wrong. You're not helping this new chatter. I highly doubt that is their very first rough draft of this story of In the God's Shadow. Your own worst critic. I promise I was cringing out of my skin the first time. Yeah, it's every single level. It's every single level of writing here. It's fan fiction, it's original work, it's scripts, it's screenplays. It's all sorts of stuff here. I don't ever want you guys to feel like my stuff isn't good enough to get critique, because at the end of the day, critique is feedback. Critique is stuff that we can improve on. What's the next step? I'm going to do a revision. I'm going to do an edit. I finished this piece. I'm not looking to edit this piece, but I'm going to work on another creative project. What stuff I can learn from this to take into my new project, right? What are some stuff I'm doing that I need to tackle and work on for next time? It is at every point here that we do this. The one thing I'm asking for, though, sometimes people have sent in previous stuff that's almost illegible. Is that a good way of saying things that it's physically hard to read? Like, I'm physically struggling to read each individual sentence, like at the sentence structure. Like, I don't understand. There's that many spelling errors. I would always suggest like doing a little rough pass, just a first pass for a self edit, just for clarity. Being like, okay, if anyone's reading this, can they understand what I'm writing? That would always be appreciated. Because some of the other ones, I'm like, I can't even give critique on the bigger stuff outside of like, wait, clarify, what is this saying? What does this mean? What is happening here? Who is this character? But see, Cryptid struggling with a god's name is different. That's just like, oh, it's a wonky word, and Cryptid hasn't heard that word before, right? That's fine. I don't mind about that. But every single word in a sentence, not just being a high vocabulary word that Cryptid struggles with, that's fine. Cryptid's stupid. It happens. That's totally fine. But there being enough spelling errors, punctuation, spelling, like errors. Uh, Someone earlier in days like sent an entire thing. It wasn't broken up into paragraphs at all. It wasn't split up into sentences. It was just a wall of solid text for multiple pages. No dialogue tags, no periods, no commas, no paragraphs, no line splitting. No, it was just the wall of text, and I'm like, wait, I'm physically struggling to read this right now. And that's totally fine. It's totally fine if that's something for you, for your first personal edit. No hate here, no shame. That's totally fine. But it might need at that level just a quick self-edit so I can physically read it without hurting my eyeballs. That's it. Your friend writes like that? Yeah, yeah. See, that's what I say. If that's your writing process, as long as it gets you writing. But for somebody else to read it, just a quick little self-edit just to make it readable at whatever stage of this, rough draft, first draft, 22nd draft, then it's fine. Outline, it's all good. So does your girlfriend? Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, it just hurts my eyeballs a little bit. Forgive him. Was dead Z? That's right. Your rough drafts are still better than my writing. Oh my god. You see my rough drafts. I go back and add details all the times. Cryptid, you gain the power of the Humans comic. Which hero power did you get? Oh, just I can choose a superpower? I can choose one? I want to... there's so many good ones. My other writing partner never uses capital letters. Again, not horrible, because I could still read it, right? I can still read it. And then I would just, part of the critique would be like, hey, when you do your next edit, make sure to add in the capital letters, right? That's it. And that'll just be one of the edits. That'll be one of the critiques they get, and that's fine. There's 3 endings, but there's only 1 copy of the third ending that will be somewhere, but the truth is, there's no third. I've seen that go around. People were talking about that. So people were saying, like, oh yeah, there should be like 7 endings, but then I say that there's 8, and there's no 8th ending. I've seen that. That's always really funny. But yeah, so even again, like something with no capital letters that's still readable, that doesn't impact the story, me understanding it. That's just like, oh, okay, for your next draft, for your next thing, you might want to focus on making sure you capitalize some letters. And that's all. And that would be the critique they get, right? It wouldn't be anything too crazy. But yeah, for something like, let me go up to my this, right? This is one of my examples, right? I always, whenever I can't think of a next thing, I just start keyboard smashing until I think of the next thing I want to say, because I want to keep writing. I never want to stop writing. Suited for children's book, definitely. Nice. That would be cute. I don't think we've read a full children's story yet. That will be a new thing. But for this, if I was going to submit this, let's say, right? This story of like, there's an introducing page. We're going to introduce my character. She's killed a dragon. She's had all this different stuff. For this, I would probably open another tab. I would get rid of some of this stuff, right? I would delete all of my random gobbledygook, and I would rewrite it to like, hey, because it will be an outline, right? So, intro scene is main female character after killing a dragon, covered in blood. Right, that would be how the first scene would be in this. And this is a totally fine format to do. And then you would just literally like do the next thing. Dragon dialogue as dying. What did I say here? Calls her a traitor. It's revealed she is part dragon. Then she stabbed him dead. Right? This, if you're wondering, like, oh, what, it can be bullet points of what a scene is. It doesn't have to be fancy. And then we'll just critique it, like, yeah, that seems like a really strong opening. We're already opening at this really tense scene of someone executing a dragon. That sounds like a strong start. How do I go? And that's what this is. You literally see it here. That's what this is. I was like, blah, blah, blah. I can't think of a cool intro. It should introduce my main character. Bitch has no name yet. After she killed a dragon. Maybe still covered in blood? Could be cool. And then, what was it? I said, oh, add a note. Add more dragons. Da, 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 da. Where was it? Maybe the dragon has dying words for dragon lady? Hinting she's a dragon? Dragon trader? Background lore, kobold massacre. Oh, thank you for the hydrated hydrate. Here, here's your sippy. Then my next thing was, IDK how Dragon Lady responds yet. Maybe she just does the finishing move. Sword through brain? I don't know. Fuck it, I hate that intro. Skip ahead. That can be a flashback later. The first scene will be at a tavern D&D style, right? Elmore Bobby gets hello everyone. Right? This was just me doing a rough draft. See, I actually ended up changing. I was like, skip that to do something else. Don't know main character's name, but they are cool, badass dragon warrior? Barbarian, question mark lady? I like cool ladies with sword, but she's a secret. She's a dragon lady. No one knows because she's a dragon because dragon racism, right? I was figuring it out. Opening scene, maybe after she killed dragon. Scary red dragon. Red dragons are coolest. I don't care if we're gonna make other colored dragons. Maybe I'm dragon colored racist. And then I went on a tangent. Are dragon fuckers furries or monster fuckers? Both? I don't know. Chat wants there to be no kobolds. Don't delete. New start is at Dragon Shopping Mall, right? Like, but I was just going everywhere. It's fine. But then when I was submitting for the story, because this is kind of hard to do for story submission, that's what I was saying. You could be like, oh yeah, boop. That's how you would submit it. You would just rewrite it a little bit, just to make it legible, just so I can understand. But yeah, hello there. It's good to see you. But yeah, some people, I always say, you can pants. It's plotters versus pantsers. You can pants your way through it, as I was very clearly doing with that dragon's example, right? Just figuring out things as you go. When you're done with it, then you make an outline. An outline never has to be first. I think people get confused by that. You can pants your way through a story, then do an outline from it, and now that you have your outline from your zero draft, your rough draft, or whatever, your pantsing process, now you can write the prettier fancy one. It's good to see you too. Yay, you're a pantser. Scalies. Oh wow, okay. This is determined for Guillermo del Toro's The Shape of Water. Isn't that just for fish? Scaly sounds like it's for fish then, especially for The Shape of Water. That sounds like fish. Are dragon fuckers and fish fuckers the same? I don't know. I feel like dragon fuckers would feel different than a fish fucker. They might be like, that's not quite the same. Not a pantser, you hate pants. Pants the outline, that's right, blah blah. Skip writing all those pesky extra words to make it easy to move things around. Huge agree. That's what I always say. This is my rough draft. And if I get stuck on something, fuck it. You just keep deleting. You just keep writing blah blah blah. I don't know how they fix it. I don't know how to get out of the dungeon, but fuck it. Next scene, they're out of the dungeon and now they're continuing on their quest, right? You just pants it. You just figure it out. And then when you're done, like, woo, you got a rough draft done. You got a zero draft done. Now, with all that bullshit you wrote, now you can make a cool outline. Once you have the outline, now you can make a fancier draft. Very nice and simple. Fish should probably be cold. Some dudes like that. Just write something, honestly. Yeah. But just for story submissions, for me being able to read stuff, this would be difficult, right? I'd be like, wait, what? So if you're submitting it at this level, that's a little bit too difficult for me to understand. You can submit a story outline at like this level, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, I understand what's happening. So loves to write certain characters' backstories. Makes me the characters Medea and Sedna and their backstory. But my lore in snippets, and now I'm going back through the snippets to flesh them out and change things that I don't like anymore. Yep. Or if you're like me, obsessed with the idea for months on end until you finally work up enough effort to write out the outline. Then realize how dumb it is, print it out, then burn it. No, because again, once you write it out, it can be stupid. It can be as stupid as, sexy barbarian lady is dragon. World has dragon racism. And then you know what happens? You know what happens when I have this stupid fucking idea that I don't actually even know what the plot is? You know what happens after you write? Then you can fix it. You can fix it. But you can't fix it until you write it. You have to get the stupid shit out first. And then you can fix it. You can make the stupid shit into good shit. You can never turn an idea in your brain into the good shit. It's not that process. It's not that fast. You gotta work out the stupid shit first, and then you can make good shit. Most videos have stupid shit in it. Yep, you gotta clean it. You gotta write it down, then you gotta clean it. So yeah, don't ever feel bad. Again, everything happens. What was the Three Little Witches story that I did all of November for, right? I was like, I'm gonna combine the Studio Ghibli slow beats with and nice calming vibes with horror. I want to make Studio Ghibli meets horror. And I want it to be like really, really like graphic, like disturbing horror. It's gonna be hardcore horror, but if Studio Ghibli made it. Did I know anything else about it before I started? No. And then I just kept doing things, and I fixed things, and I reworked things, and I went back and I redid things. I just kept brainstorming stuff, and that's how the Three Little Witches story started. Polish the turd till it becomes a diamond. You hit peak world building once you add something that hasn't been talked about in the story. You wrote an outline, labeled the chapter, started writing, threw the outline out the window, and now the characters are telling me that chapter 3 doesn't happen until chapter 8 or something. Yep, that's definitely a thing. And normally, again, with that earlier stuff, that's where... get it done first, get all the stupid shit, like, even when you realize, like, oh wait, chapter 3 needs to be in chapter 8 now, like, this needs to be here, this needs to happen, oh no, this is a plot, no, ignore it, just power through, get that first draft done. Once the whole draft is done, now you can go back and fix it. Now you can put chapter 3 in chapter 8. Now you can cut chapter 2. Now you can turn these two side characters and cut one of them and make them into one side character. Now you can do all the fixes. But if you keep trying to fix stuff while you're making it, you'll be caught in a perpetual loop of writing something, fixing something, writing something, fixing something, writing something. Oh shit, I had to go back and fix something all the way over here. It's just finish the first draft. Just finish it. She says the later part, book 2, and her lore is so interesting. So book 3 is the no, I didn't forget. In fact, this whole book is all about that. The characters just take over. My characters start taking control, and I'm like, that wasn't the plan! They're not mine. They beg me to stop, and I ignore them like the demon I am. Please be suffered enough. Write the outline, then the first draft. Then, not even, I said here, like, if that doesn't work for you, if some writers don't like doing an outline, right, they're pantsers, you can do it this way. Do a 0 draft. Get all the fucking ideas out of your head. Do all this shit. And then, from all that shit, now you can make an outline. From that outline, now you can make a real first draft, or a second draft, whatever the fuck you want to do. Then show friends a snippet and be told that they want to be alpha readers, print them out a copy, and then they never actually read it. Oh no. You're just calling out younger me. Wait, how am I calling out younger you, Maddie? You're still doing that. You're already on book 3, but we're just doing developmental edits on book 1. You're all the way over here, and I'm over here. We're like, okay, now let's like do some developmental edits on this book, which means you have to go back over and fix this book, and then that will cause changes in book 2, and that will cause changes in book 3, and then we'll do edits on book 2, and then that will go No, you're still doing it now. Don't. Is younger you from 2 minutes ago? Is that what this is? And once killed off a character that I had no plans to kill off and sobbed like a baby. Oh no. It was so dumb. It wasn't dumb. You were really emotionally invested. Victimizers, no one reads my stuff. Well, hey, right now Q is closed until we can get through a bit more, but hey, in the future, if you're feeling brave enough, this would be a great place to share it. You know what I mean? And don't overthink. Yeah. For God's sakes, don't overthink things. You worked out bad stuff happens to both my boys at like age 7 and spent a whole afternoon like, I am a monster. Younger me from any time before 2022. Overthink is my entire personality. For me, the backspace, that's why I normally, when I do my rush draft, I don't do it on the computer. I just do that on that for stream, right? But for me, the backspace is the killer. Because if you do a backspace, when I did this section of like, oh yeah, the intro should be the dragon lady. She's about to kill the dragon. They have this interaction, then she kills him. That's my intro. And then I realized later on, like, no, fuck it, I hate that. We're gonna skip ahead. The intro's gonna be at a D&D tavern, right? Like, that's that kind of style. Like, we started a tavern. D&D style. Old me would have then deleted this intro of, like, her doing this back. And and that deleting things, going back, fixing, deleting stuff is also going back and fixing things, by the way. Don't do it. Don't fix things in the past. Just keep moving forward. Just keep trucking on. And then, so I just ignored it, and that's why I say now I always just continue writing. I always just say, like, oh, fuck it, skipping ahead, this is the new intro. And then when I go back and I'm reading all this stuff to make the outline, to make the official thing, then I'll just be like, oh, okay, and then I'll just take that a note. The new intro is at a tavern. And then I'll see another note later, like, no, don't delete, new start. The new start's at the Dragon Shopping Mall. We're gonna do modern day dragons, right? That's the new thing. Don't delete all your old stuff, because you might hate this new thing, right? I might end up hating, like, no, Dragon Shopping Mall was the stupidest idea I ever had. We're going back to the tavern. If I deleted it, I would have lost all this stuff about the tavern. I would have lost all the stuff about my opening scene that's now going to be a flashback sequence. So don't delete stuff. Just keep moving around. Just say, like, oh, nope, I don't like that anymore. Now we're going to do this. You skip ahead a lot. I come back to it later. Exactly. I don't know how they escaped the dungeon, but somehow, miraculously, they escaped the dungeon. That's for the next draft to figure out. I didn't want to use this section I thought I wanted to kill. My old stuff from 5 years ago, I definitely have had enough time to think about it. I always say, yeah, one of the things in it was a cannibal girl story. She was this demon-like being from another dimension, and they were all leaking into this fantasy world's dimension, but they were all got warped in it. And so on the other thing, they could eat off the energy of that dimension. And here, they actually needed, like, living organisms' energy. So they started eating creatures and humans here, because they passed through the portal into here. So she's this, like, human-looking girl, but she's eating people. So she's, like, this cannibal. She's this cannibal monster. But she's super cute. Her name was Mayu. She was a super cute girl. A side character that happened in it was this... The concept was a super polite assassin serial killer. And he had magic, he had daggers, he was super cool, but he was super obsessed with etiquette and manners. But he was a super cool, polite character. And I was so impressed with my younger self, because his last name was Kediet, which is just phonetically etiquette backwards. Instead of etiquette, he's Kediet. He was Alex Kediet, that was the character's name. I loved him. He was so cool. He was so badass. Every scene about him I was pumped for. He was my favorite character. He ended up going on this whole entire character arc. By the end of it, the main big bad was like going to break this demon curse, and then he was like okay again, and he was gonna become a love interest for Alex Kediet. So it was this whole thing. Alex Kediet ends up with what was the original big bad character of the series. Whole thing. And then I stood back and I looked at it. And remember, the story was about Mayu, my little cannibal girl. And I'm like, oh no, the story's not about Mayu, the little cannibal girl, anymore. The story's, he's so big, he was such a cool, badass side character. He kept stealing the spotlight. Everything kind of revolved around him. He was introduced halfway through, and then everything halfway through to the end was like about him. But the story wasn't about him, it was about the cannibal girl Mayu, living in this new world where now she has to like eat meat and like kill others and survive and learning about humanity. It was about her. And so I had to make the really hard choice. I had to cut Alex Kediet out of the story. But that wasn't a bad thing. It wasn't hard, because I was like, no, this is such a cool character. He's such a cool premise. I'll just use him for something else, right? He'll just be in his own story. He'll have his own thing one day because he shines so bright. I could use him for something else. He'll just be recycled somewhere. Then to pick a random place in your story, it doesn't matter where, and add the phrase, and then the murders happen. Continue writing from there. Over 100 dragons of 4 different clans, and each one has their own lore, but there's an overarching storyline. A polite serial killer. That is a cool name. See? Okay, it wasn't just me. I'm still kind of hyped about that name. I'm still so hyped. It was Alex Kediet. He was the super, super polite serial killer, to the point where if you were rude, if you, like, had bad manners for your culture and society, then he would, like, actually, like, be like, okay, you're next. He did not like it. But he'd be, like, really picky. He'd be, like, nitpicky about certain things and not nitpicky about it. He was, like, he was a biased character. It didn't make any sense. I'll get some really weird murder snares. And also, the pixie murdered the giant somehow. Yeah, a pixie can murder a giant. She just has to go for the eyeballs. You just go through the eyeballs into the brain. It's possible. You can also go in through the ear. Anyway, that lets you, like, go into the brain. It works. Find a way for a pixie to murder a giant. There I go. Justice for the cannibal girl. Yeah, so I say that's one of the things you had to get rid of some characters when it's not about them because they weren't helping the story. The lost episodes. Uh oh, it flies up his nose. Oh jeez. Love serial killers that are actually trying to get rid of the bad people, but somehow don't realize that kind of makes them a bad person. Yeah, right? So it's he was definitely a fun character. But that was one of the things. I wasn't heartbroken over that because I was like, no, like he's not gone. He's just not here. He's just gonna be in some other story I make in the future. He's like, boop, he's in my brain. He'll be in another story, probably because he was taking up so like for you know, like in actors when you say like, oh, they take up the screen, they light up the screen, that the audience naturally is looking at them. He kind of was that, but in writing, like he always kind of stole the spotlight. So whatever book he's in, he'll have to be the main character. There's no other there's no other way around it. He won't share the spotlight that well. It's the whole Light Yagami thing. And so the ghost was murdered in the haunted forest by the elf. What are we playing Clue now? It was Miss Peacock in the library with the candlestick. It was Cryptid with the old red Mountain Dew bottle in the swamp forest outside the abandoned 811. But yeah, that's one of it. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked there. But I'm really passionate about like not tearing yourself up for having to do edits, not tearing yourself up for when you first do a rough draft, it doesn't look like the finished, polished books that are on a bookshelf in a bookstore somewhere. Your first draft never looks like that. Your first draft can be stupid shit like, I had this idea of cool dragon lady killing dragon. She has sword, she pretty. There's gonna be dragon racism, that's why she's killing dragon. Do I know anything else that happens in that story? No, not a clue. But if I sat down and wrote it, I would figure it out. I just keep writing out different things, like, maybe in tavern. I think I have something here where it's like, oh, there could be a group of them. There could be a group of them. They form cool fighter ladies group, and they go slay monsters. They end dragon racism. They fall victim to dragon racism. I was just coming up with like loopy things. It was just too, but you know, you keep writing and then you figure it out. You got a bunch of guys that doesn't narrow the perp down. You made up a cool fantasy race, but I have no idea what to do with them. You hate it. Yeah, listen, some of those things they just gotta sit in your brain until you find the right spot for them. You know what I mean? Like again, Alex Kidd, he's gonna sit in the back of my brain for years. I've written multiple stories and worlds, and he hasn't found a home in any of them yet, but he's there. Maybe if I ever get to write a story before I die, then you know he'll find a little place in one of those stories. But until then, he's just gonna have a fun little part of my brain. They're like elf people with antlers. Oh, I love them. I love antlers. Write a fictional history for them. You know, choose one. Make a blurbo. Make like your little favorite. Make your favoriteest, most favorite little elf with antlers, and then and then make the problems happen. Put him in a situation. Torture him. Murder him. Hunt him down. That's how you do it. Right. So, for my character, Alex Kidd, so Alex wouldn't like a typical feast in ancient Ireland, voraciously ripping into turkey legs and drunken sing. No, that was the part. He was very much into cultural respects and social classes. The big thing with that was what can people afford and can't afford to do. So, like for a nobleman in his society, it would have been expected when they realized he was a noble birth. So he was a high-tuned person. There was certain status and degrees and manners they were supposed to follow. But a common person, if he like had to go into like a common person stuff, they wouldn't necessarily know all those manners. They weren't raised in that society. They didn't know all this hoity-toity stuff to do, and they couldn't afford to do some of this hoity-toity stuff. So then expecting them to do it didn't make sense. It would have been rude of him to expect that of them when they, one, financially couldn't, didn't have the means to, and two, didn't know it. It wasn't part of their background or education. It would have been rude and classist of him to expect that from them. Same thing of like you can expect somebody to like not be yelling at an indoor voice, right? That's rude. Why are you shouting and yelling at this indoor little monk sanctuary or something, right? But if someone stabbed you and you're bleeding out and you're like, and that's now acceptable. You are in a dire crisis. So you're like, okay, yeah, that's acceptable. He would be very aware of stuff. Same thing, if that high toity person or that high social standing person did go to that lower person, was like, this person didn't give these proper greetings, they didn't offer me this, they didn't have this type of chair or seat for me to be at, they couldn't offer me these accommodations, I'm gonna punish them for that. Alex Kennedy would be like, no, 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 it's rude of you to do that, and then he would he would kill the hoity-toity person, right? Even though technically, yeah, when a hoity-toity person comes into a new establishment, they're expected this kind of treatment because the hoity-toity person abused their power and was expecting it in this situation where it was the power imbalance. He was like, no, that's rude, and he would kill them. That's why I say he's kind of like picky and choosy. He was very aware of stuff. He could even be persuaded by stuff. So like he ended up joining Cannibal Girl's team, which you're like, wait, why is he joining this cannibal girl? It seems very rude to be going around murdering and eating people. But then it's like, no, she's this entity from the other dimension. She has to eat from living organisms. She's tried eating just regular meat, but they're not alive. She's literally like kind of eating their life away, kind of, while they're still alive. That's what she's doing. And he's like, oh, well then she can't help it. Then yeah, we just gotta respect differences sometimes. That happens. Okay. Well, maybe she should just eat the rude people. So he was almost, before I even got into Hannibal, he was kind of this Hannibal reference. He was my OC Hannibal before I even watched Hannibal or read the books. So no, he actually would have been fine. Oh, that's deep. I like it. Yeah, but again, it was too much. It was too much for. He was stealing the spotlight. Is your character an ass? Every mythology. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Over a chair, lol. He'd be like, why are you asking this person who doesn't have all these particular chairs and all these particular seating arrangements for you? Because especially for hoity-toity people, like if they're of a higher rank than you, they might sit at the head of a table, and then someone else would be expected to sit here, and then they'd have the poison tester here, would have a guest spot next to them, their wife and significant others would be here, so they would go over to this lower person's house. That lower ranking person only has like 2 chairs in their house, so they'd be like, oh, do you want a seat at our dining table? We only got 2 chairs, but yeah, you can have one. They'd be like, oh, you didn't put me at the head of a table? It's just a little like square table. There's no head of the table at it. So the hoity-toities would be like, no, execution, you didn't show me the proper manners, you didn't do all this and that. And Alex Kennedy be like, you bastard, you know you can't expect that here. There is no high table. There are no standards here. They only have a little table with 2 chairs. Get out of here. Stab. He was done with people shit. He was so funny. Lubo rant number 999. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Mystery Reach Day. I know I deleted Bobicus's. Who else did we read? We did Hide and Heart, and I think I did delete theirs, so that's good. So we at least got 2 done. We at least got 2 done before 1 in the morning. I don't think anyone else has anything short enough. Oh, did I reach the end? Yeah, I did. There we go. Let's see. Does anyone else have like a short one? A short one that's only like a few pages? Yours is only 2 pages left? Okay. That's for a fact. If we ever chatted in a call-off stream, we'd never shut up. I tried doing the collab with you. You barely talked. You barely yapped. I don't believe you anymore. I think you're not really chatty at all. I think you're just Maddie. That's once. Once. Listen, I don't know. I don't know. Here's only 2 pages left. Okay, Duncan. Let's go. Let's see. Are you Dunk? Okay, Maddie Donuts. That's it. Okay. I was gonna say, you're not Dunkin' Donuts in the chat, are you? Yours is green now. That's so cute. Okay. We're gonna do these 2 pages. Docs. Look at this. Look at this. How short is short? Green. Yeah, right. They're saying it's 2 pages. So we'll do this, and then that might be the end of stream, because I'm honestly still hungry. I think I'm making a pizza. I was gonna ask Roots to make me a pizza while I'm streaming. And then I forgot it, because then we were talking about stuff. You awake? Can there be pizza? Maybe. It's not quite 1 in the morning. They might still be awake. This is true. We need to do another collab, yeah. Listen, everything's busy. I haven't even collabed with Penny in a while. Everything's just like, ugh. Honestly, like, I was honestly thinking, because I'm still behind on work, that I was like, maybe I should cancel stream today, but I'm like, I can't cancel stream. We're still trying to get all these submissions done before April. I'm like, oh man, like, what's even happening? I don't even know what we would do the collab about. I don't even remember what we did last collab. What did we do? Let's see, whenever we can. What did we do last collab? I don't even remember. I'm reminding myself what happened here. Okay, this is the prologue. The piano, right? Yeah, magical piano. No matter what comes next. That's right. Okay, I'm remembering. I'm getting there. Then the king, who was our uncle, right? The character's uncle. We've gone into our mom's room after she's given birth, but our mom has passed away. And our character see, yeah, in the uncle's words. If she dies, if mother dies, mother can't die. The critique thing. Okay. I don't know if is critique even like a good thing to do collab for? Was it just hard to do it as a collab? Because I feel like I'm mostly reading it. It's kind of hard to switch back and forth with the reading. So then it's still like 90%. I think the problem with it is that it's still like mostly like, okay, yeah, Cryptid reads this whole entire thingamajig. And then there's some sidetracking. I don't know. Maybe just maybe the critique thing isn't a fun thing to do a collab with. Tavern, and they stream on 4 to 5 platforms. Top of the leaderboard on chats for the tavern, and they stream on 4 to 5 platforms. Wow! 4 to 5 platforms? That's a lot of platforms. What platforms are they streaming on? There's Twitch and YouTube. What other streaming platforms are there? If mother dies, mother can't die. Was it here? Oh. You're okay, Duncan. I don't want to scare you. So let's see. Mother, I cry out and scramble up her side. Mother, wake up. It's Romeo. Please wake up. Tears flooded forth as I sobbed. Please be breathing. I couldn't tell if her chest was rising and falling. Romeo, the faintest whisper caught my ear. I stopped sobbing and took my mother's hand. It's me, Mother. I'm here. I think there should be a comma there. I'm not sure. I held her hand to my cheek. Please don't die. Her finger brushed across my face. I'm sorry. Take care of your brother. TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Oh, that's right. TikTok has streaming too, doesn't it? I think... Does Instagram have live stuff too? I don't even remember anymore. Kick. Oh, I thought people didn't like Kick. People actually like Kick. I thought that one... Oh, and Facebook. Hi, Cam. It's good to see you. You outdid Captain Hoodie. Hello. Oh, Kick is stinky? Okay, that's what I thought some people didn't like Kick. Yeah. It has, like, less rules and stuff than Twitch, right? And then, like there's, like, bad stuff happening there. I think that's why some people don't like it, right? It's something like that. Sophia, my love, don't go. My father kissed the back of her hand and sobbed. So sobbed and sobbed are used twice here. But it was too late. When I pressed my head to her chest, I couldn't feel the rise and fall of her breath, or hear the beating of her heart. I waited for what felt like hours, curled up on her chest as the warmth left her. I didn't notice my uncle leave, at least not until my father lifted me up and carried me out. Over his shoulder, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the room. It was around my height, but it was made entirely of twisting smoke. It felt like it was watching me, and strangely, despite having no distinct features, I could tell it was sad. So it was around my height. So one thing that's a little confusing here when I'm trying to picture it as a reader, I don't know if it means like his height because he's a little kid, so let's say he's like 2 feet tall, right? Is this thing, he's looking down on it because it's quote-unquote his exact height, it's like 2 feet tall, so he's looking down at it from over his dad's shoulder, because he's being carried by his dad, who I'm assuming is like, you know, between 5 and 6 feet as an adult. Or over his shoulder, is it now at his height? So this smoke thing is now 5 to 6 feet, and he's making like eye contact with it, and it looks sad. That's a little thing with just saying, oh, it's my height. I don't know if it means his current height over the shoulder, or if it's like that sized. It's like him sized. Okay. So I'd maybe reword this in a way, because that one I'm like, that could be a little nitpicky. I think readers will picture it differently on how tall this little smoke is. I could tell it was sad. Back in our apartments, a space that now felt far too empty, my father sat me down. He stared at me for a long time, as if trying to think of the correct words to say, and was found wanting. I need to check some things. Looked after your brother until I get back, was all he managed before turning and walking out of the room. Wait, we also got our brother in here? Are we winning? Hi, Kozetsu. Where do you see this in fancy green stuff? Some people have been switching it to green. Why do I think the green looks so nice? I think it complements the little chat box so well. It looks so fancy. Everything looks so good. The information seems so insignificant. Mother is gone, and it's that baby's, my brother's, fault. I walked over to the crib and peered inside. My brother was small, smaller than I expected, with light hair like Mother's. He lay unmoving, and I immediately panicked like he had died too. I reached down and pinched him just a little, and he started to cry. Relief. I stroked his arm until he calmed down. Yeah, I was about to say, like, why is the baby silent? This is too soon. Why is the baby quiet? The green is so zen and contrasts the content. Uh-oh. Throw trash redeem? Oh, you want to throw trash redeem? Oh, that could be cute. That could be cute. You just throw like a little trash can at me. You get punked by a trash can. Oh no. It's all his fault, a voice said. The shadowy figure stood before me on the other side of the crib. I stared into the curling tendrils of smoke, uneasy. Like, Bridget is taller by 2 inches. Barry's not tall. Okay. You know it's true. If it wasn't for him, Mother would still be alive. Might as well rename it KKW? Wait, what? Is that a reference to something? Model, keep checking. I knew I shouldn't agree. He was just a little baby, and he hadn't meant to hurt Mother. So that's one of the things here too. So this one, it's still like, I knew, like, this is the narrator way in the future talking about this as like, oh yeah, back then I knew I shouldn't have agreed about it. That's what this one sounds like, which I think you were trying to in the prologue. That was the point of view. But the rest of this is still, it's like technically past tense, but it's still as if it's like currently. It's not as past tense of this. That one was a little jarring compared to this. I knew I shouldn't agree. Maybe even like, I didn't want to agree. Maybe something like that. Maybe that would be a better way to phrase it. What's Super Set Giant? But the anger inside me was roaring like the storm outside. Again, I reached into the crib and pinched the infant, harder this time. He screamed in pain, and guilt didn't find me. I pinched harder and harder, the shadowy figure urging me on. Took his mother. It's all his fault. I hate him. My fingernails dug into his skin, and soon little droplets of crimson began to leak out. Good. He made Mother bleed too. Can you remind us what the age range of the characters? I want to say you said 7 to 8, but I could also be fucking wrong. So I want to double check. Footsteps thundered down the hall, heavy and urgent. I stepped back, suddenly painfully aware of what I'd done. The shadowy figure was gone now. Now I was alone with a screaming baby. Shh, I'm sorry. Please stop crying. I tried to rub away the blood, but it just smeared long red streaks on his leg. I lifted him up and held him close, but he still screamed. Father rounded the corner, concern etched on his face. What happened? He strode over and plucked him from my arms. I tried to find the words to respond, but nothing came. Father began to pace back and forth, rubbing my brother's back. Yeah, Romeo's a shit. Hold on, I got to cough real quick. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, infant pinching evil. Okay, he's 6. Okay, he's even younger than I thought. That means I landed my own body piece. He's 6. He's little. Rubbing my brother's back. Shh, quiet, Hamlet. It's okay. Oh, so you have Romeo and Hamlet. So very much both inspired by Shakespeare names. Okay, okay. I wonder if that's a little bit too strong of a reference. Guilt. His cries began to still. Guilt filled the silence as my father tenderly laid my brother back in his crib. He was still looking in the crib when his face changed. He's bleeding. I'm sorry, Father. You did this? His gaze bore into me. I wish that the floor would swallow me up. It was the Shadow Man. He made me do it. Is it a Shadow Man? I thought it was almost like the same height as him. Right, like you said, so you said he's the same height. He's also leaning over the crib. I thought maybe it's like a shadow version of him. So maybe it's the Shadow Boy. The Shadow Boy told me to do it. Is it a Shadow Man? It's just a really, really short man. Made me do it. Father's hand struck me so hard it flung me onto the floor. My vision swam and my eyes welled up with tears. I can understand you're hurting, but that is no excuse. Don't you dare lie to me. This is just a horrible nightmare. This can't be happening. I knew Father had a right to be angry, but I never thought he'd hit me. I wrapped my arms around myself. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry. My father stood over me for a long time, just watching as I sobbed. Eventually, he picked me up, wordlessly dusted me off, and sent me to bed. Good, I thought. Now the nightmare could end. When I woke the next day to the baby in the crib and the emptiness where my mother should have been, my world shattered all over again. And that is the end. Sounds labyrinth? Maybe I should change that? Maybe you should change what? What part were we looking at? Oh yeah, the Shadow Man versus the Shadow Boy. Yeah, if it is supposed to be like a shadow version of him, of our character Romeo, and it's like the same height and he's kid-shaped and is leaning over, I would rename it to Shadow. The Shadowy Boy told me to do it. And you can see that. Okay. Let's see here. So those are very small, like little nitpicky little fixes. Like, oh yeah, like fix this word, change it from man to boy. That's all fit. Let me look at this. Let me think here. Is there anything in particular you want to be critiqued on here? Because we read the first half. I think I gave some of my initial critiques with it. We've now finished the second half of this short little bit. Was there something in particular you wanted? That you wanted more critique on? If he wishes Hamlet away to the Goblin King, I'm going to be like, wait a minute. Let's see here. Let's see if they respond. Let's see if there's something in particular before I go off on my little cryptid rants. Let's see. Oh, I didn't change it from Bombicus. Jeez, let me go up here. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Properties, get Bombicus is all done. And now I can do... Nope. Duncan. Nope. That's with a K. Go nuts. Okay. Is that better? And you too, St. Patrick? Wait, what's happening? Oh, for... You know, the green were just like, oh yeah, people are doing green now. This is really pretty. I like this. Eek. No, wait, my color. No color block here. Eek. That's a long username. That's the problem. You mentioned changing to third person over first. I said it's just a sample. I don't want you to commit right away to changing to third person. That's a big commitment change. I said do a little sample. See which one would fit you better. See which one has that stronger writer voice in it. But I wasn't sure if the stuff with shadow would hit as hard. I intentionally used both we and I in the same sentence to show them blending. Is that later on? Maybe do it. Was that later on, or did it happen here? I just missed it. More than white on black. It's easy on the eyes. I suggest a reminder redeem for 1 coin. A reminder? A reminder for what? He took our mother. I hate him. Okay, okay. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Gonna crash, friends. Bye, Zatra. Have a wonderful night. Oh, to change the story author. Got it, got it, got it. That would be a good reminder redeem. Okay. That would be a good one. So let's see. It's referring to Hamlet, but shadow there. Yep, yep, yep. I did get that. I did get it. I was just, when you like spelled it out in chat, I was like, wait, what? And then like now I'm looking, he took our mother. Yes. That makes sense. So yeah, okay, he's fusing with the shadow. Okay. So just kidding, you know? So wait, what is happening with this? Did you say which ones you want to critique on? Did I miss it? Wait, hold on. I'm scrolling up in chat. No. Yeah, so last time I mentioned changing to third person over first, but I wasn't sure if the stuff with shadow would hit as hard. Usually use both we and I in the same sentence to show them blending. Yeah. Cryptid forgot already. I changed the name. I changed the name. It's Dunkin' Donuts, right? Wait, what? Did I forget something else? The reminder redeem. Forgot already. Yeah, the reminder for changing the name for the writer. I think that would be a good one. Someone put it in the suggestions. That way I don't forget. Well, I will still forget it, but at least I can look at the suggestions later and implement it. That's what I mean. Meep. Meep, meep. So let's see. I'm giving you another second. Otherwise, I will give the critiques that I think of. I don't know how I could do the same internal stuff in third person, which is why I gravitate to first. That's what I said. I'm not telling you to commit to writing an entire new point of view. I was saying do a sample. Take these. This is what, 5 pages in total? I would say even just do one section of this. Take one scene from this. Don't even do the full 5 pages, because I think the first few pages were the prologue, right? The prologue. Do a few pages here. Try in a new document. Save all this stuff in a new document. Try it in first. Because again, I think your writing tone as the writer, as the narrator, is too mature. It's not sticking well that this is a younger person doing it. It's really hard and believable to feel that we are a young kid right now. It's difficult. That's why I'm like, the tone of the writing versus the narrator, the narrator being young Romeo, right? It's not quite matching. That's why I said, let's try it. Let's try it in another point of view in a separate document. It can be a fun little writing exercise. Set a timer for an hour. See what you get done. See if it vibes with you. Reminder to remember to check the suggestions. But yeah, one of the things here is that it's really hard with that younger kid, with this younger point of view, to sometimes do that tone of voice. It's sometimes hard to capture. You have ping and sent the reminder redeeming suggestion. Nice, nice. So, that was my thing from earlier. So I don't want you to be like, oh, Cryptid's telling me to change everything. No, like, try it out. See how it feels. See if it vibes with you. See if it feels good. For if you're asking how do you tackle it, are we not doing critique? Are we talking about how do we tackle it? About the internal things when we're doing third person. It's not too different actually. It's to do an example here. Let's see, you're talking about this particular line. So in this case, instead of saying I, it would be talking about Romeo barely this tall, leaned over the crib, and as baby Hamlet's cries rang louder, he kept viciously digging his nails deeper and deeper into it. He dug his hands into his legs, he almost pinched his toes where it was hard to see, he pinched into his arm meat, into the little baby leg there, and then the little baby Hamlet, only 2 hours old, started screaming louder than he had even when he was born, all this different stuff. The shadow leaned over the other side of the crib, encouraging, Romeo on. And then the shadow would say, "He took our mother. It's all his fault." Or no, what did he say? "You know it's true. If it wasn't for him, mother would still be alive." Romeo pinched harder and faster. Blood started showing. All this different, whatever word choice you. I'm just spitballing here, so it's not gonna sound good. But doing all this different stuff. As Romeo kept pinching the baby, the voice of the shadow started filling his head. "He took our mother. It's all his fault. I hate him." Pinch, pinch, pinch. Suddenly, footsteps thundered down the hall, heavy and urgent. Romeo stepped back, suddenly painfully aware of what horrible thing he had just done. Wait, what? Oh no. But again, you're just changing the point of view, and honestly, even if you just change a lot of the eyes to Romeo or he, suddenly a lot of the words you use in the prose make a lot more sense. It feels a little bit more natural. But yeah, instead of just being like, "Oh, I heard this in my head," it's Romeo heard this character's voice in his head. Blah 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 blah. He kind of agreed with the voice. He leaned further into it. He pinched hard. All this different stuff, right? It's just changing the tense. And then I think the voice you have would feel a little bit more natural. So far, even finishing it, even seeing this cool little thing you're doing here with the shadow and Romeo kind of merging together, I still think like, oh yeah, you can still do this in third person. It's not impossible. It's not even that hard. Just double check, like look up third person, see some examples, try writing it in a little section, see if it feels more natural, see if yeah, there's another shadow figure on the other side of the crib encouraging Romeo to keep pinching the baby. It feels hard to me. It will always feel hard until you try it. It was dork. But yeah, that's just making all this, I mean, look, it was probably hard to get all this writing done the first time. You already did it. And you were just coming up with this stuff out of your head, right? You had to make all this stuff. You had to make this role. You had to make these characters. You had to write this all down. Now it's the easy part. All that stuff is already made. Now you're literally just direct referencing each individual scene and just changing it from I to Romeo and he. Maybe adding in some more details, maybe taking away some. It's just a little rewrite. It's not that crazy. It's not that scary. I believe in you. But yeah, even after finishing it, I still think that'll be one of my biggest suggestions here, because even getting into like some of the thoughts Romeo had, some of the thoughts he has, it doesn't sound like it's a 6-year-old's voice. His thoughts aren't the thoughts in the word choices that a 6-year-old would have. Creative one, what are you saying over there? I don't even understand half the stuff you're writing. What? Meet. Yeah, some of his that's what I'm saying. It's not, the narration doesn't sound like the 6-year-old, and some of his internal thoughts don't sound like the internal thoughts of a 6-year-old. Not in like how evil or graphic they're saying. I'm not like, oh no, a 6-year-old should be sweet and innocent. No, like a 6-year-old could absolutely go crazy and start hating this little kid and be sad about his mom, be pinching this little brother. Okay, yeah, kids are fucking feral. Kids are crazy. I'm not denying that part. I'm not saying he just sounds sweet and cute and bubbly. Kids are fucking crazy. Kids are nasty. Kids are feral. But like the word choices, the way the words are put together, the thoughts he's having, I'm like, this doesn't quite read as a 6-year-old. So that's what I'm saying, that the tone of voice doesn't match up. 6-year-olds say hate and stupid without censor. Yeah. Let me see, like maybe a reference where I'm like, that doesn't quite sound like it. Let's see. Even like knowing right off the bat at 6 years old that she died because of the childbirth is sometimes maybe a hard connection unless someone like specifically tells you that. but just knowing, wait, this baby's here, mom's gone. Maybe not saying like, oh yeah, he took our mother, but being like, no, I don't want this brother. I'd rather have mom back. Give mom back. Take the baby brother away. Get the baby out of here. I don't want him. But saying if it wasn't for him, mother would still be alive, I think is maybe a smidge too old. If he was a little bit older, then he could make that connection. At this age, I'm like, that's a little hard correlation. But he would still be having the feelings, the really big feelings that a 6-year-old would have hard explaining. I don't want this baby brother. Take the brother back. This was too big of a day. I'd rather have mom. I want mom to come back. I don't want this stupid baby brother. Hi, Deshead. It's like an online guide to what words are appropriate for what ages. Not like swearing, but like what grade X child is likely to understand. And while it's not perfect, reviewing that might give you a picture of what to aim for. Ooh, that's a really good idea. My 6-year-old nephew is obsessed with Poppy playtime, and every play should include the hands that extend grabber. Oh man, that's so... Some of those chapters in Poppy playtime, I'd be like, that's a little much for, like Dog Day. The Dog Day sequences for a 6-year-old, that stuff is horrific. Seeing the younger things like control his body and like make him chase after, that was horrific. So making a 6-year-old see, that's a little bit much. I'm still like, yeah, kids can see like little kid themed horror games, but some of those scenes in Poppy playtime, I'm like, I don't know. The kind of like references, it's kind of like a child farm factory turning them into kids, and then some of those toys, because the kids get turned into toys. Then some of those toys, because they were acting up, they weren't being nice or toy-like enough, then get mass murdered in like a mini toy holocaust. I'm like, that's for kids? Oh man, that's for a 6-year-old? Man. WB? I don't know what WB means. Oopsie, I'm lame. But yeah, definitely that would be a really cool reference to double check, because it's like sometimes the exact words or like the way the sentences are structured, I'm like, this isn't quite a 6-year-old. In employment, spreadsheet adventure. Ooh, spreadsheet adventures. I need to get better at spreadsheets. Oh, for welcome back. Got it. See, I'm just lame. I'm not online enough. Over 60 applications. Hey, if nothing else, then at the end of all this, you can make one of those YouTube videos that's proving like, hey, look, all these places said they were hiring. Here's all the places I applied to. Here's all the places that got back. Here's the percent. Because those like some YouTube videos that are going around. So maybe you could at least make YouTube video money. If nothing else. You sure? Those videos are going really popular. People like actually showing like, no, here's the experience. Here's what I did. Here's who I reached out to. Here's the turnaround time. Here's how few got back to me. Look it up. Like, see, like those YouTube videos. You can be YouTube famous. Man, that's work. So is a spreadsheet. I mean, hey, while you're already doing the work. Just saying. But yeah, so I'd still say the story narration style and the point of view aren't quite meshing. So that's what I'm saying, like, let's try. We can either focus going line by line on getting every line of dialogue and internal thought to sound like a 6-year-old, which is also work. You know, any edit I give you, it's gonna be work. That's the rough part about editing. Or what could be a simpler fix is just realizing like, oh, maybe you write better in third, and from your word choices, from your vocabulary, from your sentence structure, I'm wondering if you might naturally write better in third person. So that's why I offered to do that little exercise. Just do a little exercise. See if it works out. YouTube is your friend. Yeah, that's what they're both valid fixes. There's not a wrong way to fix this, but I'm just pointing out that little fix. Like either or, I think would be a valid way to tackle this. So even finishing it, I think that's still my main critique. Whichever way you want to choose to solve it. And then for the second critique, I don't think this is the right ending for this scene. Having him go to sleep and then having him wake up really quickly. I'm like, this is almost derailing the momentum that was piling up. I don't think this is the ending. I feel like the ending should be a little sooner. I'm almost. I was gonna say like maybe it should be during something here with the dad. Like maybe just here. should be the ending, but I'm wondering, would it be psycho? Would it be crazy? Would it be insane to actually end while Romeo is still pinching Hamlet and making him cry? And he just keeps pinching harder and harder, and the baby's wailing louder and louder, and the shadow's encouraging him. Would that be a crazy place to end it on? But it would make you want to turn the page, right? You'd be like, that it's such a strong image, such a strong, creepy image of this young kid, you know, torturing the baby, and the shadow little kid leaning over him, encouraging him, and then to ramp that up, and then that's the ending scene, and then you're like, oh, okay, well now I gotta turn the page. Oh fuck, what happens next? Could also finish it in final chapter point of view, change to shadow. Maybe even another point of view in shadow. Ooh, that's a good idea too. Let's see. I watched a stream and from one of my ASMR friends, and I'm like, I forgot I was supposed to do that. Oh, hello and welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Let's see, but yeah, someone else suggested too that you can even switch to a point of view that's just shadow. That can be a fun little project to try. Cinerate, hello, hello. Bringing some sweetness from a galaxy not so far away. Oh, that's so cute. Welcome on in, Raiders. Oh, I should actually type it in chat in case it matters. Welcome, Raiders. There we go. But yeah, welcome on in. But I think for that's really strong impact, you always want that scene to end on like on a page that makes you want to turn the page. It feels like a nice, cool ending, but it also wants to make you turn the page so you start the next section. I'm like, man, that escalating, and then just mention like, and he kept pinching, the baby kept wailing, and the shadow kept urging him on. And then poof, like fade to black, like that's the ending scene. That could be, oh my god, that could be such a really strong ending scene. Oh my god. I don't know if you're looking for impact on it, but yeah, I definitely think making this scene maybe a little bit longer and ending it there. That would be a crazy scene to end chapter 1 on. That would be insane. And Mr. Strim? Hey, Cryptid Hunter. No, Archie, the archivist. It's okay. They're not Cryptid Hunters. They're friends. Cryptid friends. You do have plans for a Shadow's point of view. There is significance to that scene, as it's the first time Shadow takes control from Romeo. I want that to feel disorienting, so I'm keeping it close to my chest. Oh wait, so he did take control. He took control? I viewed it more as like, he's like, hey, do this, little kid. And the little kid's like, yeah, actually, you're right. I should. Pinch. And then, like, the dad came down. He's like, I'm sorry. Because little kids do that. Did he control him? So is it, like, control? Like, is it mind control? He's, like, taking over Romeo? Or do you mean control? It's just like, oh, he's influencing him. Okay. Phew. Not on the scene in a later one. Okay, that happens. Oil rig worker near me. Oh, really? Those oil rigs are not safe. That's crazy. Okay, but you already have plans for that. That's really cool. I'm excited to see that. But yeah, otherwise, I think those would be my main 2 critiques for this so far. Is trying out, experimenting with a new point of view from first to third. Again, we've had several people on here. I'm actually not too much of a hater of first person anymore, but I genuinely think your tone of voice as a writer might be a bit stronger in third. Front shifting is a real thing and is disorienting, and you can get amnesia. Yeah, but I don't think it happened in this scene, right? I'm clarifying. I've only read this scene. I've only read the prologue in chapter 1. It didn't happen in this scene. It happens later. That's the only thing I can give a critique on. It happens later, then I don't know about it. But here it didn't yet. We have lake ports and dock work, not on water. Wow. But yeah, so just to clarify, I don't think that happened here yet. But it's like ramping up, that stuff is gonna happen later. So 90% certain that rigor mortis came from an oil rig job. Oh no, yeah, you guys have seen like it's crazy horrific ways to die on an oil rig. It's like insane. Well, that was not easy to search for. I keep getting bike chains. No, just explain the difference. Okay. Yeah. So that's totally fine. I was just clarifying. But yeah, I still think the point of view exercise, like a whole separate document, would be great. And I would really suggest maybe expand, even though it's so like heart-wrenching and brutal, expanding Romeo going at Hamlet a little bit here, and ending it on that scene, like with some like really cool edgy line about like the baby kept screaming and he kept pinching, and then the shadow kid kept encouraging him on and whispering in his ear, and then end it there. That would be crazy. That would be so brutal and hard and so emotional. And if that's where it ends, then you're like, oh, I gotta turn the page. That would be such a strong ending for a scene. Poor little guy's a hard enough life. Well, that's what you're doing. I'm just giving you advice for how to make it more impactful. You got a misinformation. You get a misinformation. Everyone get a misinformation. Oh, you got a misinformation? Oh. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, was the 9% sure rigor mortis is not from an oil rig job? I was gonna say I don't know for sure, but hey. But yeah, so that you tricked us. It wasn't a real thing. Seems the build is good. How you have it? Wait, what build? Oh, this is also on your naughty list. Nice. But yeah, those would be my 2 critiques. Those would be my 2 actionable critiques for you to take this piece to the next level. But yeah, I did know. So one's named Romeo, one's named Hamlet. It seems like a very strong reference to Shakespeare names. One, is Shakespeare a thing in your world? And 2, are there going to be other Shakespeare named characters here? I was wondering that. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Raiders. There we go. Yeah, that way in case they're in ads, they can still see a little welcome message. But yeah, let us know what's the vibe for this. Only reason I had that confrontation with his dad is because I wanted to show the change in his dad's personality. But I could shift that to a flashback, I suppose. Yeah, I definitely make a flashback. It wasn't even too long of a scene here. And then even just this, right? He goes to bed, but then he wakes up and it's the next day is all like in 2 sentences. So that's a really short scene, right? That one, that means good. These are like we're having this really high moment, like action, like not action, but like intense scene. This really high impact emotional scene. But then it de-escalates to the dad coming in to see it to rescue the baby. Then it de-escalates further. The dad puts us to bed. And then we de-escalate further. It's just 2 sentences saying like, oh, it's the next day, but we don't even get anything that happens the next day. So like we're de-escalating, and I'm like, no, it's so impactful. And it ended at that. Make us turn the page at like such this is crazy scene. Hello, writers. David the writer, eh? Hello, welcome on in. Dad is meant to be a direct Shakespeare reference. Like a reference, like is the dad Shakespeare in this one? The writing space on Twitch. Oh, that's so nice. That'd be so cool for you. Then yeah, maybe you should check him out. That could be a pretty cool person. How is your stream going? Good. This is our 3rd critique of the night. And do you see so many people are switching to a green background? Isn't it so nice on the eyeballs? I really like it. It seems compared to like a harsh like white screen with black text, this seems so nice. How was your guys's? I mean, I like all my raccoons writing. I never want to say a bad word about anyone's writing, so I like them all. I'm really honored that they trust me to get feedback and stuff. It's so nice on the eyeballs. Don't read the words. Don't say bad about your writing. This is great words. Just because there is critique and there's things that I'm suggesting to like change or improve upon doesn't mean it's bad. It's just how we all grow. Lord knows you guys can see my writing work, and I'm sure there's several things that people could point out to improve. That's what our writing critique circle is for, is how we can improve together and new things we haven't thought to try. That's what it's all about. The green background really complements the blue in your model. Oh, tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me how perfect my model is. Yes. Could be amazing, but still isn't nice on the eyeballs. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Diva the Ride, what was your stream about? How are you and your raiders doing? Did you guys do anything fun? Did you guys get anything productive done? I am focusing. I am gonna increase the cost of that redeem. It's gonna be 2,000. You guys have a nice night. You too, Hugo. Thank you so much for stopping by. But yeah, that's definitely one of the things here. I never want you guys to feel bad about getting critique or be like, it's all wrong. Like, no, it's just we're all growing up as writers together and as creatives. It's the last story of the day. Cut her some slack. Oh my god. You go for 9K. Well, that means you can only do a couple of them. Hold my pen, prompt cast, and a month in the archive. Moth in the archive are 2 I write for. 2/3 Lotus is the biggest poet. Neff the lore keeper does good reading streams along with Vexing Cat and at David the Writer. Nice. You had a bit of productivity talking about writing, magic systems. I wrote a character exploratory piece earlier. Oh, that sounds so fun. We were getting what was some of the stuff we were talking about earlier? We weren't talking about point of view. We were talking about characters that got too big. When you have side characters that get too big, too awesome, take up too much of the screen time, and then we had to cut them. Because then they don't serve the story anymore. They're almost like making a new story, and they're like, stay. So then you have to like put it in your mental archive or in a Word document somewhere, and save it for another story somewhere. Because that side character just got too big for their britches, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. We had a funny yap about it. And of course, Cryptid. One day I'll work up the courage to get something critiqued. That would be awesome. See, Cryptid is fighting me. Oh no. Or the opposite, your main characters go on a canyon rafting adventure, now all of the side characters are gone and you don't care about the new ones. You're like, fuck these new characters, I want to go back to the old ones. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Here's your sippy. Meep. Oh, for the posture check too, everyone, check your spines. Check any pet skeletons you have from the local crypt or cemetery. Make sure you check their spines too. You want to unshrimp those spines. You want your organically grown skeletons, both yours and any pet ones you have, to be nice and well maintained. We're going to unshrimp those spines. Move your neck back and forth, left and right, up and down. For your skeletons to roll their shoulders back. They like hunching over a lot too, just like you. And then it'll be all nice and good. Thanks. I don't get survival stories. If the characters are stressed, so am I. Do it. It's the best way to hone your writing craft. Yeah. You just applied to a candy factory. You could be like Willy Wonka. It's crazy. You do writing streams on Sundays. Yeah, and you also you submitted some of your writing here, and it's a really cool, like, ancient Chinese fantasy story. We've only gotten to do, like, the prologue in the first chapter, but it's been really cool. Unshrimp my spine to the tune of Unbreak My Heart. It was a long drive. Oh, for the candy store? To the candy factory? But anyway, yeah, unless there's any other questions or anything else you want to critique on, then I'm going to end it here. I think ending on a slightly different point, and not even on here, but like an old side document. Try that new writing point of view. I have a gut feeling. I think it's gonna be really, really strong. I was about to click and follow and discovered I already follow you, huh? Oh. I bring when OSHA hasn't checked on you yet. Good night, fellow chatties. Good night, King Cal. It was a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sunday, you're doing a world building series for A Setting with No Stars for you guys. That's Setting with No Stars. Very Iron Lung. Very Iron Lung, right? They had that where all the stars went away in the Quiet Rapture. Very oh my goodness, more. Thank you. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on. Oh, I have to type a message in case they're stuck in ads. Welcome, Raiders. Ooh, there we go. You're ending before OSHA can get to you and for all your safety requirements. Hello. So, since we do have quite a few raccoons, we have so many new raiders. Does anyone else? Was an Iron Lung Markiplier's horror film? Yes, it's also based off a game. It was an indie game, and then Markiplier made it into his indie movie. But the background lore of that one is that, hey, all the stars and planets, habitable planets, went away in a quiet rapture. They don't know what happened, and now they need to find more resources, because all the planets and all the stars that could have resources are gone. So what do you do? How do you grow food? There's no land because there's no planets. How do you grow food? How long can you wait to grow food? The thing is that this is a world where stars in the sky have never existed, and the big role stars play is an eldritch force that slip light and the sky into this underground reality. Ooh, eldritch horror. Very, very cool. I like it. It's a neat concept. Build food? Wait, is that what I said? Did I mess it up? Did I misspeak? Oopsie. But yeah, definitely a fun concept. But yeah, since we have some new little raccoons joining us, let's see, is anyone else here currently in the queue who has a shorter submission? I think I want to try and do a shorter submission again, since we're here. So I'll go ahead and delete Maddie Donuts from the queue. Thank you so much, Dunkin' Donuts, for letting us read your piece and give feedback and critique. I hope some of it was helpful, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do in the future. I'm also familiar with the Magnus Archives. I've heard of it. A lot of people suggested it because I was into the Welcome to Night Vale fandom, and I just can't do podcasts very well, so I haven't picked it up yet, but I've heard a lot of really cool things about it. Constructing additional pineapples. Technically, you can build with food in Minecraft. I'm glad that works in Minecraft. Oh my god. You wrote a novel a few years back where the sky fell to Earth, revealing just a yawning black abyss above. Centuries later, an organization has hoarded the stars of the sky, holding the power of the sun, which the protagonist tries to steal. Ooh, very, very cool. Very much the recreation of, like, man stealing fire and light from the sun, like those origin myths that some cultures have. But instead of, like, against the deities, against, like, the god figures, it's against a giant corporation. What a fun play. I really like that idea. The ending of Scrapped Princess anime was fun. Oh, I don't know that one. Yeah, pumpkin and melon blocks. Oh, you can have, like, food blocks? Yeah, I don't know what the Scrapped Princess is. What do you mean? What's all these references? But anyway, yeah, we have Lambda still in the queue. Archivist, I see you have a post in it, but not with a link. I think that was just you leaving a message. If you did mean to be in the queue, then I'm so sorry. But, it's a plot twist ending there in a biodome of sorts. It's called To Steal the Sun, where the implication is that those who took the shards with the sun in the first place are the real thieves. It's a very old anime. Most people don't remember it. I don't remember if it's got a source material or not. Oh, you were just catching up. Let's see, but yeah. Archie Archivist, let me know if you do mean to be in the queue. Otherwise, I think I just see, like, you just, like, doing a little KK, like, a little, like, okay message in it. I don't think that's you holding a spot. So I'll delete it for now, but if you did mean to be in the queue, just let me know. We do have Cam Gilbertson. I saw them earlier. Are you still in queue? We have Cam Gilbertson. We have Callie. I haven't heard from Callie. Normally Callie says hi a few times when they're in queue. I don't see them. Sanctify was in here earlier. I don't think I've seen anything from them recently. Mystria. Like that. You have an 80s anime collection? Oh my god, a person of fine quality taste, I see. Oh, thank you for the follow, and hey, I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. It can drink, it's old. I've had to come to terms with that reality recently, lol. Man, seeing something is from early 2000s and hearing it being called old is insane. That's crazy. It was very busy today, all over the writing section. Was everyone really busy doing cool stuff today? That's neat. I'm really happy with that. There's Nova, the Therian and Gamer. I'm not sure how to say their username. Nothing that came out when I was a teen. Oh wait, my music, my lo-fi beats. You know, I should have written today, but I didn't. Hey, it's all good. You just brush it off and you can see if you get any writing done tomorrow. That's what happens. Gotta be kind to ourselves. But otherwise, I'm not seeing too many people who are in the queue. Wait, Death's Head. Death's Head, you're here. Death's Head, you just wrote. Dusthead, are you gonna be up for a little bit? We can do... You have a submission, right? You have Haunting of Castle Lobos? Oh, cute. I do, but it's a longer one. How long? Let me take a look-see at it. Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. We're taking a little peek. I was hoping for like just a few pages, and it's for people already in the queue. We have a really long queue, and I want to finish the queue before we start April, because I want to reopen the queue for April for people to submit and get their stories read and get critique and feedback. And I can't do that unless I shorten down the queue a little bit. So I'm working my way through stuff. What's considered considerate? I can post things from my story Bible. Be critiqued by everyone, right? Yes. The other thing is just, again, not any like too spicy or sexy stuff. But yes, you can put it in the writing section rather than the story submission section. That's fine. How long do you think you'll be able to be up? Ooh, that's a good question. I had been planning to end with that last one, but then we got a couple raiders, and I'm like, oh, it seems so rude to just leave right after we got raiders. Like, oh my goodness. Let's see. What page were we on? Where to rid the woods of werewolves. It was before this. We haven't got to that part yet. We were here. I think we were in this section. Sorry about that. No need to be sorry for anything. It's not a bad thing. I remember the passing of the Mayo, but I was there when he fell. The spicy stuff in the story, but for the most part, it means I had to avoid ambrosia. Yeah, you found it. Okay, perfect. So let's see what page. This is page... We've ended on page 4. We're starting page 5 out of 17. So 1, I don't think we can get all 17 pages done. But I can do a couple of pages until we're at another good stopping point. And that will be your submission. Does that sound good? Well, your game is spicy. Tells you infinitely more about than you realize. Oh, did I read it funny? Did I read it in a weird way? Is it supposed to be pronounced differently? Again, I read a lot of things, but I don't always hear them said out loud, so sometimes I say things in a wonky way. It's the curse of being a reader. To get all the way through. Okay, so then yeah. If you're up for it, then we can start doing it now. In which case, let me do this. Properties. The story is from... Yes. Oh, mistyping things. This had 419. Oh no, didn't do my model. Oopsie, hold on. No, it actually didn't mess with my model this time. Yay! There we go. Yep, go ahead. Sweet. Okay, so we finished with... So for everyone joining us for this section, our character and his grandfather and adjacent have gone to this new castle where they are going to be guards, but they've come there and like there's nobody. There's like bare minimum staff, less than the bare minimum. There's like 1 or 2 cleaner ladies. There's one other guard dude there, and there's the person in charge of it, and he's giving them the task if they want his grandpa knight to go out and hunt werewolves in the forest. He's saying that's the big problem, is werewolves. He's offered a huge sum of money per werewolf pelt. But again, like, why is there so little staff? What happened to the previous guy? Why do the townsfolk hate this people? There's a lot of shady stuff going on here. There's a lot of crazy stuff. Why'd the last staff leave? What's been happening? But it's a werewolf fantasy setting. It's gonna be really cool. Let's continue. Did I just move to a different page? Oopsie. So, Natalthea has moved to her new quarters. She strode across the cold wooden floor and pulled back the sheets, taking one last look around before she snuffed out the candle and bedded down for the night. Natalthea's troubled thoughts swirled through her mind like a silent tempest as she teetered between sleep and the night around her. A loud noise startled her full awake. Nataltha sitting bolt upright. A scratching screech echoed from above, sending a shiver down her spine. After a moment's hesitation, she rose from bed and tiptoed to the door, gingerly easing it open to peek into the hall. A chill rushed through Nataltha as another woman stared back. Yet she blinked and saw that the woman was her own reflection in the mirror at the end of the hall. Do you like how enthusiastic you are? For me or for Death's Head? Wait, what? For me, yeah, I love encouraging my raccoons here. Everyone who shows their stuff here and gets a critique live on stream. Getting a critique is scary. Getting a critique live on stream is really scary. So everyone here, I think, are one really, really brave raccoons, really brave writers, and really interested in getting their writing craft to the next level, getting that writing feedback to help them improve. I think it's really hard to find that space. What's her name? Gingerly? Oh, did I say it funny? Whoopsie. But yeah, I really always want to encourage my raccoons here. We can all improve better as writers and as creative storytellers. You've been getting live critiqued on stream for 2.5 years now on Am I... Amita? I always say, am I the asshole? But that's not it. I'm used to it. Oh Lord, I'm terrible at writing. Hey, everyone starts out terrible at writing. You can only improve from there, right? You agree? Yeah. Oh no, you said it right. I'm just a smart ass. Oh, a moth in the archive. Got it. I was like, is that like an Am I the Asshole Reddit post? Like, what's happening here? So let's see. So one of my first suggestions, kind of remembering where we left, she's having this conversation with some of the other ladies. They're talking about the werewolves. It's kind of building up this tension. She's having thought about not knowing what to do with this room because they might be leaving soon. And then she's going to go to sleep. I'm wondering, just as a smaller note, /ADHD life, if this should be a scene break. Right, if she has this conversation, she goes to bed, she falls asleep. That's like a scene page of, not necessarily a chapter, like a new chapter, but a new scene. It's like this is where there's split, and then there should be a bigger gap here. And then she wakes up in the middle of the night because of this noise. Early stories I wrote, which I still have. Most people don't roll out of bed and write a great American novel in one shot. Oh dear God, no. We have to work and slowly build our skills. And then a lot of the fully published authors on bookshelves and stuff you read, they still go, maybe not as much anymore. Some of the editing skills have been lacking in the publishing houses recently. That's been a huge critique for publishing recently. But then again, you as the writer, your main goal is just to get the story out of your brain. And you get it to the best that you personally can with you and critique partners and different stuff like that. After that, what then actually turns your story, right, your story into great things, then it gets through either an agent if you're doing traditionally publishing, then it goes through a developmental editor, then it goes through a line editor, then it goes through the copy editor, and then it gets published. And at that point, all your plot holes are fixed, all the spelling errors are gone, all the sentences are shining to their very best potential. And again, does everyone get traditionally published? No. Oh, thank you for the bits. That's very kind of you. But again, no one's like rolling out of bed and just rough, like first draft, they open their eyes, they're like, and they write down, and then it's that book you see on a bookshelf. That's not what's happening. Sometimes you can see earlier drafts that an author did. You will very rarely see a first draft, like a true first draft from any published author. You may be lucky and see excerpts from a earlier draft. But a first draft, oh my, it's stinky poo-poo. It's stinky poo-poo. You show me any famous author on a bookshelf right now, and I'm like, more than likely, 99% guarantee, their first draft, if you ever uncovered it and pried it from their hands, it's stinky poo-poo. It just is. And then they keep making it better. Text says the monster's looking at my imagination. Thank you for offering critiques. I hope you have a good night. Oh, thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. You really want to be traditionally published, because then I just had to write my words and other people can do the shit I don't want to deal with. Well, again, they keep offering you things to fix. They'll be like, change this point of view, rearrange this chapter, change this dialogue, move this character around, get rid of this character. And they're like, fine, I don't want to do it. Then you have to keep writing more words to fix it. True, I have my first draft of my game up on itch. Now that the first draft is done, I'm going back to do all the rewriting of dialogue and adding the side quest and romance quest. Yeah, see, even you had to go back, you had to fix things, you had to add more things, you gotta do all this different stuff. I have rice and now body be tired. Hi, Callie. I was talking about you earlier. I'm like, I don't think Callie's in the chat yet. Normally when Callie's here, they type in the chat more. Hi, Callie. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm wondering if a scene shift here, not a chapter break, but a scene break would make this next part hit a little harder. That would be great. That's fine, you're a team player. Nice. My thing is too long. No. You write words every day. That's the dream. A lot of strings that come with being traditionally published, especially from the perspective of what encourages sales versus vision. It depends. They won't take on your project if they're like, this is impossible to sell. Like, they're not going to take your science fiction thing and be like, actually, what's hot in the market right now is historical romance. Please take all this fantasy stuff into historical Victorian times, because that's what's hot in the market. Please. They're not doing that. They are choosing your story because they already think it's marketable and sellable. That's... They're like, your character has a male protagonist, but actually female protagonists are really good in the market right now. Change her to a woman. That's not what's happening. Your character has... Your book has an average of 4 characters on screen at any time. The statistical average best for readability is 1 to 2. Let's go ahead and fix it. No, they're not doing that. They picked your story to do the edits to, because it was already marketable. It was already good for them to invest the money. Oh, they're not doing anything that crazy, but they are going to point something like, hey, there's a plot hole here. It's all the way here at the end. You had to go all the way to chapter 2 to fix it. And it's gonna have this domino effect to everything through it. But it is a plot hole. I'm so sorry. You gotta sit down and fix this fucking plot hole, even though it in fact affects everything from chapter 2 to chapter 379. It's a plot hole, man. You gotta do it. Oh my god. See, it gets worse. It's a lewd harem game, and I ended up with 45 characters. You need to have the rockstar level of doing what you want is a lot higher than it used to be. It's true that now, historically, like a big thing, unless you're like a celebrity or like an actual famous person, for the average everyday writing Joe, right? For the average everyday schmuck, they didn't really care about things like social media presence or anything celebrity status. I would say since the rise with like the YouTubers getting all their books that happened a few years ago, and even now, like a lot of book influencers, TikTokers, stuff like people with big social media influences are now getting book deals, sometimes before they even have a book, even though they're not quote-unquote a celebrity. And I'm like, that is such a huge shift. Sometimes book deals are like, this is a kind of book, I don't know, can we market this? Is there a market? And then they'll hear that the person has a following, and that their following's interested in the book, and so they'll be like, oh, okay. And I'm like, that is such a shift. You didn't see that years and years and years ago. That is crazy. To have the social influence, the social currency you have holds so much water. Your little hair is so cute. Wait, don't eat it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. No, it's mine. Get away. I won't let you eat it. I would have thrived in the 40s and 50s, beating out a story every week for a magazine while eating my body weight in benzodine and cigarettes. That's the life. Oh my god. One self-destructed recently. Read your contracts. For what? The little hair on top of my head. Do you see it? Boop. And then every time I go up, it kind of sticks up a little bit. Boop. It's the little hair. Oh, it's an AI thing, yeah. Like partially, but contract wanted. The one jetting upwards. Yep, it's my little... It's the a hoge? Is that what they call it? In Japan? It's a little hoge thingy. Boop. I like my little hair thingy. When I get my real model, I want to keep it on. So let's see. But yeah, that's my suggestion. Ah, wait, what's happening? What's happening? I didn't mean to click on all that. Anyway. So she turns around, it's her own reflection. So another woman stared back. I would get rid of the yet here. So another woman stared back. She blinked, then saw the woman was her own reflection. But the yet already like kind of gets rid of the tension, so I would get rid of the yet. Yeah, you get it, you get it, you get it. And if that has a mundane explanation, Natatha stepped down to the next door, opening it to find a ladder inside a closet. Holding the candle lamp in her teeth, she climbed up through a trap door into the cramped space overhead. Here she found the source of the screeching and scratching, a trio of bats scratching for a perch in the rafters of the conical roof, screeching to one another overhead. There's a little period here. I don't think it's supposed to be here with the overhead. And the screeching is repeated a couple times, and the scratching is repeated a couple times. I try to change it to some other words, just to vary that word structure a little bit. Now they have a bigger impact. You are so much better at making notes in Google Docs than I am. A blueberry cryptid? Wait, what? I'm gonna turn you into a blueberry pie and share you amongst the raccoons? Wait, what? What? I don't even taste like blueberries. What's happening here? What? This is cannibalism. Oh, it's also a baka. So dumb hair. It's a dumb hair? So every time I say something stupid, it's because of this little hair? That's where my dumb thoughts are. Oh no. Nataltha sighed in relief, lowering herself back down the ladder and out into the hall. A gust of wind buffeted her, drawing her gaze to the mirror anew. Only, she saw another woman, one all in silver with a younger face peeking under a hooded cloak, the specter's yellow eyes glowing in the gloom. This one, because it's such a tense thing, so it's a tense thing. She saw another woman. Dun dun dun. Then we're describing the woman. And that's like the technicality of like, oh yeah, we have to describe the woman she's seeing. But it's all in one run-on sentence, so rather than having the strong impact of like, she saw another woman in the mirror, like, oh, it's then the run-on. So I would try to cut this into two, and that way to have that initial impact of like, there's another person there. That would be like, oh, that would have a stronger impact. Nataltha threw herself back into the ladder closet and slammed the door shut, or slammed shut the door. I think both technically work. I think maybe it's just me. I want to say slammed the door shut, holding the handle shut with white knuckles. So shut and shut are repeated. Time stretched as she tried to tell herself that she had seen only a distorted reflection. Get your little thingy out of the way. Just say, oh, there we go. Of reflection, or one of the other woman, yet her mind would not let her fool herself. Trapped and with nowhere to go, she forced herself to ease the door back open, looking once more into the hall. This is such a creepy scene. I think this should be longer. I think this should be a few sentences longer. I think that she's holding the door shut with white knuckles. She's breathing. Her heartbeat's going fast. Maybe she's listening. Can she hear anybody out of this? She thinks, okay, maybe it was one of the other women, but she can't hear any footsteps out there. Does she dare call out, or does the words get stuck in her throat? You know, like build up some tension. This is creepy. She saw somebody out there. She saw someone spooky. Somebody spooky. Yeah, that's the word details. So yeah, this one you could this is a cool scene, and I always say with your cool scene, add more. With your lame scenes, add less. What are you doing, Luna Tuna Fish? Miss Ma'am? Are you just saying hi? You want to say hi to chat? No? I love you, Miss Tuna Fish. Sorry, there's a kitty over here. She's saying hi. So, meow meow. Maybe there's a crow's word before it's Japanese. The crows are like twice as big as ours. Yeah, and then crows, what sound a crow makes? The crows mock people in Japan. That totally makes sense. Crows are very, very silly, like mischievous little guys. They're very... They're making fun of us and other people a lot of the times. You'd be surprised. going for an older cadence from time to time with my wording. So slam shut the door is meant to sound a little archaic. Okay, that's why I said I think both technically work. And then I'm like, I think it's just me personally who wants to word it that way. But yeah, I think it's still correct. Part of my thesis on how to best to fantasy by evoking the past. Saw a clip of a crow tormenting a seagull. I saw this super cute thing. It was some crows and a hawk friend. This particular hawk is friends with them. Crows and hawks can be enemies, which is why when they're hanging out, they know they can both fuck with each other. A single hawk can beat up a single crow, but a group of crows can beat up a hawk, no problem. So they kind of have to respect each other unless they're willing to fight. It's kind of one of those friendships where they're like, okay, we can both fuck with each other. Let's get along. And the hawk was doing this game with this hawk friend that lives in our street. We know this particular hawk. It's hawk friend. With our crow friends, this particular group. There's two different groups. But anyway, the hawk, all the crows were aligned. It was like 3 or 4 crows on this roof. Boop, 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 right there in a little line. And the hawk friend, who's been nice to them and stuff for ages, is doing this little funny thing where he make a caw sound to alert them, like, hey, I'm gonna do this, caca, like, and then he'd swoop really slowly and he'd go towards them, and then the little crow that was in the line would go boop, and it would hop over them. It would hop over the hawk, and the hawk would just fly by and go wee, and then he'd spiral again until he's in the front of the house, and then he'd go like, the little hawk bird sounds like caca. And then he would choose a different crow that was lined up there, and all the crows they're like bouncing a little bit. They're like, yeah, we're ready. Who's he gonna go to? Where's Hawk Friend gonna go to? And then he'd choose like the third one, and he would go whoosh, and then the crow would go hop, and it had to hop over them last minute. They were doing this for like 15 minutes. It was so cute. It was great. And then at the end of it, the hawk just stopped, and he was like, okay, I'm tired. He just sat next to them, and the crows started like badgering him, like, no, caw, 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 caw. They were so cute. Meow, meow. Yeah. Tormented seagull, I totally believe it. We saw the crows the other day on the roof of the shed, scooping the snow away, looking for something to eat. So he brought a cup of leftover popcorn kernels that didn't pop and a can of flaked ham that we got from somewhere. They were happy crows after. Yeah, if you want more crow friends, unsalted. It has to be unsalted because too much salt's bad for them. Unsalted peanuts still in the shell. Don't get the ones where they're out of the shell. Unsalted peanuts still in the shell. We treat them. We were on a road trip too. We had to go up to Georgia for an event. And Georgia has a lot of peanut farms. We got Georgia peanuts from them, brought them back like fresh out of the farm. We went to the farm. We got them these bags of peanuts. Drove all the way back, and I was able to get the crows fresh Georgia peanuts straight from a peanut farm. They loved it. But we get them that. I had to buy in fucking bulk sometimes from some of the stores. Oh my god. Goddamn greedy ass crows. She forced herself to open the door, to ease the door back open, looking once more into the hall. The mirror was back in place, or perhaps it had always been there. Her own reflection looking back. This one, I would make it a separate one. The mirror was back in place, or perhaps it had always been there. Period. Her own reflection looked back at her. Something like that. I would make this one a separate one. There's a ghost haunting this castle, Natalfa whispered, her hands trembling as she made a wording sign. With nothing else to be done, she crept back to bed, though she found herself quite unable to sleep, her mind conjuring images of the ghost woman's haunting yellow eyes. Indeed, she found herself thinking the gaze quite sad. The gaze. It's all because of this little hair. It's the baka hair on top of my head. That's why I mispronounce things. Remember that. We want to make friends with the crows and ravens here. Yeah. But yeah, unsalted peanuts. If you give them too many salty products, it's bad for their little bird digestive systems. Because I was just gonna get like general peanuts from them, but some peanuts are salted for like people to eat. They like the salted ones. But then people were letting us know in the forums like, no, not too much salt. It's bad for their bird digestion systems. It makes them more dehydrated too, and they're already animals. They can't drink enough all the time. So it's like, no, don't give them too many salty things. Is that tiny hair canon? It wasn't. It was just a part of this model, but now I love it so much that like, yeah, when I get my official model, I want this hair still. I want the little okay. I love it so much. It adds so much personality. Every time I move my hair around, it kind of moves around too. It's just so fun. And now, canonically, I'm gonna blame it for stuff. Every time I do something stupid, I'm gonna be like, well, I have this little stupid hair. What can I say? Little stupid hair. But yeah, this is a great scene. I love it. And then she's gonna go back to sleep, but she's still kind of tormented, like, oh, I don't know, that was a spooky lady. It's like a chick's antenna. Don't call it that. They wiggle when he talks. Wait, what? Why are you comparing me to a bug? Oh no. Yeah, I really like this. The sun was setting again when Califrac mounted his horse and moved through the gate at the head of a dubious band. Oh, so we're at the next evening already. While Dorgu was trusted, the poor boy seemed anxious and torn, holding the readied handgun? Handgun? That almost sounds like handgun. Handgun in trembling hands. I think I'm saying that wrong. Meet me. No, the tick, he's a superhero, sorta. Oh. All your IQ is sucked into the hair and then released into the atmosphere? No! I still want some of my brains. Handgun is the earliest name for the gun. Oh, so it is. I wasn't completely off base. Like, it sounds like handgun. Ooh, I learned something new today. Thank you, Jesshead. This is neat. Holding the readied handgun in trembling hands. Riole, on the other hand, was arrogant, knowing they needed his tracking skills to find the werewolves plaguing the valley. Yet it was the sour mercenary, Olknummer, who gave Califrac the most worry. For the man was shifty, irritable, and refused to speak more than a few words. And how can I trust a man who fights only for coin? Califrac, you're fighting for coin too! He looked over his motley little band, lifting his sword into the air and trying to channel his own mentor's inspiring tenor. All right, men. Let's get out there and bag us some menacing wolves. For an inspirational speech, should he be calling the wolves menacing? That's the joke. I was gonna be like, yeah, Califrac. You're fighting for coin too. It sticks up when you're paying attention. It's like a lock-in meter. No attention. It's gonna hang down. Me. No attention. None. You guys get no attention now. See, it's down. Oh no. Made a 4-bore handgun. Oh no. You're still hungry even after that rice? Yeah, I'm kind of looking for it. I had hoped Roots was still awake. Oh, thank you for the follow. I had hoped Roots was still awake, so I could ask them to make me a pizza, but I think when the stream is over, I'm gonna make 2 a.m. pizza. But thank you for the follow. I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. And hey, there's also a Discord if you want to hang out with us and see any new upcoming stuff too. So I'm wondering if the goal is like, yeah, he failed at the inspiration speech, which I'm kind of getting, like, yeah, he's trying to be like the mentor, but I think he's failing, then this is perfect, because it's not a very good inspiring speech. If you did want him to be a little bit more cool and badass, then I would get rid of menacing. I would make him, like, insult the wolves a little bit. He's meant to have failed. Perfect. Then you managed it flawlessly. I assumed that, but just to clarify, it's not bad to clarify with the writer too. Like, was this your intended? Was this the intention? It was. It's perfect. I love it. As you say, Ulknummer muttered, caressing his axe. We'll do it, Grandpa. Shouldn't I be the one leading, Rioli asked. Unless you're a hunter now. Think anyone there would be interested in lewd harem RPG? Okay, so technically, we try to keep too much, like, spicy adult content off the stuff. I get a little uncomfortable reading it on stream. It's still totally fine, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, the Discord and technically here, we don't get too spicy. We can reference it, we can, like, talk about it a little bit. Again, like I've been very forward with the fact, like, yeah, I worked at Spencer's. I technically sold what is not technically legally classified as sex toys. They're technically classified as adult novelty toys. For tax purposes, for import tax purposes, for Spencer's. Funny little fact. little fun tidbit. You don't want to be a bother. It's okay, but then you're like, yeah, technically it's against the rules. I'm so sorry. We're trying to keep it a slightly more like it's still an adult space, but like still a family friendly adult space. You know, like when we can turn to a bit where you just put the kids down for the night and you're like, okay, yeah, I don't want anything too crazy or graphic, but let me hang out with some adults who can at least say fuck and say some minor curse words, but like we're having like a normal discussion about stuff. It's that kind of vibe. So he says, unless you're a hunter now. Go on, take the lead then, Califrax said. We'll succeed or fail on your skills, won't we? I can say fuck? Fuck. Yeah, you just can't apparently say anything bad about the French, otherwise the Automod will get you. That's the one thing. The market exists if things that are on the market are indication. Oh my god. For the harem game, oh absolutely. I'm not even saying I'm above wanting to see a harem game. Does it have any sexy ladies? We got any sexy ladies in the harem game? If so, then hey, maybe you can't talk about it in the Discord, but like, hey. Maybe there could be a DM. I want sexy ladies. You don't want to see the words on fire? Don't want to set the words on fire. I just want to see your manuscript ablaze. You said fuck the French and the Automat didn't get you. But I'm Canadian. It's my job to mess with the French. Yeah, Chetty Matty's in Canada too. But every time he talks shit about the French or the French language before, the Automat kept getting him. No viva la France. Oh no. So succeed or fail on your skills, won't we? A scowl flashed briefly across Rioli's face, though he quickly laughed this off and took the lead, the four riding down from the castle towards the woods. The thoughts how you might pull these men together had barely had time to take form in Califrac's mind, when a gaggle of valley men dashed out into the road and blocked their path. Viva la vida loca. Unironically, I've been listening to that for the last few days. Oh my god. I've been listening to that one. I've been listening to some classic Shakira songs. I've been listening to some other things. I'm just like, yeah. Maddie's French bashing ends here. Yeah, there's been a character arc for the Automod, not banning Chatty Matty for saying something about the French. So now, Chatty Matty, you can have a character arc. You can forgive the French. You can forgive the French language. And together, maybe you and Automod can now be friends. Maybe this is the next chapter for you guys. You know what it means living the crazy life? Yeah. Living la vida loca. That's a really good song. Living la vida loca? Oh, you said, Viva la vida loca. No, I can't do it. You like Weird Al's version? Oh, I didn't know Weird Al had a version of that one. I know a lot of Weird Al songs, but I didn't know that one. Papa Cryptid loved Weird Al stuff. He loved playing that in the car all the time when we were little growing up. Weird Al's definitely like a musician or a singer or creative that like dads like. You know, I feel like every like classic like if you're a dad that likes dad jokes, then you liked Weird Al. It's just the thing. It was part of a rite of passage. You can't forgive the French language. Chatty Matty, no, this is gonna restart the feud. Automod's gonna get you again in the future. They're gonna remember this. Oh no. So a gaggle of valleymen dashed out into the road and blocked their path. The eight were hardly a proper mob, but their farmyard tools turned weapons in clear anger forced Califrac and his troop to rein up and stop their ride. Oddly, it was the shortest amongst them who stepped forward, a one-eyed man with a blocky face and strong arms. I'm not 100% sure, I think this one should be a semicolon. I think. Am I correct? Probably not, but I feel like it is. He lifted his scythe, the curved blade gleaming menacingly in the evening light. Turn back now. Vive la France! Were your granddad's toes? I look incredible. Good man, we're to rid the world. We're to rid the woods of werewolves. Move aside or be moved aside. Think you can fight 8 men? Calmly, Califrac reached his hand back and took his handgun from Dorgu, lighting up a slow match with the other. He moved his horse 2 steps closer to the man, taking aim with his firearm. Good man. We're riding to rid the wolves. I'm gonna look away, then we're gonna look back, and then we're gonna be able to fucking reach it. Good man. We're riding to rid the woods of werewolves. Now, unless you wish to perish in a flash of fire, I suggest you move. You think you can take on 7 men, stranger? I am Sir Califrac, who has fought overwhelming numbers before. Men in full armor and with years of training. And I didn't have a gun back then. Whatever happens, if this comes to violence, you will die. Apparently that's a bit of a tongue twister. Yeah, it's so funny. Sometimes you don't realize stuff about that until, like, you read it aloud. Because I've done that too, where, like, I write stuff down. I'm like, yeah, that looks good. This is no repetition things, nothing crazy. And then I read it out loud. I'm like, bleh, 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 bleh. But that one, even, like, really purposely rereading it again, I'm like, ooh, that is still tricky. I'm taking 110% brain power. I almost read aloud like a year and a half ago on stream. Okay, so then you're just saying it's a skill issue. It's a blooba skill issue. I'm just bad at tongue twisters, I guess. Don't get banned. Doing so will result in a ban. Alright, we definitely had fun with this stuff. We're definitely a calm, chill, relaxed group. Like, you know, nothing too crazy. But man, it's crazy. Like, we only made the Discord because Root said, like, oh yeah, you're not big enough yet. Back when we were just like 50-ish raccoons to have a Discord yet. Only like big streamers get that. And I was like, okay. And then like 1 or 2 people asked for it live on stream one time, so I asked Roots to make a Discord. They did, and I'm like, okay, we'll have like 1 or 2 people hang out in it for a week, and then it will like die forever, right? Then they'll never come back. It's just kept growing since then. It's been insane. This is an expanded version of the Halloween entry for my writing group in 2024. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's basically what happened with my game. Oh my god. This message has been deleted. Rawr! Hi, Callie. It's good to see you. You having fun over there, Callie? Did you eat any more food? Since you just said you were still hungry after your rice, right? You still hungry? Did you eat anything else? I've been having too much pizza the last few days, but like, man, the problem with it is that pizza is still yummy. Pizza's yummy every fucking time. If this comes to violence, you will die. Not to lie, he does sound kind of badass here. I know he didn't sound badass earlier. He does kind of sound a little bit badass here. Grandpa, Dorgu murmured, his hurt tone giving Califrac pause. Yet the threat had given the men pause, their anger shifting to worry as they looked upon the armored knight looming over them with his newfangled weapon. So if it's pause, and you do want to keep both pauses here, I would say for the second pause, do 2. So his hurt tone giving Califrac pause, yet the threat had given the men pause too, their anger shifting to worry as they looked upon the armored knight looming over them with his newfangled weapon. Yeah. Yeah, and then a little comma. 2, comma. There you go. Praise be to pizza. Our lunch and supper, cheese-filled, be thine crust. Ooh. I lost 9 to 10 pounds this year after stopping my creative too, so it's kind of multiple things, like less food and sudden creative drop. Oh, jeez. It's hard. My proofreader said a Discord would be useful for community members posting bugs or fan art. It's been growing pretty regularly. That's awesome. That's fantastic for you. Do you have... I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Do you have, like, on Steam? Yeah, I was about to say on stream. On Steam, you have, like, a game developer name, right? And people can look up games by just your game developer name. Is that right? They don't have to look at like the game itself. They can just look at like you as a game developer on Steam. I think that's a thing, right? I don't know too much about game development, so let me know. I think they can just look up you as a game developer, because like there's definitely like some people like when they like Chilla's Art, like people will play another Chilla's Art game because it's a game made by Chilla's Art. I have an itch page and an F95 page for the game. Oh, I don't know what either of those are. Oh. I'll say as long as you don't post like any like graphic image with it, if it's just a link, if you join the Discord, there is a, let me see. There is a game chat. And you can post the link to the game. Itch.io is a game hosting site. Okay. Yeah. If there's something, as long as you don't post like an actual image of anything that's like super explicit, then I think you can link it in the game chat. That's fine. Because people can reference and suggest games there. I shown that in one of my dreams I was doing chin-ups. That's such a funny dream. Oh my god. Where is I? Let's go here. Newfangled weapon. The man with the scythe lowered his impromptu weapon, biting his lip. Weapon and weapons repeated twice. With a harumph, he turned and stepped out of the road, the others following his lead. All lined up on either side of the path, still angry, still armed. Finding the urge to turn back and flee behind the castle walls with his grandson, Califrac passed on, between them, ignoring the muttered threats and anger from the armed men on either side. Time stretched on, seemingly towards infinity, as the weight of risking his frightened grandson's life threatened to crush him. This one's a long one. Both these two sentences are both very long. I would consider shortening one of them or splitting up one of them. That way there's better sentence variety in this paragraph. It's page 182, since that one doesn't have anything lewd on it. Okay. Doing fully gains my proof search, I post the game there too. Which is a good idea, since traffic on the game has almost tripled. That's fantastic that you got that advice then. Okay, great. So yeah, if there's one that you can post that doesn't immediately have the lewd image on it, then yeah, that's fine to post in the game chat. Because that's really cool. But I just didn't want like someone like scrolling innocently through chat and then like BAM! Like bare titties and like like big dicks sticking out of them and be like, oh wait. But if it's just a link and it doesn't have like a super lewd image on it, it can be like a little sexy, but not like anything too bad. Then I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Bam, titties. And like again, I mean, like, hey, I'm a booba model, and thing here, right? Like, it's not like titties are bad. It's not like I mean, even in fucking real life, got the big ass titties. Like, not gonna lie, like I get something like this. Like a close-up like that would be fine. That's not bad as long as they're covered. But like bare, like nipples out and everything, I'd be like, okay, wait, that's a little bit of a flashbang when you're scrolling through a relatively safe chat. Wait, bare titties? Could you even see them under the fur? They shave it, yeah. They shave it for their OnlyPause accounts. That's how you can see it. It's behind a paywall though. You gotta see it. Oh man, I'm not helping keep this a safe community at all. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus again. I'm gonna pay attention to the intent. I'm gonna focus. Relief flooded through Califrac once they were past the gauntlet, making him lightheaded. Riol slapped him on the back, shooting him a sardonic glance. Good on you for staring down old Morgie? Morgie one-eyed. The lost commander bolted and ran when he had only 6 men. Gotta drop them honey pots. Gotta pay the bills, gotta pay for the bare necessities. Okay, I'll see myself out. Goodbye. Oh no, that was a bad joke. But it was funny. Gotta pay for the bare necessities. Man. Oh, we're already getting fixes. Oh my. We're seeing fixes happen live. By the stars above, why are they so hostile? Who cares? Yoli asked, taking the lead. We've steady pay and thick walls between us and them. We'll do it live! Califrax shook his head, putting the slow march and handgun back into loops of his saddle. Putting the slow match and handgun back into loops of his saddle to keep them upright and at the ready. Dorgu rode up beside him, the boy looking quite distraught. Look up, lad. We're all right. But Grandpa, those men of the valley, what do they know that we don't? Lad, they didn't tell me. Yeah, because you threatened them. And they threatened us, Califrac countered. Now, we have a quest this evening. And what better way to get the villagers on our side than slaying the werewolves threatening them? Right. That's what a knight would do. Dorgu said. Slay the beast threatening this valley, and we'll be welcomed here. I was pretty okay with the rest of this dialogue. The rest of the dialogue is great. Dorgu's lines here are a little wonky. For Dorgu. Maybe even... I know contractions normally very natural in dialogue, like 90% of the time. That it's always better to have a contraction. Oops, let me scroll this up so you guys can see it. I'm wondering if here, the is should be separate and italicized for Empress. Like, you're right. That is what a knight would do, Dorgu said. Maybe we'll slay the beast threatening this valley, and then we'll be welcomed here. There we go. I think that's the more natural way to say it. I hope that makes sense. I know that's a really, like, nitpicky stuff. I feel so bad. I'm only doing, like, really small, like, nitpicky stuff, like, more like scene breaks or, like, line edit stuff. We're not really into anything big, like a developmental edit yet. So if this is too much for you so far, because I've done, like, several of these, we can stop here, but otherwise, we can keep going, because I don't think we've read too much. I just feel bad doing, like, a lot of, like, little nitpicky stuff. You posted the game, sweet. We'll see, game chat. Okay, yeah, see, that's fine. And you had the warning it's 18, but that's perfect, I love it. But yeah, it's not like a flashbang of harem titties. That's the main thing I was worried about. I'm like, please no. This is great. Okay, good. Now keep going. Yay! I'm glad. I always rather be helpful than annoying. That's one of the things. Sometimes you can do this stuff for one writer, and they love it, and it's super helpful. And then you can do this for another writer, and you're like, it's really nitpicky, you're killing my vibe, it's fine, meh, doesn't even matter that much. And then you, like, discourage them as a writer. You're like, no, I was just helping, wait. That's why it's always good to, like, do that little vibe check, to do a little check and make sure that the writer you're critiquing actually wants this feedback, because you never want to give feedback and just discourage a writer instead. We'll be welcomed here. That's the idea, lad, Califrac said. Now get the lanterns ready. We're going to be hunting werewolves all night, and it won't do to be caught in the dark. Ooh, spooky. They're gonna start the werewolf hunt. We're gonna be on a werewolf hunt. I'm actually really fucking stoked about this. I would take you on as a writer for my game, but holy hell, that would almost be a full-time job. Yeah, Dusthead's really good, right? It's definitely... I feel like it's kind of sad. I feel like from big game companies, they one of the first things when a big game company, not about indie games, but like a big game company that, like, hires staff to, like, produce a lot of games every year, one of the first things when they downsize, when they're budgeting, one of the first things that always gets cut is always the writing department, right? It's always the writers. It's always the writer's room. They'll get rid of all the creative, poof, like, into it, and then they'll just make the actual people who make the game. And sometimes there'll still be really well creative-minded people in the game who can do a story, who can do the background lore, who can do character arcs, for the games that need it. Right? Not all games need this crazy stuff, but for story-driven games, like, yeah. And they'll get rid of the writers, and I'm like, no, because there's so many writers who are so passionate about making cool stories for games. It's one of the most unstable jobs in the gaming industry. Yeah, you can feel it too. If the writing dies, the quality of the game dies with it. You sometimes even have inconsistent things. Like sometimes there'll be like multiple games in a series or just a sequel from the original game. And it's like if you're suddenly there, like if you're a huge fan of game one and then you play game two, the sequel, and you're like, wait, what? This is inconsistent with what happened here. This breaks the lore. Why is this not happened? Why are the characters sound different? Why is this character gone? What happened to this and this? This character would never do that. What happened to all the little books that I picked up in this world? What if it suddenly feels different? It's 9 times out of 10 people be like, oh, the writers forgot the job. Like, no, it's different writers. They downsized. They just got the intern to write it. They didn't pay the intern. It's some crazy bullshit like that. It's insane. It's so sad because I know several writers who would want to be very talented specifically at game writing. It's a slightly different format to get used to with what you can and cannot pull off in a game setting. But once you do find writers who are very well minded to game writing, and also writers who would be very passionate about, who would love to do that, but it's so unstable, it's so unreliable. It would be such a scary, and it's hard to get into because there's so few jobs in it. Oh my god. Had this idea for an RPG Maker game, a truly Lovecraftian one, where the player has to do increasingly dangerous in-game things to get further in the story. Like, my wife has been over 130 RPGs, and she did the writing for our first game that we made together. And the writing with my harem game and our classic game is night and day. She's so much better than me. Yeah, the thing with a game dev, you're holding so many hats. You're holding so many tools in the toolbox. You're doing the game developing. You're figuring out what should look like, because different games having a certain style or certain format of game, a side scroller versus an open world, versus they all do different things. They're all doing different things to the story. So filling out the tone, the actual game development, figuring out the fighting mechanics, figuring out the story mechanics, even things such as how tricky or easy different mechanics in a game are, tie into the story. Those are all important decisions to be made in game development. And then you also add in the story. Storytelling is its own beast. So all these different things. And yeah, when you're holding all those different hats, yeah, it's a struggle. It's tough. Huge props to you. But yeah, you will find there's certain people who specialize, who are very either naturally talented or like gain that talent over time. Like you said with your wife, it sounds like she, one, already had a knack for it, but two, she has that experience. She's immersed in that genre of role-playing games, right? So she picked up on a lot of what's good and what's bad and what things she likes and what things she doesn't like, and she has that background and she was able to do it. Finding people who specialize in this stuff is so helpful. But again, if you had that in my earlier scenario, if your wife was there and she was at a big game company, it would be one of the first things that got asked. Like if that game did well, they wanted to make a sequel game but on a smaller budget. Her job, if she had been the writer for it, would be the first one asked. And then they would ask like all the other people, like, okay, she did great. You guys without that same experience, go do the same thing. Go do it again. And you'd be like, wait, what? No, it was that good because she did it. Because a good writer, a good storyteller did it. It's so sad. It's so upsetting. I wish there was more security and a little bit more respect in the gaming industry for those writers. Because again, just like game developing, just like character designers, just like the coders, those are all incredibly talented people that are so pivotal to the game. Games industry desperately needs to unionize. So many things need to unionize. If my raccoons ever revolted and formed a union, I would be the first one there supporting my raccoons. I'd be like, yeah, raccoon union. Oh my god. Meet. Oh my god, I got sidetracked. I'm so sorry. Let's see here. What's happened? Oh yeah, and there were so many times when I wanted to push back on a choice he made, but I forced myself to trust her, and it was the right call. Her changes to the story that we started with were incredible. Aww. And I know that must have been such a hard gut thing. Like, you had a cool project, and you're like, no, you're changing my cool thing. No, you're changing it. It must have been really, really hard first, but I'm so glad you did give her a chance, and you did, like, check yourself. You thought about it, and you're like, no, objectively, this was the better choice. That must be, one, it's hard to do. It's hard to do with any creative project. I'm over here giving critique. I know it's hard for you guys. It's hard for me too. It's hard to give my stuff and hear critique. Sometimes you disagree with it. Sometimes I disagree with critiques I get. It's hard. But then, yeah, when you put yourself out of it and you step back and you're like, yeah, it's the right choice. It was the right one. It's one, helps you become a better storyteller and crafter to realize that about it. But as someone who now makes edits and suggestions, I'm sure it must have been really nice for your wife to realize that you did trust her. You did trust her to make those calls and to have that feedback. And that you can see now it was the right one. For me, favorite way a video game told its story? Oh, fucking hell, jeez, I don't know. I think my favorite game of all time is still Okami. That one's so... Mind if I post the video of the handgun in action to give some ideas for those who write medieval fantasy? As long as there's not anything graphic, like no one like actively being shot with blood spraying everywhere. As long as it's not graphic or like gruesome. Like it can be shooting mannequins, it can have like cartoonish depictions of wrestling. As long as it's not like, oh my god, this is gonna traumatize somebody, then that you're good. You can go ahead and post it. That'd be a great thing. Oh no. He shoots like a metal target. That's absolutely fine. You're all good. Share writing resources, share inspiration things, share whatever you guys want. As long, again, as it's not like anything too crazy. This is once it hits a hillside. I told Chad a while ago, Mama Cryptid specifically shot over the fence and hit the neighbor's shed while they were practicing archery. And I'm like, Mama Cryptid, if someone had been there, you would have killed them. And she was like, yeah, but nobody was there. It's fine. I'm like, Mama Cryptid. They're master archers. They practice archery a lot in the backyard. But one arrow missed, which is crazy. And yeah, went over the fence and it went into their neighbor's shed. The story, the world, the character is 125 hours long, and I was so addicted to it. Regardless of the lewd nature, it was so good. Which channel? For channel, let me see here. If it's for writing inspiration, like for people to learn about stuff, it can be in writing. If it's like something general you want to share, like, oh, isn't this super, super cool? Somebody else take a look at it. It can just be in chatting. It can be chatting or writing. Either one works. Let people know. But if you want it to be like a writing resource that people can reference back to, I would suggest writing. That's what I thought. Yeah, all good. And again, I'm not too nitpicky about stuff. I feel like there's some Discord channels that are really like, you wrote a one reply, it's not perfectly made for this channel. It'll be deleted in your band. Like, no, I even wrote stuff. Like, I started like yapping with somebody in the memes channel. Somebody posts memes in the chatting channel. Somebody talked about a game in chatting instead of game chat. We're pretty casual. Again, as long as you're not mean and as long as you're not rude, as long as you're not posting anything too crazy, it's pretty casual. I'm all good. We don't need to be too nitpicky about stuff. But yeah, we're gonna start a werewolf hunt. I'm excited. Yeah. Again, I always say, like, I treat you guys as adults, or at least adult enough to be left unsupervised and talking on the internet. I don't really feel the need to... I'm gonna call you guys out when you do something too crazy. When you guys do a little on the toe on the line, I'll point out, like, hey, check yourself. Now we're gonna move back over here. It's not too crazy. I don't need to punish you. I'm not your parents. I'm not a teacher. I'll just, like, check. You know, you guys are back in. We're fine. And then anything beyond that, I'll be like, hey, like we're adults here. I don't want to baby people. We can just hang out in a space and be reasonable. And if you aren't reasonable, then hey, we'll be dealt with. And then everyone else will go back to being reasonable. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's my too naive view on the stuff. Maybe as time keeps going on, we get more and more raccoons. Maybe I'll have to change things. But for now, I'm like, no, we're adults. We can be grown up. We are hunt night tonight, or is that next time after I resubmit? No punish, just punish. If you're not punished, then yeah, you will get punished. Anything too crazy, y'all get punished. But yeah, as long as we're all being good, I don't feel the need to do it. Let's see, how long is the werewolf scene? Nope. Before that. I think we can start the werewolf scene. You're past the end. Yeah, we're good. We can read it. Let's go. I'll stop being distracted. We'll focus. We're focused for Death's Head before they beat me on the head with the hammer. It's the Nest Asterisk. Perfect. I always want to be like, should this be a chapter break to start the werewolf hunt? Because it's so cool. I'm so excited for it. Bright moonlight filtered through the canopy above Dorgu, dotting the forest with glowing silver puddles. A pervasive quiet filled the air, the soft ground in the horse's footsteps, while his grandfather and the two dubious companions whispered what few words they spoke to one another. The soft ground drinking in the horse's footsteps. I get the little metaphor analogy thing we're going for here. Like, oh yeah, the soft ground, it's quieting the horse's footsteps. It's drinking in the horse's footsteps. They're kind of sinking into the ground. It's kind of like slurping up. It's quieting the sound. I kind of get the imagery you're going for. I don't think it's the strongest one here. I think it might even be a little bit more distracting. I would maybe change this one. Rioli was in the lead, dismounted and holding his horse's reins in one hand and a lantern in the other, searching the ground for signs of werewolves. At the bank of a creek, he stopped short, leaning over a few paw prints in the mud. Good night, Cryptid. Oh, good night, David. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It was such a pleasure. Thank you so much. The slurping. I'm punished, but only if you promise to punish. It's not that kind of stream. Wait a second. Are those werewolf prints? Dorgu asked in a whisper, leaning in the saddle for a closer look. Nah, those are normal wolf prints, Riol replied, shaking his head. Werewolves stand on two legs, have bigger paws. Oh, I thought werewolves were just people who can turn into wolves, with a magic totem like in the stories, Dorgu said. Oh, I thought werewolves were just people who can turn into wolves with a magic totem like in the stories, Dorgu said. For dialogue, this one's a little run-on. I know for the older style you have, some of the normal sentences are run-on, and that's fine, but for dialogue, that one's run-on. I would either split it up like with an extra comma, split it up into two sentences, something like that, but just split it up slightly so he has a pause to breathe. Dorgu needs to breathe. Perhaps some are, Rioli said softly, straightening up. But the ones Tirteg are after are halfway between man and beast, making them more dangerous than both by far. My, what big paws you have. All the better for patty cake. Oh no. The curse of Fenrir, Ulknamar said, breaking his song silence. Those who forsake humanity by drinking the blood of 3 prey animals on a full moon night. Oh, there's a ritual. Drinking the blood of 3 prey animals on a full moon night. That's rabbits. That's mice. Mice would be a prey animal, right? What's another prey animal? Deer. Deer's a good one. Can't believe I fucking forgot deer when my mouth was based on her. We have a fucking deer logo. The deer woman, first animal she forgets is a fucking deer. Because that's the goddamn one I forget. I think I'm just too vicious. That's why I think deer are vicious. That's why. We're not prey animals. We're the predators. We're tough. Something like that. Though, who can say with magic so foul? Rioli said. Whatever the case, they're not here. He motioned with his lantern. We should keep moving. You have deer that sleep in your backyard? Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's so amazing. That's so beautiful. That's such, oh my god, that's such an ideal life. Right, yeah. We've covered much ground already, Califrax said, wincing as he stretched in his saddle. Oh, your old man bones kicking in, Califrac. You got those old man bones creaking and protesting at you. You saw deer all the time during your old security guard job? They hung out in the woods around the job site. Oh, I love it. It's so exciting. Stretched in his saddle, Dorgu hearing his spine crackle painfully. The area ahead looks rougher than what we've come through. You afraid of the dark, old man? Rioli asked, smirking. We have to hunt them in the night. You'll never find their dens. Believe me, my old partner tried. What happened to him? Dorgu asked nervously. The villagers happened to him, Riole replied, grinning wickedly. He left the valley quite naked except for the feathers they tarred to him. No, we had to search while they're asleep and the beasts are on the prowl. Dorgu frowned, unable to understand why the people of the valley would attack the very people trying to hunt down the monsters stalking the woods. Riole stepped across the creek with his house. No, that's supposed to be horse. Oh no, wait, that's supposed to be horse. At least I think so. I don't think he's carrying a house. I don't think he's Baba Yaga. Little chicken house. Stepping over the creek. Califrac and Uklamir crossing with him, Dorgu bringing up the rear. A strange noise drew his gaze back the way they had come. A furtive movement, flashing behind a tree. Yeah, little whoops. Ooh, woo, whoopsie. You posted the deer in the pets channel. Wait, what? Pet pigs. Oh my god. Wait, I gotta hold on. Nope. Hold on. Yeah, look at the deer. Look at the deer. Look at the deer. Oh, that one looks sleepy, grumpy. That one looks sleepy, dumpy. It looks so grumpy. Oh no. Oh, they got all that food. It looks like they raided the food supplies. They raided the food supplies. Oh my god, that's great. Fucking hungry. Hungry. Thank you for sharing. Sorry, I was too excited. What do you mean, bruh? I'm just too excited by that deer. Oh no, so let me go back here. Let's hunting a castle. Sorry, my bad. We're back. We're back on track. We're good. Oh dear. We found the raked up leaves and needles. Oh, there we go. They're so tame you can walk within reaching distance of them. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. But it was too quick and blurry for him to tell what it had been, if indeed it had been anything at all. Dorgu sighed, contenting himself with following the others. Besides, if it had been a wolf, we should have heard the howl. Fake news slander against deer, that's what? What do you mean fake slander? What slander did I say? I said he just looked a little grumpy. He looked a little grumpy sleepy. Grumpy sleepy. I look grumpy sleepy sometimes, not gonna lie. Why do you guys think I have a little pretty VTube model? I have a little bloomer model for you guys to look at. Oh no. It's fine. I'm wondering. You joking? Okay, so wait, what part did I say that was slander? I only said the part that looked grumpy. A grumpy deer's a cute deer, not gonna lie. I'm wondering, this is a suggestion just based on what we've currently read of Dorgu. It could change later on based on more things you read of Dorgu. One of my first things is like, yeah, Dorgu's very nervous. He's very anxious. He's the younger, anxious one, right? He's always he's a little unconfident. He's always a little uncertain. Those are kind of the key character vibes with Dorgu. I wonder if here in this section, for part of his reasoning, not saying what happened, rather than just saying like, oh, well, it's probably fine. I wonder if he can even have like the little back and forth, like checking, being like, and people being like, yeah, and he's like, nothing, like he's too anxious and scared to speak up and say that he thinks he saw something because he's worried about being wrong. I feel like that would take that little character concept of Dorgu being anxious and afraid and make it like dial it up that next notch level. I don't know, it's just an idea I have. It's spaghetti on the wall. But that would be a suggestion I have. For a time, he carried on with the others, carefully picking their way across the lands, lest the horses injure themselves in the dark of night. As Califrac had predicted, the lands grew more rugged, the ground sinking into long furrows which made the forest look like a rough blanket. A smattering of shrubs and patches of tall grass began to hem them in. Oh, it was across the woods. Okay. The foliage broke the line of sight, making the world seem much smaller than before, and giving plenty of places for predators to wait in ambush. Dorgu gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes roving back and forth for any sign of movement. A rustle in the bushes caught his eye at the same moment Rioli the hunter shouted something from just ahead. And yeah, see, if that change happened, this would be, he's like glancing anxiously around because he's nervous. He thought he saw something earlier. He didn't say shit about it. This is an even scarier place where it's easier to sneak up on them. So now he's like, he's like all jumpy. So Rioli shouts something from just ahead. His words were lost in the resonant howl, which became a chorus of wolves, sending a chill down Dorgu's spine. His horse whinnied and reared back, Dorgu seizing the reins and trying to get hold of her. Yet the wolves emerged from the bushes then, 3 growling, slavering beasts, and sent his horse running. For here, it says his horse whinnied and reared back, and we don't read until the second half of the sentence that it was Dorgu's horse, because technically we have Dorgu, but we also had referenced Rioli the hunter. That he was ahead, and that's where the course of like the howls are happening. So I would clarify it's Dorgu's a little sooner. The world flashed by in a haze of fear, the wolves chasing his mount as he held on for his life. The darkness closed around him, the landscape becoming a blur. For a moment, he was airborne, time slowing as his horse ran right down into a gully. Dorgu landed awkwardly and bounced up again, his grip failing as he tumbled backwards from the saddle. Oh dear! Oh dear! Dorgu, no! Baby boy, no! Mercifully, he fell into a soft brush free of thorns. Unmercifully, he rolled all the way down to the creek in the bottom of the gully, leaving him bruised, sore, and soaked as he struggled to rise. I like the mercifully and unmercifully part here. But man, I'm wondering if this is another part that could be expanded a smidgen more, just even by like a few sentences. Because like again, like this is such a ramped up part. He's getting like nervous from hunting the wolves. He thinks he sees something, he doesn't know what. They're in a spooky place. Then like right, high tension. The wolves are there and his horse bolts. He's now in this Snow White-esque, then running through the woods. All the trees look scary, the shadows look scary, everything's scary. He can't see. Then he falls off the horse, and I think this could actually still be a scary part here of him tumbling down, and like if he still has his sword in scabbard, right? The hilt jabs him in the ribs. A rock hits his head. He tumbles down further. He thinks he sees the stars, but then he sees darkness in the ground again. He skids. He scrapes open his knees. The branches feel like grabbing claws, raking down his back as he slides down. I feel like this could still hold the tension a bit if he went into like, yeah, he's getting bruised and sore and scratched up, falling down this. That will keep the tension a little bit. I'm not longer under a 3,500 word count, so expanding is fine. You're no longer under 3,500 word count, so expanding is fine. Yeah, I definitely think for keeping this tension, this like creepy werewolf hunt vibe, this is the spot to expand a little bit and keep that tension going. A low growl froze him in place, the 3 wolves approaching him slowly down the slope. The 2 on the flanks, oh, thank you for the follow, and hey, I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. The 2 on the flanks moving to encircle him as the largest glared at him with hateful golden eyes. Ooh, we as the readers, we've seen golden eyes before. We've seen yellow golden eyes before in this story. Ooh, I wonder if that's gonna come in clutch later. This one's a bit run on. Dorgu forced himself to rise, drawing his sword and shaking hands. But he could not hold it, the blade falling from his grip and clattering into the creek stones. Yeah, so this one I think can be split up into multiple short sentences because again, the tension, the fear. With action and fear, we sometimes have shorter sentences to keep that momentum going. What happened? I thought I heard a noise. So a low growl froze him in place. Period. Right? And they were like, above him, 3 wolves approached along the... He could see the silhouettes of 3 wolves on the ridge, right? 2 on the flanks, moving to encircle him on either side. A third, the largest, glaring at him with hateful eyes, approaching closer, right? Now we're having this building the tension. We've kept the tension during the fall. Now, like, oh shit, the monsters are here, these wolves are here. I don't think these are werewolves, these just seem like regular wolves. But the wolves are here, they're coming closer. This is so eerie, like, poor Dorgu. I'd be just like Dorgu, I'd be shaking in my boots. I'd be shaking in my little cryptid boots. Fear and frustrated anger boiled through Dorgu. Anger at himself. That one should be the M dash. So that would be the little dashy? Little dash symbol instead of the comma? Oh, not the little period, like the little dash. The little, like, a thingamajig. Where it's like a little dash sign. The little... These guys. The little, Fuck, I can't do the dash. Hold on. This dash. Little line dashy. Maybe a period? Fear and frustrated anger boiled through Dorgu. Anger at himself. No, I feel like it's the dash. I feel like it's a continuation of the last one, but just has that space too. Do I know enough about copy edits to say it with clarity or why? No, I just read a line that feels it's just the vibes. I'm like, it feels vibe-wise like that little M dash. For all his training as a squire fled him at once and left him a cowering boy, helpless against the forest beasts. The wolves drew nearer, growling and slavering. Did this description get used earlier? Yeah, growling, slavering beast. So that was just used again, four paragraphs earlier. So same page, it was growling, slavering beast. So I would reword it. Another howl echoed, light and feminine. All 3 turned their heads and stopped their advance. Feminine howl, so like a higher pitched howl. Dorgu followed their gaze. There, standing astride the creek, was a gray woman in a tattered gown, her eyes glowing in the thin light. She lifted her hand, the wolves lowering their ears and falling silent. Confusion swept over Dorgu until she turned her head and revealed the truth. For her mouth extended outwards to join with her nose, forming a face partway between a wolf and a woman. Hi, Luna Tunafish. Yeah, I'm gonna be done streaming soon, baby girl, and then you'll get your nighttime churu. I'm sorry. Everyone say thank you to Luna for being so patient. If Duke got a pistol, Duke gonna wear wolf, alright, as a coat. Let's see. Hi, Tuna Fish. I love you, baby girl. You're such a sweetheart. I'm so glad you're so domesticated now. And you don't shank us and tear off our flesh. Yeah, it's such a nice improvement. Thank you, little floof. Yeah, see, they all say thank you, Luna. They all paid their respects. Don't you worry. Work time is over, Mama. No, I'm just the churu feeder. Her mama went to bed earlier, and they let Luna hang out with me for a little bit until I called it a night. And then it's the shift change of the cats. Thank you, Luna. They all say thank you, Luna. Oh, can you hear her scratching at her cat post? Oh, you're not her mom. I'm a mama to plenty of cats. I'm not a mama to Luna. Oh, no, wait, Luna! Luna! Oh, wait, off the keyboard, baby girl. Okay. I am so sorry I typed in your document. It was Luna. Hi, Luna. Okay. Luna, what buttons did you press? Please, Luna Tuna Fish, what buttons did you press? Yeah, she's our sister. Please, is the stream still going? Is everything still going? Did you restart the chat? Oh, the cat had things to say. I'm so sorry. She typed in your Word document. I hope she didn't delete anything. You're gonna reject Luna's suggestion. Okay, okay. I'm back. The model's moving. She's in the kitchen. She got tired of my shit. I picked her up for too long. She was mad. Ooh, Luna had opinions. Okay, I'm just gonna keep speed reading on through, though. We can get this, done before Luna throws a fit. Wolf and a woman. Her gray was fur? Did I mess that up? Luna might have messed that up. I think it's supposed to be her fur was gray. A tail swinging into view from behind her body, while her feet were extended like those of beasts. Yet she was also so human-like. Easily mistaken. Oh, thank you for the follow. And hey, I hope you like hanging out with the cryptid cult. Cat troll activated. It's set to suggestion mode. Any changes had to be approved by me and me alone. Oh, thank God. I always say that for me, like, don't give me editing privileges. Never give anyone in a random Discord or chat editing privileges. Always make sure that stuff. I'll never, like, be doing anything crazy in your document on purpose, but accidents could happen, such as Luna, such as me highlighting stuff and doing wonky things, right? Never give any creepy weirdos, even your favorite blue blooba, editing privileges. So thank you, that's being a smart cookie. Oh my god. Sometimes I have to remind some of the other people who submit, I'm like, please don't give me editing privileges. I don't want to edit it directly in your document. Or I post the link in public Discord. Yeah, maybe I should set a reminder. Maybe that should be part of the submission guidelines. Like, hey, reminder, don't give me editing permissions. It's still danger. Things can happen. Yet she was also so human-like, easily mistaken at a distance and in poor light for a young woman lost in the woods. At her beckoning, the wolves rushed away from Dorgu, each one nuzzling her on the way by. After a final glance at Dorgu, the werewolf turned and bounded away with her kin, fast and with a loping gait. Dorgu moved to follow, only to trip in the creek. A shout echoed behind him, his grandfather rushing down the slope with sword drawn, while Rioli and Oknamar followed much more slowly in his wake. "Lad! Oh, lad!" Califrac shouted, running to his side and falling to his knees. "I'm okay, Grandpa," Dorgu said, forcing himself all right. "Honest." Califrac croaked, dropping his sword and embracing Dorgu, pulling him close to his heart. "Oh, lad." "It looks like those wolves surrounded you and then ran off," Rioli muttered. He muttered. "It looks like those wolves surrounded you and then ran off," Rioli muttered, holding the lantern high as he followed their tracks. He paused where the werewolf had stood, frowning as he peered at the creek stones. "Tell me, did you see anything strange?" "Oh, what's it?" "I was even going to say, if I were to get you to look over my writing and hopefully fix it, to even make a copy of the document so you can make your changes and I can describe them into the game actual. That's something you were interested in, of course." I would say I get too anxious. Sometimes I'll make a little comment like, but that's normally just for keeping track of stuff. Like you might have seen earlier, I was on Bobicus's and I highlighted something and I left a comment like, "Oh, this is where I last read." That's specifically for Bobicus. They got a long, chunky short story, quote unquote. It's a technical short story, but it's still a chunky story. You've been reading that over several streams. So I keep going back to it. That's just to mark where I've been. So I don't ever do direct edits. One, because I'm not the writer, I'm not the author. Any edits, you might disagree with an edit, right? So every actual edit's to be implemented by the writer. At least for me, I know other editors will do the fixes in document, especially copy editors. Copy editors can do stuff because they'll just see like spelling mistakes, grammatical errors, and they'll just fix that. They don't need every permission from you to be like, "Oh, it's actually the spelling." Right, a copy editor will go in and edit stuff. But yeah, if you ever want to submit your stuff in the future when we open up submissions again, I'm trying really, really hard for the 1st of April that we open submissions again.
And yeah, we'd love to read your story outline, and I can make suggestions, I can give feedback and critique. And then yeah, but I won't actually go into your document and get my little blue cryptid hands all up in it, messing up with stuff. I just like to highlight things, and that's it. That's it. I don't wanna fuck with anyone's shit too much. So he says, "Tell me, did you see anything strange?" Dorgu swallowed, suddenly keenly aware that he had seen one of the werewolves they had been hunting. Indeed, he seemed to see her more clearly in his mind than when she'd been standing a few paces away. And she saved my life. Dorgu shook his head, muttering, "No, I don't have anything to say." I don't have anything to say sounds a little wonky. No, sounds a little wanted. I wonder if he could say like maybe another stutter here. Like, no, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I think maybe saying he didn't see anything compared to I don't have anything to say would fit a little bit more better flow-wise. Oh, it's not a story, it's just the game's dialogue copied from engine into a document. So we can edit it and copy it back into the game. That's how me and my proofreader have been managing it all. So it's just that, does it have little, like, things of what's happening in the game? Like, oh, character A stabs B in the gut. B says, "Ow, why did you fucking do that?" That kind of thing? Or is it, like, just the dialogue? Can I understand what's happening with just the dialogue? It all depends, right? Sometimes you need that little description of what's happening in the scene. Sometimes you can get the gist of it from the dialogue. Oh yeah, you can see the actions or anything. Yeah, then that's fine. I was saying it's not a story as in it's not like a novel prose like this. It's not like this, but it's still a story. It's a story for a game, right? But your game still has story in it. That's fine. So like when we say a poem can have a story, a script for an anime can have a story, a novel can have a story. This has a story. Yeah, so that it's just the story of your game. I know since it's for a game, it won't be in this format. That's totally fine. Not to outright. Oh, he's trying very hard not to outright lie. Okay. So instead, he's getting around from lying by just saying, "I don't have anything to say." Okay. Maybe instead, could he do a little side tangent? Could he just say, like, it was really dark? It was really dark? Something like that? The wolves just left? I don't know why. Something like that. Like having those little, like, those partial truths, but he's not giving them the info they want. I think maybe that would sound a little bit more natural. Especially, like, just saying, like, oh, it was really dark. He's not saying he didn't see anything. He's just saying it was really dark. Maybe something like that would flow a bit better here. But that one dialogue line, I'm like, that can be shushed up a bit. "Are you sure?" Rioli asked. "He's safe. That's what matters," Califrax said, rising to his feet. "And this hunt is over for the night." "The kid's hiding something," Ulknamar muttered, the mercenary narrowing his eyes. "I said that this hunt is over," Califrax snapped. After a moment's silence, Rioli nodded, turning away from where the werewolf had stood and marching back the way he had come. Dorgu retrieved his own sword and his grandfather's blade, feeling a few bruises throbbing in his arms and legs as he began hiking up the slope. All the while he thought of the werewolf, trying to work out why she had saved one who had been hunting her. I wonder if it was because she took pity on me. Her eyes looked so sad. I think, remind me if I'm wrong, I feel Dust had, like, one of my earlier critiques had been the internal thoughts feel a little clunky. Am I right with that? Wasn't there some critique I had with the beginning part with the internal thoughts? What was it? Yeah, that was. It still feels a little clunky to me every time it pops up. It feels a little clunky to me. It feels supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. One about the internal thoughts. Yeah. Let me go back up to the beginning. Hold on, I just want to see frame of reference here. Yeah. We went through the first part. And then here. Yeah, I wonder, because I feel like most of it's still third person, but then having the actual quoted internal head thoughts feels a little first person-y. We can still rewrite this information, but just make it a little bit more consistent with third person. So again, the information can be the same. Like how he says here, like Dorgu's trying to work out why she had saved one who had been hunting her. Right? That's an internal thought. He's thinking that. He's wondering, like, why did she save me? But it's written as that third person. But then suddenly here it's written a little bit more first person. That's why it's a little bit jarring. It's shaking me a little bit. I'm like, oh, this doesn't quite fit here. Same as the other one. So like even here, like, and she saved my life as an internal thought. We could rewrite that as third person. He realized she just saved his life. Right? Like that kind of thing. Just a slight revamping it. And yes, I make dumb jokes like this all the time. My wife has to put up with me every day. That's what husbands are for. They're supposed to make silly jokes like that. I've seen a lot of fantasy authors using the internal thoughts like that in their third person sections. I'm not saying it's like illegal. I'm not saying it's like wrong. But it does feel off. I think it would be a bit stronger compared to the rest of this prose to be a little bit more consistent. It feels off. That's the most I can give you. I can't go through the screen and be like, yes, this is illegal. You have to change it. All the writers in the world will make fun of you unless you do that. No, absolutely not. Like you said, other writers do it. I feel like it would be stronger if it was the other way. Kimiko left him with she'd saved his life, he realized after a shock moment. Oh, that's such a better suggestion, Koizetsu. Thank you. This is why you got the brain. Koizetsu's got the brain. That's a much stronger suggestion than what I said. But yeah, just rewording it slightly so it's a bit stronger third person, but it's not the exact in his head dialogue, but it's still relaying the same information. I think that would be a bit stronger line by line. That's a great suggestion, Koizetsu. Thank you. Thank you for having the brain. After a moment's silence... Oh, wait, where was I? As being hiking up the slope. I wonder if it was because she took pity on me. Her eyes looked so sad. So even something like, as he stumbled up carrying the stuff, he remembered how sad her eyes looked. Something like that. You do got the skills that occasionally pay bills. Nice. And that is the end of the werewolf hunt. Oh, that's the end of the werewolf hunt. What a cool thing. What a cool little section here. I like it. I like that it's not the immediate cool badass thing of like, oh yeah, they instantly find the werewolf, they kill it and slay it. They're so cool and amazing. Like, no, this had a bit of tension in it. They definitely did feel like, oh yeah, they're stalking here. I was almost wondering, are they going into a trap? What's gonna happen here? Dorgu got separated. I got really worried for Dorgu there. This was cool, and we're still building up the mystery of like, yeah, why are the townspeople against this? What are the werewolves actually doing? What's happening in the castle? I like it. We're keeping those core themes still going. We're still building up that overall tension. And this had some great scenes in it. But yeah, that was a great scene. I'm super excited when we reopen submissions. Hopefully Death's Head will be nice to me and keep resubmitting in April. Because I actually really do want to finish this story. I want to see the end of this. I love a good werewolf story. And I hope they let me finish it, because this will be great. But that was... I gave some little critiques throughout. I gave some suggestions. You better believe I'll post it again in April. Oh, yay! Yay! That's always one thing. Sometimes it's so hard, because it's always hard to sometimes read the vibe. Because I can't hear you guys, right? It's just the chat. I'm like, oh man, I really hope that they're okay with this, that they're excited about these changes, that they're excited with the things on suggestion. You will attempt to submit in April? I'm really excited for that, Maximus. That'll be great. No, it's Maximum. Maximum's heartbeat. There we go. Hi, Mama Cryptid. I'm so sorry I haven't locked away a Luna tuna fish yet. She was getting grumpy with me. And I'll say I'll make the internal monologue under advisement, but it's very common to do that with the authors you're emulating. Okay. Maybe I can have more references or examples of it. Because again, it's one thing to reference an author and be like, yeah, I'm trying to do this thing. It's another thing to be like, is it a benefit coming through with that particular thing? I always say, like, I love a good gimmick. can you pull off the gimmick? If you can't pull off the gimmick, I will throw out the gimmick. You know what I mean? And I wish I had a better word than gimmick. Gimmick always sounds derogatory. Gimmick sounds like it's a bad thing or like a cheap thing. I don't mean it in a way. I mean, like, yeah, if you have a cool idea, you have a cool little twist, you have a cool little thing that you're going to do, I consider that like a gimmick, not in a bad way. But if you can't pull it off, I've thought of cool things before, and then I try to do it, and genuinely, I couldn't pull some of those gimmicks off. It would have been better if I just wrote the story without the cool gimmick twist thingamajig I was trying to do. So, like, yeah, can some authors do it? I bet they can. Is it being pulled off naturally in this particular example? I'm like, it either needs more work, some more revisions. But I still think the easiest fix is really just to get rid of it. They happen very rarely. They're only happening not even a handful of times, a couple of pages. There are entire multiple pages back to back where they don't happen at all. So I'm like, it's such a minor thing, but when they do happen, they're like a little hiccup, they're a little stumbling block. They just seem a little out of place. Then I'm like, no, it would be such a little smooth it out, just get rid of it, just change it to the other way. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, maybe this is just a format or genre. I'm not a seem like a very respectful critic. I try. No, granted, do I always pull it off? Am I always perfect with it? Do I sometimes still catch myself? I'm like, nope, we're gonna tone it down a little bit. We're gonna use the teacher voice. What's the best way to deliver this information? It's definitely a learning process, and I'm still learning it. I'll never be perfect, but I do want to be like a nice place, especially for beginners to post their stuff and get feedback and critique. I don't think you learn anything from people being like really rude or really derogatory about your work. I think like no, like I as a writer, when I want stuff, I wanted that clinical feedback. I want actionable things to change. I didn't want like general stuff like, oh no, I didn't like that character. I'd be like, okay, what about the character didn't you like? Was it the dialogue? Was it her actions? Did she come off inauthentic? And they'd be like, I don't know. Like, that's not helpful critique. Like, genuinely actionable things, specific things to point out. I want that, but I also don't want people to be like, you're so fucking stupid. You should have done this all along, and then it would have actually been good. That's not helpful, and no one will ever come to you for a critique if you're gonna be a fucking jerk about it, right? That's not helpful. That's not nice. And it's not doing anyone any favors. There is a balance though, since you need to be brutally honest. The key is delivery. And that's the thing too, again, for a critique circle, I always say the limit is 1 or 2 for new people to get that vibe, to make sure they're okay getting critique. And then people who submit more frequently, right? You've submitted multiple times for this piece, right, Deshead? I can give that more. Every time I notice something, I can start pointing things out. Bobicus has submitted multiple times with multiple pieces. I can point everything out I can with Bobicus. Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh, wait, that's all caps. Oh, my. Luna really messed with my thingamajig. Let's do welcome. Raiders. There we go. In case they're stuck in ads, they can still get a welcome message. But yeah, so for critique, it's a little bit limited, and then as you keep submitting, I give you a bit more. For an actual edit, I'm struggling with that. I'm realizing like, oh yeah, my job is to point out everything I can. For an actual editor, I'm over here and I'm like, oh, I feel so mean. It's a tough switch to do. But thank you for saying I'm a great critic. I'm glad I'm a great critic for you. I'm glad I'm giving helpful feedback. And again, if I ever give you feedback that isn't helpful, it will never hurt my feelings if you say no or you disagree. That's just part of the bit. Rating makes us sound so aggressive. Think of us as writerly neighbors dropping by with donuts. That's so sweet. And welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. I hope you guys had a great stream where you guys just were at. Were you guys doing anything fun? First time cheddar? Yeah. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. What a sweet little rating message. That's so cute. I really like that. That's so sweet. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream with wherever you guys were at. Were you guys doing anything fun? Were you guys doing anything productive? Some streams are actually over here. They're doing productive, like write-a-thongs and write-alongs and all this different stuff. And I'm like, ooh, they're actually getting work done. But yeah, welcome on in. But no, thank you. Is it Natick? Is that how you say your username from earlier? I do try to be a respectful critic. I try to be the critic that I would want to get. And I try to have the writing space that I would want to hang out in. That's kind of the vibe. That's all. I don't even know if it's the right way, but it's my way.
But otherwise, thank you so much, Deathhead. I'm excited about this. I'm really excited that you'll keep submitting in the future. And that was all my advice for this scene. I feel like most of it came down to rewording, just particular words or phrases, just a smidgen. And then otherwise adding in some of those cool scenes, like, no, they were cool. You should focus more on those. Give us some more details for this cool thing. You got a few words written? Oh, that's fantastic. That's so productive. Everybody does like donuts, that's true. Dang it, now you want donuts, but you had ice cream earlier. We were talking about Dunkin' Donuts earlier versus Krispy Kreme, and now I'm like, oh, I really want donuts. Yes, you're the first to say my name, right? I'm the first one? Oh, what? It's because I'm so smart. It's because I'm so talented. I gotta take the wins when I can. That's so funny, though. I can't believe I'm the first one to do that. That one doesn't seem too crazy. You guys got Timmy's Donuts? I've never heard of a Timmy's Donut. Is it like an individual store, or is it like a big chain like Krispy Kreme and Dunkin' Donuts? Nice. Always great to get words down. Yeah. Is it Anxis was writing, and we were being minor distractions. That's what chat does. If you guys are distracting your streamer, that's what chat does. You guys are being oh, it's for Tim Hortons. Got it. I do know that one. Are you going to rate someone yourself? Unleash your raccoons upon another streamer? I could. Recognize the box? It's a huge change with national pride and hockey behind. Yeah, I do recognize it. I just didn't recognize when you gave it the nickname. I feel the same way, like when you're a Northerner and you call like Dunkin' Donuts like Dunkies, and people are like, "What's a Dunkies?" And you're like, "Oh, it's Dunkin' Donuts." Thank you for the follow, and hey, I hope you like hanging out with the Cryptid cult. So let's see, bad chatter, bad. No, all my raccoons here know they distract me. It's just part of the bit. And then I'll be like, oh no, okay, I'm focusing, and then they'll still distract me. That happens. It's part of, I think it's also probably part of having ADHD. I'm already distracted myself all the time, and then I'm just being distracted by chat too. Oh my god, it's a trip. It's a full trip. The ADD is strong. Meet. Okay, so let me go to full screen for the Twitch here. So you guys are saying we should do our own raid. That sounds like a good idea. Let's see, same category. Do you want more reading and writing stuff? That seems like a good idea. Oh, we could do vibe time, reading and writing. Someone's doing a test stream. Should we give a little person with one viewer, a little baby doing a test stream? Should we do a little baby test stream? Should we give them a raid? That sounds so nice. That would be so fun. Oh my god, wait, should we do a little baby? Yeah, I think I found that person too. Oh, you're behaving today, chatters and cats. We help just like cats. You guys missed it just a few minutes ago before you guys came in. The cat Luna that's out right now, she got impatient with the lack of attention. She jumped on the keyboard. She tried editing someone's document. Thankfully, they didn't give me permissions. Never give someone permissions to your document. But she tried editing their document. I was like, oh. Dude, having AD is like having 12 children in your house, constantly trying to get your attention about random dumb stuff, but you're trying to write a thesis. A kitty editor. Yeah, her thing was just space. I don't think it was very helpful critique. I don't think she had a lot to say, but man, she was typing it. She put her paws on all those keys. See, let's go over here. Let's start a little raid for a little baby streamer. That would be such a nice gift. Oh my god, wait. Do you think we're gonna freak them out? I hope we don't freak them out. Let's see. Welcome to the chat room, and then we do start raid. And then we're just gonna wait a few seconds. I haven't raided too often, so it takes me a little bit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we all ready to raid? Everyone be nice, okay? Everyone be good raccoons. And there we go.